birthday.
He's gonna grab some drink.
Dan, you want me to get some water? Sure. You want a water? Dan?
Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
How are you today? How are you? Pretty good. Nice to see you. Good. Hi, Tony.
I'm on medication and it's kicking my ass. I'm so tired.
Feel that?
I gotta drive to South Carolina tonight.
For what?
No, I gotta return my daughter to college.
Oh, okay. Where's she going to college?
USC Columbia, thank
Nice.
When are you doing that, David?
you. 3 in the morning.
Oh my God.
Oh, God bless you.
Yeah. It's,
Well,
I gotta do it. I'll be back Monday. Then I'm covering Trump Monday morning in Bedminster.
okay.
So that should be fun.
What year is your daughter?
Sophomore.
Okay, so yeah. You got to do a couple more times.
My last of 4.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah. But next year she could become a resident, so I won't be out 50 grand a year. South Carolina goes down by like 20 grand tuition.
As long as you're in state.
If you're a resident,
Oh, wow.
so she can get residency. And I told her to get out of New York.
Guess you just adjust however you're comfortable.
I kicked her out.
I can hear that.
Kicked her out of New York. All right, which cameras are we doing?
You're just doing the middle one.
Just the center camera, I think.
Okay.
And Joe wants this in the background to make it look like lively and see people throughout the day.
All right. When there's a button on the button.
Can you just test your mic?
Where will this be posted?
It'll be on Rumble.
Will it get posted? Can we put it on the Getter? Is it a Getter live stream or is
It's
it
not a
Rumble?
Getter live stream, but I can put it up there.
Can you post it together?
Yes.
Under AFW and I'll share it with everybody?
Yep. I can get the link up in a couple hours.
All right, great.
Steve, can you just test your mic?
Yes. One testing, 1, 2, 3. Is it good?
Yep. So whenever you guys are ready.
Okay, give me 1 second. David, anything in particular you want to talk about today?
Yeah, well,
you always have a lot.
Yeah, I got Breaking Point.
You want
I got a guy who's doing a documentary on Tom Homan. He did a 10-part documentary on Tom Homan. He was coming on the show, Tom Trento.
Okay.
Joe would like that. I forgot to tell
I know.
him.
Tom Trento wasn't it? Wait,
No, you're thinking of the guy from Colorado, I think, right? There's a similar name. He founded United West, Tom Trento. And
So, just to sync up with you,
Trento Communications.
we're gonna maybe what the plan is. We can edit in Newt Gingrich having 81-second little video. I don't know if you saw it.
I did a little bit, yeah.
You want me to play it quick?
Sure, yeah, it was good.
And so this is in the context of the J6 thing, right? I'd like to hit just like 5 bullet points on Georgia voting nonsense.
You're thinking of Tom Tancredo, maybe?
Tancredo.
Yeah, I know Tom.
Tancredo.
He bagged on my show 6 times in a row.
Tom Tancredo, yes. He begged 6 times?
Yeah,
What?
yeah.
How could that possibly be?
I don't know. It's supposed to be a man of the people, right? Spoke to him, I met with him, let's go, do it, and then he got canceled.
It is the new.
Corrupts the Justice Department.
Yeah, I saw that.
You're saying we're gonna have a generation of bitterness. I'm worried about a generation of slavery.
Well, he had another video where he was saying we're going to have
Okay, I'm sorry.
So David, the way it's going to work, you guys to say, we're going to cut to this video now, and you look at the camera. Give it 2 seconds and talk about it, because I can't actually put it in front of you right now, but I can
post.
Yeah, I can edit it.
So we could either look at the camera, we could either just delay for a few seconds, or we could.
Or you can start filming it. Either way, I'm going to splice that.
All right, you want to do this?
People want to control America and dictate to the rest of us, will break any law, lie about any topic, and manipulate the system any way they can. And that includes a lot of the people.
So that was me. David, did you see the thing from the former Lieutenant Governor of Georgia, Jeff Duncan, about the opportunity to take back the? I would like to comment on that, or can I ask you for your comments on that as well? Is that okay?
He's a douchebag.
Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. Good. One sec. Hey, ain't gonna happen, pal. Ain't gonna happen. No. America First is taking over the Republican Party. Okay. If time allows, David, I may try to say some things there about the federal versus state governance in the Constitution. Some.
So I thought I thought this is a J6.
Yeah, we can talk about J6, but I don't feel like we have to. It doesn't have to be 100%. I just had the same conversation with Steve Levy this morning. So he asked me to join him tomorrow at 3.
Okay.
And he asked if it's possible can we talk about things other than just J6, and I said yes. All right, so do you want to start out? We'll talk about. Did you want to comment on what you anything from the first
No,
few days?
you know the schedule for tonight,
So
offhand,
yeah,
and tomorrow, because I'm not here tomorrow.
Yeah, so it's gonna be the focus. We're gonna have Sarah. We're gonna have the focus on the J6.
So you have Sarah Maccabee tonight.
Sarah Maccabee,
Mickey.
Andrea Young again. Mickey is going to be here.
What's Andrea Young's story?
That her husband Kyle was the one that tried to keep the officer from taking his gun out of his holster,
Oh,
and they charged him with that. Who's going to be hosting tonight?
Right? Joe's hosting.
Hey Joe, you're hosting tonight?
Yes, coming up. Yeah,
Okay, are you going to do Sarah? Are you going to have Mickey tonight?
yeah, all Sarah Maccabee and David Stonewall, they were going to leave at 67, I believe. Trying to go, okay, I do not fall on my feet.
all right. I got to do this.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Who's ready?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome, Patriots, to the America First podcast. Today is Wednesday, August 16, 2023, in the year of our Lord and Savior. This is day 3 of the J6 Truth and Justice event here at the incredible America First warehouse, the most patriotic venue in the country and the tip of the spear for the America First movement in the Northeast. My name is Steve. As always, I identify as a humble America First patriot of faith and honor, and I am joined by the great David Zier.
Hi, Steve. How's it going today? A lot going on here. I can't sleep at night over the stories of the J6 prisoners and their families and the toll it's taken on America. People need to know more and more. because our country is under assault. We have a modern-day Soviet Union. This is no different than people being dragged out of their houses as late as the late 1980s in the Soviet Union, and sent to mental homes and prisons across the Soviet Union, the former Soviet Union. My sister was married in the Soviet Union. She was the only person to ever get a Soviet citizen out of the country through marriage under the communist system. And her husband's family was persecuted by the government just for owning a TV set. But that's what's going on here. And we live in a fascistic, technocratic, bureaucratic state, and a kangaroo court system that is unfairly trying J6 people, most of which did nothing wrong other than attend. And it's very sad. And first they go after your family, then they go after you, then your family, then they take away your attorney-client privilege, and then they bankrupt you and force you into a plea deal. So a very corrupt system.
Yeah, so David, and what's going on with
But
this,
I'm not bitter.
You're not bitter. The whole focus this week with the J6 false narrative and the true insurrection, the Fedsurrection against we the people, is very much intertwined with the indictment against Donald Trump, the fourth indictment against Trump.
Yeah, are they going to put him in the on jail across from the Freedom Corner? What? Imagine those vigils.
Could you imagine?
Right?
Could you imagine
$1.5 million.
that? Yeah. So
They don't have enough bullhorns in Antifa to challenge that one. You know. But I hear the Antifa's gone away because their budget must have dried up.
yeah. So now, if you read that indictment, right, it's a crime to ask for a phone number and want to petition the
Yeah.
state legislators and ask them to please enforce the state election law.
You mean like when Stacey Abrams didn't want to concede power for a year? You know.
Well, as we know,
Hillary
David,
said there were machines were hacked.
right, we know that it is one's political ideology today that determines your true freedom of speech. If you're of the right ideology, you're just doing everything to protect democracy, and if you're not, you're guilty of conspiracy and criminal enterprise.
Yeah, when you look at it through a soda straw, you can comb through it and say, oh, he may be guilty of this, and maybe of that. But when you look at a bird's eye view, the whole thing is insidious and has never happened to not only a president or an ex-president. And, you know, there's been many times in history where the Democrats have challenged the certification of elections. And we all know at this point that J6 was all about the setup to stop the discussion on the decertification as constitutionally protected according to the 12th Amendment and many articles in the Constitution. And the pipe bomb setup placement was the backup plan in case the insurrection didn't go the coordinators of it the right way. And
The folks didn't take the bait.
I look at that as the first shot in the revolution, you know, or the first shot, or the shot heard around the world in modern times, because leaving the Capitol Police Chief in the dark on purpose,
Steve's
and,
son.
right, and everything that went along with that, and the fact that the certification was supposed to take place at a certain time, and it was right on cue.
Right on cue, right.
And when they returned, they were under different rules. And that
Emergency
discussion on that
proceedings.
10-day review process. I just interviewed Brunson from Brunson Adams about a month ago in Palm Beach, actually. But we lost the interview because they forgot to hit the record button.
Hopefully that's not going to happen today.
That's still alive and kicking, which has like 388 or so defendants in a lawsuit brought by the Brunson brothers. Pro se was started in Utah District Court, went to federal court, was booted out to the appellate, and the Supreme Court reached down to grab it. We were all excited that they were going to hear it, and they buried it and kicked it down the road for 6 months because everybody's corrupt.
Yes. Seems like the only thing I can truly put my faith and trust in these days is God Almighty. So, David, you're absolutely right with January 6th. One of the things that does not get much attention is the perfect timing. They evacuated the chamber just before the first two motions were about to be made, right, to delay the certification and to...
With 140 senators and U.S. House representatives
Right.
opposing that certification. It's a big number.
Yes.
It's almost a third of Congress. It's
So,
a big number. It's a
right.
quarter.
And that would have led to hearing lots of details that they didn't want the American public to hear about irregularities and potential fraud in the election. And David, I've said this before. I would bet my life, my children's life, my grandchildren's
That
life.
Mitch McConnell was in on it too? Is that what
Well,
you were going to say?
there was fraud, grotesque fraud. in the
Sorry, I didn't
2020
want to.
election.
Yeah.
But
is that what you
McConnell
were gonna
was
say?
in on it, and he gloated that night, and he was part of the group that was evacuated from the chamber along with Nancy Pelosi.
So Georgia, right? It's proven that there were at least 4,000 fraudulent votes. So
Right.
why wouldn't the President of the United States contest the election results? We know that Christopher Wray is completely corrupt. Now he's saying that the 9 hours of closed-circuit television was a nothing burger of the people driving 30,000 ballots in 4 times each, making 120,000 possible votes. He's saying that nothing was wrong with that. And that's official. I think that's in today's paper.
Yes, it is. Christopher Wray and the FBI proved once again how it's evil, David, because evil is, right, it's when you have the systemic lies, deception, and corruption, and that is what we are witnessing. So David, you are absolutely right about what happened that night, State Farm Arena. They talked about there was a water leak, we're
it's all
gonna
a
close
lie.
down, send everybody home. Then they reported that 5 brave people were staying, to do the work of the people, to continue counting ballots.
Yeah,
and
the
here's
proletariat.
so David, here's what we know, and folks, you can find there's a great video, and this was on Frank's speech. There were irregularities in all the swing states, but in the state of Georgia, Trump was leading at midnight by approximately 356 to 357,000 votes.
And wound up down 11,000.
He ended up losing by 11 to 12,000 votes. And one of the major irregularities that happened was that at 1:34 in the morning, there was a report, there was a dump, and there were 4 such dumps that occurred. This one was in Georgia, where there was a huge number, a spike in votes for Biden. In the state of Georgia, 134.
Don't forget the adjudication that took place too in Biden's favor more than Trump too. But yeah, so go on.
So 136,000 plus votes came in for Biden, 29,000 for Trump. So Biden picked up in excess of 100,000 votes with that one dump.
Okay.
Completely out of line.
So
with
I
all the
sat
other data
down
points.
with a number theorist.
Yes.
It was just incredible. He lives right here on Long Island. And he showed me the algorithm that was used in the late night dumps across 5 states. And he went into detail with me on Fulton and DeKalb. It was the same algorithm that was used in Wisconsin and Michigan and other states, right? And the concept is, it had to be a computer generated algorithm. The results couldn't have been done by hand. Because if you took a die or a set of dice, a pair of dice, and you rolled them a million times, you're only going to get the result in Biden's favor 52% of the time. It's a statistical improbability that he could have won with 70%, 93%, like I think it was in Wisconsin and the late night dumps, and in certain counties. It was impossible.
Right. So David, to that point, out of approximately 9,000 vote updates, the election was decided by 4 extreme vote updates, each with a probability of less than 0.1%. Each with a probability of less than 1 in 1,000. So that's consistent with what you were briefed on, right? So The other data points with Georgia, I just want to hit on very quickly that supports Trump's belief, and realize with this indictment, right, they're trying to make the case that Trump really knew that there was no fraud, but was perpetuating a false narrative that there was
But
fraud
so what?
in order to try to retain
It's his First
power.
Amendment right.
But he knew then there was fraud. He knows now there was fraud. So some other
But
data
even
points.
if he was lying, it doesn't matter.
Well, but the thing is, there's no basis for conspiracy here whatsoever. So a review of Fulton County's 147,000 mail-in paper ballots has been continuously blocked by the Secretary of State. All right. In Georgia, every scanned ballot has to produce two files, an image file and an authentication file, right? They're produced simultaneously. Yet, for more than 16,000 ballots, somehow both the image file and the authentication file, right? They should have effectively, they should be produced at the same time. But for more than 16,000 ballots, the authentication files were made hours or days after the image files. How is that possible? Over 17,000 final certified recount presidential votes have no image files whatsoever, no support whatsoever. 132,000 plus mail-in ballot images cannot be authenticated due to missing authentication files. And the last data point from Georgia that I do want to share is that there are no images to support 374,000 certified in-person votes, which is a violation of both federal and Georgia state law. So these are just 5, right, data points that substantiate the widespread fraud in the state of Georgia, where Biden emerged victorious by a little over 11,000 votes.
You know, don't forget the dead people and the underage voters. So, you know, what's going on here is a very scary for our country. You know, selective prosecutions, banana republic style hits on the leading political opposition puts us in a constitutional crisis. And a government that resembles Ecuador, not the United States. And what also is disgusting is the breakneck speed that these indictments and these grand juries have convened when nothing's happened with Delaware, with Biden for years, with Hunter. They've had the laptop since 2019. And now there's tracing back to the bank accounts over $50 million. Still no investigation. Still no investigation into Biden with unauthorized,
The real
with
criminal
classified
enterprise.
documents.
Real criminal.
Yeah. So, but it makes it more transparent that this is all a setup, and I think I'm hoping enough people wake up because the orchestrated effort to have 4 trials, or at least 3 of them next year during campaign season, in the most important election year in U.S. history. And Dershowitz was really good on this. He's saying it's the biggest constitutional crisis since the 1850s. He had a great appearance on the War Room. The fact that they were willing to put the indictment on the website before the grand jurors proves that all 23 of them are corrupt, and their opinion doesn't really matter, that this is just preordained and they were just going along with it on a rubber stamp of the prosecutor. And he also said, you know, it's Alice in Wonderland, verdict first, execution, then trial, and it doesn't matter whether they're good or bad convictions, and like he teaches his law classes, that if you get a conviction, any conviction is bad, and you won't get it overthrown in appeal until the year after, until after the presidential election. And he said also, I've done hundreds of cases in RICO for 60 years. I've never seen a RICO case tried within 6 months of an indictment. Usually a year or 2 at least go by, or even longer. And if this was on another schedule, on a normal schedule, it wouldn't take place till well after the 2024 election.
Yeah. So David, what you just described, brilliant, right? It's like talking about ready, fire, aim.
Yeah.
That's what they just did.
Well,
with
fire,
ready,
aim,
fire,
you're not ready.
Aim, yeah. Yeah. So it's so apparent, right, that the there's an air of desperation. One of the things, David, that caught my attention is somebody that was the former lieutenant governor of Georgia, Jeff Duncan,
Yeah.
just came out, right, in the...
Disgraceful human.
I don't know if it was from A Voice in the Wilderness here at the America First warehouse. It's never going to happen. It's the America First movement that's taking over the Republican Party. You are the establishment Republicans are never taking back control.
And Kemp too. Kemp won't fire the DA. He has the power to fire the DA, right? Wasn't
Yes.
there a new law in Georgia?
Yes, passed a few months
So
ago.
Kemp is an arch enemy of Trump and Raffensperger. And I think that stemmed from, and I might be wrong, but my theory is that when Trump criticized Georgia for opening during COVID, which I thought Kemp made a good decision, that this is payback for Trump criticizing Kemp back then in
Talk about a
2020.
thin skin.
Probably.
Rhino. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, that combined with the establishment rhinos in Georgia, and Georgia's a mess. And you would think it was a conservative state, but it's not.
So David, we talk about the connection between J6 and what's going on with these indictments, and as folks may know, the judge in the Georgia case with the the judge in the D.C. indictment with Trump, not the Georgia one, D.C. Right, Tanya Chutkin.
Yeah.
So
She recused herself from a prior case.
from a prior case, she has been the
with
judge
the same type of stuff.
in the
It hasn't
trials.
been cut out. I don't know what just happened, but they've not heard the last 30 seconds.
Okay, we'll take a pause here.
We no longer have the inputs.
We no longer have.
Like the camera and the audio are no longer connected to the screen.
Make sure I didn't. Something's out here.
Was it me?
I thought this is going right.
I don't think that's it. But yeah, we no longer have black magic in here, which is what we use for all that.
So I see a couple of pages on it.
I'm just gonna try and
See if there's a predator drone circling the building.
it was weird. It just cut out and like there's no camera, there's no audio.
It's the Melville FBI office.
They didn't like what you were saying.
I don't care.
Something's acting, that's.
Because can you talk in the mic for a second?
Check 1, 2.
Okay,
check.
see now the mic's back on. It might have been that. Give me 2 seconds.
You hear from me?
Wait.
Yes, you hear from me?
Oh, well, because I just turned this off. But if you see here, if you go in there and you speak, you'll see it on that screen over there.
There's a USB that was unplugged that I just plugged into.
Yeah. If you speak in there, see if that goes up.
Yeah, yes, okay.
Sure.
All right.
Just give me 2 seconds to redo everything. and
Okay.
then-
All right, we'll pick it up and we'll stitch it the best we can. Sorry, David.
No, you're good. Unedited version.
Okay, you ready?
2 seconds. The audio.
Are we back?
Should be, yeah. I mean, do you see
I can, yeah.
Yeah.
the?
You tell us when you're ready to start recording, sir.
Wait, why is it not? Here, can you plug this into that little circle over there?
Hold on one second. This here?
No, the one that it should be in there. On the left side. It's like right next to
My
the
grandson?
USB, right?
Me too.
Yeah.
Like a pump.
Okay, now speak.
He's 4 months.
4 months. Youngin.
No.
Yeah.
You know, they smile when they're young.
Now it's coming out from down there.
Okay, so hold on. I plugged the USB.
They scream when they're old.
That's correct. I just have to restart the computer.
Okay, how's that?
I just have to restart the computer.
Okay. Sorry. This, I don't know.
Something might have been loose.
There was a bunch of these things, there was a bunch of unconnected things, and I'm not sure it's...
So I would like to be done by 3 o'clock.
Okay,
So I can write an article.
okay.
And they want to interview some of the women that are here and some of the J6 people.
Did you unplug something? Because now we don't have the audio and video.
I unplugged the USB that was...
Oh, plug it back in.
I'll plug it back in. It was unplugged when you said there was a problem.
Okay, that was probably the issue. Let's see. Plug it into the floor of the bottom.
Okay, yeah, good.
I got a USB unplugged over here too.
That might not have anything to do with this. Okay, cool. Now we have video again. We get the audio in here. Okay, speak.
Okay. How's that?
Check 1, 2, check, check.
It's still not coming out here. Try again.
Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, check.
Hello.
Houston, we have a problem.
So,
Do you hear it coming out? Is it
Houston, we have a problem.
Yeah, it's supposed to be coming out of the earphones.
like this I connected.
That might.
Check, check, 1, 2. Yeah, he
Yep,
said it might
perfect.
not be
Okay,
related.
how's
Yeah,
that?
we got
Perfect.
it back. We got it back.
Okay, here we go.
In 3, 2, 1.
Here we are back, folks. Sorry for the technical difficulties. So, David, we were talking about the judge in D.C., the D.C. District Court judge, I believe it is,
Yeah.
Tanya Chutkan,
No.
and her bias. You were mentioning she recused herself from a previous Trump case.
Yeah.
She's been the judge with a lot of the J6 prisoner trials. And just one of the exchanges I'll read here with one of the J6 trials. And she said, every time I see videotape or hear recordings of what happened that day, I'm struck anew with both the horror of what was going on that day and how close we came to not fulfilling one of the basic functions of our democracy, the peaceful transfer of power,
Whatever.
right? Yada, yada, yada. So while, and this was directed, while your attorney's correct in that your background didn't involve any criminal activity, the events of that day and the seriousness of those events cannot be understated. There was nothing less than, sorry about that, folks, there was nothing less than an attempt to violently overthrow the government.
Whatever.
Okay? And so one of the things we've heard the last few days is that even when exculpatory video evidence has been presented, some of these J6 prisoners have still been found guilty. And she is extremely biased.
Whole thing is disgraceful, and you know, it's her side that didn't allow the constitutional process to occur.
To play out that day.
You know,
correct.
and it's her side, and it's all a lie. We know it's a lie. Insidiousness has prevailed in the United States. The effort to stop the Trump campaign for re-election for the third time is at a fever pitch right now. And the American people are the victims, and Trump always says they're not coming for me, they're coming for you. He's 77, he's worth a couple billion. I don't think he cares what happens. I think he's convicted and they can martyr him. That would be devastating to the left at the polls if they don't steal it. And if he gets off, it's exculpatory, right? And but there probably will be convictions, and the whole thing is unfair. And other candidates have not only challenged the outcome and didn't want to certify elections, but there's been hush money payments, including $750,000 to Paula Jones. There's been a mishandling of classified documents for people who are not protected under the Presidential Records Act, which has not been challenged since 2012. Judge Amy Berman Jackson's decision. Trump had every right to not only take whatever he wanted, he could throw it out if he wanted. But the list goes on, and while the Biden family they're ignoring bribery, extortion, influence peddling, personal enrichment. But other than that, they're pretty good people.
So David, that actually brings to mind I thought it was a very insightful, a little bit of a scary prediction from Newt Gingrich.
Yeah.
So, you know, he talks about this, the weaponization of the DOJ, of the intelligence agencies, and the personal enrichment, the corruption, right, with the Clinton family and now Biden. So actually, Dan, let's go to that clip. Newt Gingrich, 80 seconds here. Listen to this, folks.
3, 2, 1.
So David, any thoughts on that? He's predicting a generation of bitterness. I'm concerned about a generation of enslavement.
I don't think it goes far enough, and we are in a very, very dark time where you have not only cultural Marxism destroying our young people and our society, pervasive in the entertainment industry, but you have a takeover of the U.S. government by the left, and looking to silence everyone on the right. I think we're way past that. I think we're way past that. I don't see a way out, and unless 2024, China invades Taiwan or puts a blockade around the island, or if the war in Ukraine escalates into something, because Zelensky will pull something out of his hat because they're getting their butts kicked 10-1 right now. They're probably misappropriating our money that we're giving them. While people in Maui are only getting $700 a day, we've got $113 billion to Ukraine already.
Isn't that incredible, David?
Yeah.
$700 per household for the folks in Maui.
For the most expensive real estate in
But
North America.
let's send another $40 billion to Ukraine, and let's bail out.
Just $200 million this week.
Let's bail out the Ukrainian pensions. It's beyond.
So, I think we're always ahead of the game because the people in America, I've been awake since I'm 13, but especially after Trump derangement syndrome in 2016, the George Floyd riots, and COVID, the left has concentrated their power, which is really like at the beginning of all of this, outside of the Clinton corruption and the Obama hating the U.S. and the colonialists, returning the bust of Churchill to England. Meanwhile, Obama's brother in Kenya said the British were great for coming into Africa because they had running water and electricity. But Obama doesn't care about that. But those three events from 2016 to 2020, I think people are awake, but is there enough of us?
Is it enough? Right.
I don't know if it's enough.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the steel.
I'm sorry to ramble on.
No, but David, actually, echoing what you just said, I want to just expose the thoughts and words of another America First patriot, and another voice in the wilderness. And this was somebody that made a comment in response to an article on, if you're still doubting the 2020 election, right, consider this. And this person wrote, the people who believe that mankind can control the temperature of the earth and that people can transform themselves, right, from a man to a woman and vice versa, are the same people who believe that Slow Joe got 81 million votes. 81 million votes my ass. More votes than any other candidate who ever ran for president.
10 million more than Obama, right?
10 plus million more than Obama. Tragically, those same people are now in control of all the levers of power in this country. We're in deep trouble and may not survive as a viable, free, and prosperous nation. And I think this reader, he or she, just said very much what you just said.
You know, all these J6 trials, I have not sat in on any yet. I've accumulated, I think, enough information to get the picture. And I'm going to go to some, because I have to do that. I'm in Washington a lot. But it's a show. They're all show trials. You know, the FBI guys walk in with their mask down. The jury comes in. They put up the juries have masks. There's not a jury of your peers. You're not allowed to know who they are. You know, it's like, and then the FBI guys put up their masks. The attorneys on both sides, like Dershowitz says, this is the problem. You can't get adequate representation in the courts, especially Trump. They say the first thing that tyrants do is to get the lawyers to stop free speech. They're going after any lawyer, not only who represented Trump, but who speaks out on behalf of Trump. They're terrorizing the lawyers. Lawyers have told me they will not represent Donald Trump. They'd like to, but don't want to be Dershowitzed.
Right.
They don't want to be attacked and condemned and have their careers questioned because they support the Constitution. So if that's going on with the most powerful man in the world, basically Donald Trump, you know, what's going on with the J6 people? They're getting crushed. And it's very, very, very sad.
Yeah, it's a very good point, David. In Georgia, with Fannie Willis, who has just now gotten the indictment against Trump, and 18 defendants. And this is something, to your point, that they're really trying to silence anybody.
I think they were overreached.
Any of the conservative activists, American First Patriots, they're trying to
But I think they overstepped.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think all of this would have been more effective if they just left this all up to Jack Smith, who's obviously a biased guy and has failed before the Supreme Court twice to prosecute people on the right. I think if they just stuck with that and made everything else go away, they could criminalize Trump. Now, he's a rapist, but he's not a rapist, but apparently assaulted, but there's no proof. The victim doesn't even know what year it happened. Supposedly he did this in the middle of the day while he's on lunch at Bergdorf Goodman, which is insipid, you know. And then, Alvin Bragg, he's he committed fraud, even though it was after the statute of limitations of any crime that possibly could have been committed. And as he turned down in the past and revived it just for political gain. And now with the DA of Georgia, who's just, words can't describe. So, did they overstep by having all these things that Trump is a criminal, a rapist, tax defrauder, an insurrectionist? You can't be all of these things, right?
The fact that they don't care about the optics, David. So what do you think of the fact, and I'm going to call this a fact, that so many people, including the likes of the district attorney in New York City or in Fulton County, Georgia, are so brazenly willing to go after Donald Trump and do so with impunity?
I think they're stupid.
And yet you have Republican attorney generals in other parts of the country that will not go after Democrats or someone like Hunter Biden for the real crimes that they committed in those
I think in
jurisdictions.
Fulton County, I think in Georgia, I think the DA is stupid. I think the people who work there are racist and stupid, and she has an inappropriate relationship with a gang member that she's prosecuting. These people are not the brightest tools in the shed, and it's kind of like Stacey Abrams. She's an imbecile, and so Jack Smith obviously has an axe to grind. Alvin Bragg doesn't prosecute 50% of the crimes in New York. Letitia James, the most corrupt attorney general in the history of New York State, if not the country. All of these people are flawed. They're flawed. This isn't like I graduated law school and I care about the law and I want to bring justice to America. This is all politically driven. But I think they messed up. I really do.
But you don't believe, David, that it's part of, that they are part of, that Alan Bragg, Fannie Willis, that they're part of a conspiracy?
Well, I think they're being used and exploited, and they think this is the, the DA in Georgia. I think this is like Judge Ito in the OJ trial. He was so enamored with the cameras and stuff like that. I mean, you're indicting two people. You're indicting Rudy Giuliani, the most important prosecutor in the history of the United States, the most honest prosecutor in the history of the United States. Cleaned up New York from stem to stern. Was there for 9/11, guiding New Yorkers out of a terrible time. Got the mafia out of the Fulton fish market, got them out of the sanitation industry in New York, got them out of the building trades in a way, by allowing people to operate freely without being extorted by the mob. Now he's a criminal all of a sudden. So, on one hand, I'm not hopeful. On the other hand, I am hopeful that this is going to backfire.
David, the playbook of accusing your opponent of doing exactly what you're doing. So they're accusing Trump now of conspiracy, as Charlie Kirk pointed out. Molly Ball wrote the article that appeared in Time magazine. There was really a conspiracy, right? And a plan that was put into action to make sure that Trump did not win the election in 2020, November 2020. The charges that Trump and these co-defendants now are part of a criminal enterprise, when there is a real criminal enterprise, the Biden crime family.
Well, look at the
syndicate,
timing,
right?
This latest indictment drops before two bombshells. They're tracing back $50 million. That Hunter Biden and Joe might have benefited from. It's always timing.
Yes.
It's always timing.
Yes.
And every indictment has come out as soon as revelations were released. So I think these things were set a long time ago in action, probably a couple of years, and they all met. And they're saying, these are the four things we're going to bring Trump down on. 400 years in prison, death penalty, I don't know, what are they saying? So, but do enough people see through it?
The whole thing with insurrection, it truly is an insurrection against we the people. So, one of the things, David, we'll close out is something that I thought this was very good. I'll just read this short excerpt from an article here from J.B. Shirk at American Thinker, one of my favorite writers. And let me just put my fingers on this here. So, I'll tell you what, can't find it. David, tell me what your closing thoughts are. Tonight we have the focus on the J6 political prisoners, their stories. Our own Joe the Box is going to be the host.
Yeah.
Folks, things that we have recorded from the previous days, you can go to our Rumble page, TAFMC, and you can see what we posted there. We also have live streaming going on, and David, it's Express Media?
Freedom Express Media.
Freedom Express Media. You can check that out, YouTube and Rumble, as well as Twitch, for live streaming of the events here for the J6 Truth and Justice Week. Friday night, we've got the next edition of the Great Sketch Comedy Show. That show tonight, hosted by the hilarious Michael Loftus.
Yeah.
But what are your closing thoughts?
Saturday morning on Real American Voice News, I have Tom Trento on, 8 a.m. Eastern. Go download the Real American Voice News app, or just go to americanvoice.news. Pluto, channel 470, Dish Network, channel 219, Samsung TV, channel 1029, or watch us on Apple or Roku. Look for Real America's Voice News. I have Tom Trento on, made a 10-part documentary about Tom Homan, former ICE director, who's incredible, and we have a relationship with him at the warehouse now in Border 911. We're bringing you a lot of great events coming up. And I just wanted to say also I'll have a couple of J6 people on for Saturday morning. I'm hoping to have Sarah Maccabee on. I'm recording my show later, along with David Summerall, an advocate, for J6 and documentary guy. So I just wanted to end with the latest polls. Trump keeps on climbing in the polls, and today is the Quinnipiac. Trump's up 39 points on DeSantis. Economist YouGov, Trump's up 39 points over DeSantis today. The New Hampshire Republican presidential primary poll, Emerson poll, Trump is up 40 over DeSantis. And Chris Christie passed Tim Scott, Mike Pence, and even Ron DeSantis in New Hampshire. So, there's a lot of libs up in New Hampshire too, but they're also Boston Pro 2A, and Trump won the primary with 86% of votes. So it's a split. 40% independent, 31% Democrat, 30% Republican. So it's mixed. They're a little granola crunchy, Ben and Jerry's, but then they're also like...
Yeah. Chris Christie, did he give up his
then they can be
job
very
as
conservative.
chief spokesperson and ambassador for the Golden Corral?
Oh, I thought you meant the Duck Donuts. That's right.
Chris Christie, what a POS he is.
But,
He's got no shot, Christie.
But
Zero.
there's more polls. On Monday, the INIT TIP poll, TIPP, Trump's had 45 points over Ron DeSantis. Ramaswamy is beating DeSantis in 2 polls, tied with him in another. And then the last week's Signal poll has Trump up 42, and Fairleigh Dickinson has Trump up 43 points. I'm expecting that to go up.
So what do you think when DeSantis came out and said that theories by Trump about the 2020 election being stolen were unsubstantiated? Did he help himself or hurt himself?
I think he's a jerk. On one hand he says, these indictments are wrong, but to come out and say there was no fraud in the 2020 election is just absurd. It's just absurd. And if he wants to join the mainstream media narrative, but everything's planned. Is he going after the independent vote? What is he doing? I thought that was a bad move by him. Because I have liked those. But yeah.
Yeah. So David, I didn't find it, but the gist of what I was going to read before was that that the founders gave the people 3 ways to protect themselves against the federal
Smith
government.
and Wesson, Ruger,
Right.
and the headphones.
So the First and Second Amendment, right? The free speech, and the media being part of that. Now the media is like a fourth estate. They're trying to censor our free speech, so they're taking that away. The Second Amendment, to be able to fight against tyranny, and they keep trying to take away our Second Amendment rights that are enshrined in the Constitution. And the third thing being the electoral process, right? And we know that there has been significant fraud and lots of concern about that.
About fraud, I thought DeSantis contradicted himself because he's saying you shouldn't indict him in Georgia, but then he's saying there's no election fraud. Well, which is it? Or he maybe just speaking out for free speech, but Trump didn't ask for anything undue, and it was a simple request to find fraud.
Right.
That's it.
This is all about the issue with the election fraud is all about the same thing here, right? We are trying to expose the truth here, folks. It's all about truth and justice. Truth and justice, we desperately need that to be able to remain free, and we need that in our elections. And the January 6th political prisoners that have been persecuted by the left, that are being persecuted, we need truth and justice for them as well. So folks, tune in tonight. We've got other things going on today, but tonight, 6 p.m., hosted by Joe the Box, we're putting the spotlight on the personal stories of the J6 political prisoners and their families.
Okay. We'll see you soon, everybody.
Thanks very much, folks. As always, stay strong in faith, be courageous, live free. God bless.
Do we have any numbers on our Rumble views for the last few days?
I can look.
Sorry about that, David.
No, you're good. That was good. I enjoyed listening to that.
So I wasn't really prepared.
There's lots of good information. Thank you. Just gonna leave it sit here for a minute. All right. Maybe we'll go outside. You guys want to go outside for a minute?
37 is 50. And then we never did, what's his name? We never put them on. So what is it under?
Yeah, let's go outside for a minute.
Okay, I'm sorry. Write it down. Yeah, let's write it down. So
Oh my.
yeah.
Hold on, guys.
Tomorrow at 2 o'clock, and then at 3 o'clock, we'll do more podcasts. We'll have to get some in. Yeah, I'll get something. I'll get something. Is it John? I didn't know you were John.
Oh my. All right, we're gonna go outside. All right, I'm gonna go outside.
I didn't know if I was supposed to tell them now or before, like, why you say, when you say your YouTube channel, like, I'm supposed to tell them, like, I didn't know. Like,
No.
anyone they like yell it out there, like, what's up?
Yeah, I think he thought we were on the same channel.
Yeah.
My cigarette.
That's what he said. He thought we were on the same channel.
I must have left.
But I have to end my screen for some reason. I don't know why I did it. I had Rumble going, and I did both.
Yeah.
For some reason.
All right, I'm gonna run outside. All right, guys. That was a good little segment. I don't know if you can actually find that channel. I tried finding that channel on Rumble, and I don't think I could find it. Anybody find it? Bots and creeps today? Yay. Figures. The America First podcast? I don't know. I can't find it. TAFMC. TAFMC. Sean's in there making sure he gets his. They just got it started, huh? So we need to get them some subs. Am I missing something? They only have... Where's all their people? That's the right one. So they need some followers, guys. See if you can get them to... Because that's some really good information right there. Let's see if I've got the right link here. Share. Copy link. Where's it at? Oh, you just posted it, didn't you? Yeah, you did. Since it's me posting it, then I will pin it. Pin message. Got it. Alright, thank you, Tammy. Yeah, so I need to go check on that other video. I'm not sure what the schedule is in here today exactly. It kind of changes every day a little bit. All the shows they have been recording are on, yeah, they're on that Rumble channel. We need to get them some subs. It looks like they need some followers over there. So maybe we can push that out. I don't know, I'm gonna check, but I don't think so. I think that's it. Isn't Mr. Pip the guy I just banned out of your chat? I was talking to the other guy that was here. You know who I'm talking about, Mr. Pip.
I have to re-end the whole screen. This one.
You had to end it?
I don't know, I had to rumble.
Somebody's playing a piano.
Huh?
Somebody's playing a piano.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I do now. The one guy is.
I want to see.
I was like, I know I did everything right early. For some reason, like Rumble and like, but
You might not have copied something right.
I did copy and paste.
Sometimes it don't work right. You get it?
Yeah.
Alright, we'll go in. I need to go get something to drink too. I think I got something to drink, didn't I? I don't know. Alright, so we're just here at the American First Warehouse. We got the J6 Truth and Justice Week going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about the other guy. He's just getting started.
No problems. And I didn't do this. So I should have asked. For some reason, he was tagged to
It's all good.
Yeah, I would have obviously blown it.
He just kind of tagged along.
Yeah.
something to drink. Got my book bag. Watching it work. We got the guy over here playing the piano. That's David's ear. That's pretty cool. Alright guys, I'm back. Oh, well, he was watching David. No. You just went over there.
Wow.
Let me go get him.
You want to get the video?
He was just hollering for you. Priscilla, hi Naomi, Shadow, Tammy Mundy, Tammy Green, Mr. Pip. What's up, buddy?
The guy is pretty good there.
Yeah, he's real good.
Yeah, I really put that. Yeah, you got the same thing you do too. They're singing too. No.
Oh, there he is. I see him sitting over there. I can't sing, guys. I don't know, Renee. I don't know. It's been a lot going on up here.
Maybe you can ask somebody in your screen if they might want to be in my
Yeah, you haven't had a lot of people in your chat?
only David. They've you say Pastor Steve. He's supposed to be, but I haven't seen him.
I would worry about it more when you start getting more viewers. 'Cause right now you can just get rid of it pretty quick yourself. If you can do it yourself, then it's better. Yes, we can enjoy the view of a piano. Free the J6ers.
Yeah, somebody did.
Thanks, Dana. So, what?
Somebody did not show they put January 8th.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Alright, so makehoneyGreatAgain.com. Use promo code FreeJ6ers, FREEJ6ERS. Don't forget, we do have the auction coming up Saturday at 2 o'clock. I've got to get a lot of items added on there. I'm sorry I haven't been able to get it out there for you guys to see. I will be putting out the video of, I'll say his name. Rocco, what was it? Frank Rocco Guccione. I'll be putting that video out here soon. I've got to go get my, I'll go get my computer so I can get that finished up for you. I should go do that now. I will be right back.
Gracious. Just go on.
I was very excited for a second. Great job, David. Thank you. You thought you had a tip jar out there, I would have gave you something.
I got more music in the car. I'll do it from that.
All right.
It works.
See, I got the national sparkling. Where's good stuff? Good stuff. This is good. Makes it fun.
Are you nuts, dude? He's got the spoon. Come on. You don't have no black hands, no Roman candles. I got Whisker biscuits, honky lighters, Whisker doos, Whisker doos, cherry bombs, nips and daisies, with or without a skeeter stick, or one single whistling kitty chaser.
This is off of the M5 News website, and what you're looking at is Gary McBride's going to explain some of it as we continue. Actually, you can see it down there too, Gary. You know, I don't know much about the things that happened, but I do know that there was a time when this police officer, his name is Fanone. I don't even know. Is it Capitol Police, Gary? Who's Fanone? Metropolitan Police Department, the part of the city of District of Columbia, Metropolitan Police, MPD, just like it would be NYPD, you know, in New York City. So he's a street cop. I just know that this guy is a liar. And I really want Gary to pinpoint the moments where you see, because I know that Kyle Young and his wife Andrea is here, and his mom is here tonight. Kyle Young stopped Fanone from killing people. Kyle Young is a hero, but he's in jail, locked up. And I think this is very important, Gary McBride. And the one thing that I really want to get out of this whole week, I don't even care. I want to see that moment and hear that moment with Kyle Young. And that's an important thing. So how do I get it? Just share it.
I'm trying to.
What other videos you got over there for M5 News? What's this one?
Kyle Fitzsimmons.
Kyle Fitzsimmons? Let it crank. Gary, come on up and sit next to me and start explaining stuff. Are you filming this right now too?
I'm not.
Press record. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Where's Valentine?
I've been practicing that. Valentine, are you rocking and rolling? Are we live? How about my man Sean? Sean, we all set up? Get that man a donut. Slide over a little. Well, actually, you can see right there what's going down, Gary. And we're going to share this microphone tonight for people to see, and I'm hoping that if it records, we can hear us through the sound. But it almost doesn't matter to me. Is there anything particular he should be jumping out at, Gary?
I mean, just that video is playing.
If you go back to that M5 website, are we setting up the, oh, no, what else I see, my friend, is the lights.
Oh,
That's what the issue is. That's why it looks so dark. But I don't want to turn every light on.
okay.
Yesterday was so bright, we were getting a suntan.
Sir.
I just want just enough lighting to see the beautiful highlights on Gary McBride's hair. Because he did a nice job with his highlights through Crystal, the Patriots, right? Too much. Slope aside. Lock it down. Knock it down if you can. Can you hear me, Danny? Danny, man?
Yes, sir. What's up?
Knock that light down, or only give me like 2 of them, if that's possible. I'm getting a sunburn here, and the doctor asked me to stay away from the sun. A little brighter. Little brighter. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Is it that what it is? It's the nuclear or nothing or what?
Nuclear or nothing.
How about you kill a couple of them? Can you turn 5, 7, and 9 off? I know it's new for you, Daniel. You got the spotlight on the front too. You want to just use one light? The spotlight would be fine. Spotlight is off. That's just stage lights. Dim that just a bit. Dim the stage lights just a bit. I'll take a water too, Gary, please. That went up. Looking good. You're making a little yellow. Whoa, right there. Stop. Freeze. What do you think? Can you see me there, Matt, Margie? Are we okay on the screens?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have other house lights on? Can we kill the house lights in the back too? All right. And I think what we're going to do here is what I really wanted to do, Gary, since you came in here a couple weeks back, is I like to take these videos that you have and I want to stop and play. So, Mr. Producer.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, those switches right there, you can hit one of them. It wasn't for you so much as to Matt. Perfect. Now what I want to do is I'm going to grab one of the videos from the M5 News and we're going to try and stop and go type of thing, okay?
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of, I didn't waste any time watching January 6th. Did anybody waste their time watching January 6th? Raise their hand. The sham trials I'm talking about. Sarah, you did, right? You just had to sit through that garbage. I like the fact that there's somebody did it for me. You know what I mean? I don't really have the time. But Gary McBride, who takes a lot of heat and a lot of punches. Yo. You want to try and do that? Yeah, don't let that. We'll use this one.
Oh, okay, because that we.
Can you do it without the buzz and we can record it? That would be great.
The problem is it won't pick up. It'll pick up the sound of the mic, but it won't go directly.
Will it record with us speaking? Can it pick us up this way?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, but these mics will be better because they're directly connected to the.
So, okay, want to try those mics then?
Yeah.
Let's try it again. I don't want to go through the Cowboy Logic problem that we had. Okay. Might as well test it before we take off. Sarah Maccabee is here. She's a real hero too. Her husband is one of the poster child of the J6. He's a classic American citizen that loved the country. And dropped out. That's all right. Sarah's going to be on Breaking Point this weekend, right? She's going to go with the great David
Just use
Zero.
those, it'll be easier.
We're gonna have to work with this?
Yeah.
All right, let's get the videos on. At least we'll educate Marge and Matt. They need to learn some more.
So this is Kyle Fitzsimmons. It's 4 minutes and 38 seconds.
Yes, you do. I can hear you out there too. Boom, 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 boom. You have to have. That was like a real domestic terrorism. That's me, man. I got a great helmet too, Sarah. I'll show it to you. It comes down. I put a red, white, blue face mask on. This is M5 News. Can we get the sound for the video? You want sound on the video? Victoria White ripped away from freedom when trying to escape the tunnel after being savagely beaten. Now, you got a circle over there in that red. Who is that? Kyle Fitzsimmons.
Okay, so this video, what it was prepared for is I was listening to Kyle Fitzsimmons' trial in D.C. This is when I was still in Texas. And while I was listening to it, I was hearing the videos that they were playing. It was the same video, and it made me think that why aren't they showing another video of that? So it's this video here that what it's going to show is what I sent to Natasha Taylor Smith was a court-appointed attorney for Kyle Fitzsimmons. And it was Thursday, it was the day before their closing arguments, so it was Thursday. And I sent the videos. I finally got a hold of her investigator, was able to send her the videos. She submitted them to evidence that next day and played a little bit. The judge made comments about where these videos came from, who sent them, blah, blah, blah. And he's allowed her to submit it into evidence. Then he says that he'd be back because it was a bench trial. So there was no jury. So he said he'd come back with his verdict in 2 weeks. Well, it took him 7 weeks to come back. And Sergeant Goodell, who is a Capitol police officer, took the stand for his witness impact statement. Throughout it all of them lied. And in this video, you'll see some manipulation in the video where they make it look like Kyle Fitzsimmons has a hold of the shield, but it's a black sleeve. Then the red, that's Victoria White. She was trying to get out, and a cop grabs her by the back of the hair, back collar, and pulls her back in. She already got beat over 30 seconds. This is a body camera footage off of a police officer.
Do we know which cop?
That's Officer Goodell holding his shield right there, and it'll stop and pause because I explained it. See the guys? It's hard to see, but there's guys on the ground in front. There are protesters on their knees grabbing shields. He said the pain level was a 10. So see the second time a white sleeve. Just keep on short 6 times. But see all the pepper spray coming down? That's that cop standing right there.
Right, I see that.
All he's doing is spraying.
Looks like rain or mist or something coming down. Is this the guy that
Okay, here we go. See, watch. See this white sleeve? It just turned white. It was black. So when I sent this to his attorney in I was blessed to get a hold of their investigator. That couldn't happen any better. That guy's getting beaten in the corner. There's another video for that. But what I want to explain is they didn't allow this to be submitted into court. Or they did submit it, but they didn't have time because I got it to them late because, I mean, you don't know what's going on. These guys don't, in their discovery, they don't know what they have in discovery. And they're holding back exculpatory evidence. And this is exculpatory evidence that was withheld from Kyle. And so, he should be released. He shouldn't be sitting in prison. Sarah, did he go? He was sent today, or yesterday, wasn't he? Huh? Yesterday? Monday. So Monday he was sent to prison to serve his term. But Goodell, he touts himself as an immigrant hero who's more American than any American, basically, the way he puts it with everybody. And he is I won't cuss, but he's the biggest wuss of all that day. And there's footage of it that shows him trying not to get anywhere. He's backing away. He doesn't do anything, but he touts himself as a hero. As a matter of fact, he's the one that tore the cords out of the defibrillator for Roseanne when they were trying to save her life. And that's where his sleeves are changing colors. That's not Fitzsimmons. That's not, see, because it's manipulated. And they're saying that's Fitzsimmons. It's not Fitzsimmons. That's another guy. Yeah, now there's Fitzsimmons' sleeve. He's got a hold of the strap. See the strap right there? Now, what's important about this is that this whole time he said that Kyle pulled his shield and hurt his arm, had surgery on his arm. Now look, that cop has the shield. Kyle Fitzsimons has the strap on Ganell. So on the stand, the attorney for Kyle Fitzsimons says, you've said this whole time, and the prosecutor said, had a hold of the shield, and doesn't have a hold of your shield. What does he have a hold of? It looks like a strap, and he goes, well, it's a strap, whatever it is. So he changed it on the stand, and he's been saying this whole time it was the shield. Yet these guys are allowed to give these witness impact statements and lie, and these guys are getting heavy sentences.
Are these J6ers, are they able to defeat
Real quick, this right here, Ganell said right there at that point, he's trying to save another officer. He steps over the officer that's on the ground.
what's happening there?
You know, I know for a fact that these cops were up on the stand, and I know that they lied for a fact. The one guy that slams his hand on the desk for known, and that one really bothers me, something fierce. And Andrea Young is here with her mom. They travel from Ohio, and we're going to get her up here to talk to her a little bit when we get some of these technicalities out of the way. But he was there trying to, and I really don't know how to get to that, Gary, but I know you have it. And when I understand, I feel this guy Bird that murdered Ashley Babbitt, this cop, I think he was trigger ready. I think he was informed. If there's anything that happens, anything, pull out and shoot. I think that order was given to a few guys, and Fanone was one of them. Fanone in the crowd trying to pull out his gun, and Kyle Young is saying, don't you dare, don't you dare, right? Holding his hand.
You know, if you carry, I used to carry them in Texas anymore. But when you go to grab your gun, you do this because you lean like this. So it shows him leaning, shows his hand on his gun, and that's when they say grab his gun because he's trying to pull it out. And then there's another old man that it shows, I won't say old man, graybeard is what they call him, and he has a hold of his wrist, keeping him from pulling his gun out. And somebody says grab his gun, and that's when you see Kyle Young come in to try to keep him from grabbing his gun. And that's why I say Kyle Young is the hero, not Fanone. Kyle Young's the hero, and he saved people from being killed by Fanone that day. Because there's a lot more to Fanone that's coming out, and this is just the start. We're going to come out with everything on Fanone.
Well, I know me, and I know almost everybody that I come across and talk to, really when is it going to come out? I mean, we sat through this whole time. I didn't watch any of it. I asked you everybody before. But we had to listen to their made-up story. They fed us lie after lie after lie, and they all backed up behind it. These people, these cops. You know, where are these cops? I mean, and there's some of them, this guy's got a job at CNN. What the hell is that about?
He lost his accent.
Well, I'm getting a new one right now. And it's a Texas accent. And I feel like kicking some Texas ass. You know, we're the most peaceful people there are. We got to work every day. We can't just run down to, to Washington, D.C. and rally, even though President Trump asked us to. In my humble opinion, the fact is that it was the largest gathering of protest in the history of the country. And we went in there to protest peacefully and let Mike Pence, backstabbing Mike Pence that he is, to give him a chance to send the electoral colleges back. That's what we wanted to do. And it shouldn't have been done. But it didn't happen because our government manipulated us with PSYOP, with war games, with lies, with the state-run media, and they really cornered our great President Donald Trump. And now they're arresting him. And that's what it is. It really is about us. Right, Trump is famous. They're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and it's so true. We see it, everybody in here sees it, but the thing is for us to try and get it to the people that are outside, right? Can we put on another one of Gary's video? I want to see some real, something that blows our mind a little bit, because I know we got a lot of it. Can you explain?
Okay, how long is it?
This one is 3 minutes 15 seconds.
Okay, cool. This is Officer Sitnick. So with Officer Sitnick, they first said he got hit in the head with a fire extinguisher. And they also said that was Fanone also. But
They can't get this story straight.
No, they changed them. And always, so the truth never changes. It's one story at the end. The lies are always switching from one story to another. That's Sitnik, he just got sprayed in the blue, okay? And the yellow that I'm pointing at with the arrow, that's the cop I'm talking about. I'm showing the boxes, the flags, how high the wind was blowing. There's 30 plus mile an hour winds that day. So see the direction it's blowing? Now see how close they show with the red arrow? That's Kahar. That's not how close he is. And there's other footage on the other side. He's further back. But a cop, that's a woman, that woman, she actually got sprayed. So now watch the spray. Now I want you to see the direction. I'm circling. Now watch see how it's spraying? It's all over. The cops just sprayed their own people. That's what happened all day. And it's the wind's taking it and carrying it. So see it on the ground? And it's being sprayed this way. The wind's carrying it off. Now see the guy with the can that just had, that was him that had it. I can't remember, this video put out a year and a half ago. I'm trying to remember that. I want to see if it shows. Okay, here we go. So the red arrow was Kahar. Remember how close he was? And that's the guy showing the white shirt or sprayed. He did not spray.
What are they saying?
Sitnik.
Who's you?
That's Sitnik with the blue arrow.
Who else?
He gets sprayed. Watch. That's Bagshaw spraying. He did not spray. And that stick coming up at Paul Riley, that's Paul Riley's baton that he likes to use. It does not hit Sitnik, and it looks like it does. Sitnik gets sprayed right there by another cop, accidentally, by that old man charging him. See that old man out there coming across? Well, it's the green arrow, just so he comes in. So the other video that we showed before, this shows it where he's getting sprayed by the other cop. I think it'll come back. Let's see across this. Search. And he's Sitnik's family is suing Kahar for $10 million. The gentleman that sprayed. Now see, watch the spray. See the spray can? The old man charging, he sprays Sitnik. Sitnik, see his knee to the left on the screen, bottom left? It's very quick, but the old man hits the can, he actually sprays Sitnik. So it's just, yeah. So, but Kahar, but Kahar is being sued by the Sitnik family for $10 million. And then they want to keep these stories. How long is it?
Which one are we talking about?
That one right there where you're at with the bombs in the head.
This one is 10 minutes long.
Are we rolling right now?
Yeah, we are.
Gary's got some ideas for a little bit later on what we're going to do to really pinpoint things. I got Sarah and David Summerall hopefully going to go do that breaking point. Then when you come back for tonight, we'd like to have you up here. We'll be a little more organized. Hopefully we'll get our things together. But we are filming right now, and I did see Andrea Young. Would you mind coming up with me for a little bit? We spoke yesterday. I'd like to speak with you a little bit more if you're so kind. Andrea Young is Kyle Young's wife, and the mom, right around this girl over here on this side. The mom, American Patriot, a lover of the country, and her husband went to D.C. with, I don't know, how many people actually went down to D.C.? Did anybody ever figure that out?
I don't know. They lie about it, so it doesn't.
Well, I've been into D.C. many times, and in Washington, D.C., they have the mall is what they call it, and each section of the water or each section of the blocks that they have is supposed to hold up to 1 million people. So I know this because many years ago they had the Million Man March. Anybody remember that? It was the Million Man March. Not that I went down there, and I think only 3 people missed work that day. Come on, Gary. Come on, Gary. All right. Forget about that. Let's stay focused on January 6th. I think that Kyle Young is a hero, okay? And that's what I believe. And I think tonight when Gary kind of tunes in a little bit and fine tunes on things. That he went there because he loved the country, right? Tell us why you went, and why didn't you go?
Kyle went. He wanted to be heard. He wanted his voice to be heard. You know, COVID, all the COVID lockdowns, our country is just going in the wrong direction. There's no way Joe Biden won. I'm so sorry. Not sorry. You know, he just wanted to be heard. And I didn't go because we had a baby at home that I couldn't leave. Otherwise, I would have been there. Maybe I could have prevented him from partaking and going up there. Maybe not. You know, you don't know until you're there. And the emotion Kyle said that was in the crowd was desperation. It was, this is our chance to save our country. They've got to hear us. They've got to listen to us. And he even said that people were telling him, even when Trump was speaking, that they're letting people come into the Capitol. That was going around the crowd. And he was like, oh, okay. So, you know, people started heading towards the Capitol because they were told before Trump even said to go down to the Capitol, you're letting us in. And this was what it became.
Well, I think it's great because there's not anybody that didn't feel the way we all did, the whole country did over there. And I think it was the greatest rally, peaceful rally that there ever was to organize against one, you know, for one man that was really for us, we the people. And then what they did, it's just, I mean, you look back at it now and you think, but I feel foolish for falling into it. I feel like they had this big bear trap or something like that, and you know they put a big banana on there. I'm a bear. I don't even know why I like bananas, but I grabbed a banana and fell into the bear hole. I feel like we all were like that. We were taken and shocked, because I am shocked. And I remember the first moment. I know Mickey's not here right now, but I heard there were shots in the Capitol, and that's when we were like, wow, what is going on? What do you mean shots in the Capitol? And they pretended right away that it was something that we did.
Yeah, so in the event of how my husband got engaged over by Michael Fanone, he wasn't anywhere near it, and he heard people saying, he's going to shoot us, he's going to shoot us. And my husband being my husband was like, oh no, I can't let that happen. And he flies through the crowd, and I don't even know how we got over there so quickly, but he did. And Fanone was trying to pull his gun, and Kyle, you know, there was a lot of people to get through, and he made a 3-second connection with his wrist. And that's the end of the story. He is serving 86 months. Yeah, it's a travesty.
It's disgraceful. And honestly, I believe I probably would have reacted the same way. I feel like, although sometimes you want to believe in your heart that you would, when you're in a desperate situation, when you're in a tragic situation, how are you going to react? You know, are you going to jump in and get involved? And I always feel like I would be. And then sometimes I wonder, you know, how would it actually be? So you don't know until that moment in time comes. But I believe that many people there were there for beautiful things. I'm disgusted when I see these flash bombs being thrown out into the crowd. I'm disgusted when I see these cops spraying it. Does anybody know who the little chubby girl that was opening up the doors? She waved. I mean, my friend Bill Kelly, Greg Kelly has this, and he brings it up all the time. And I asked Gary if we can find out. In the very beginning, the first breach, this police officer, this woman, I know she was a woman. I mean, at least that's my guess. You're a woman. It's a guess that I'm taking. I'm pretty confident that she was a woman too. And she was open. She pulled the gates back and waved people in. Has anybody seen that video? So we don't know who that woman is. Now, were these cops told or paid for? Were they aware? Do you think these cops were actually aware what they were doing?
No, I think they were set up.
Do you think the cops like Fanone was set up?
Not him. No, I mean, there were cops that were set up, and I think he self-deployed himself. He wasn't there. He had no intention of being there, and he self-deployed. And then he went to the front of the line.
What does that mean, self-deployed?
He wasn't on duty. He wasn't working. He heard, oh, there's something going on in Campbell. I'm going.
Oh, that was his story? I think I remember some of this. He was home, right, watching TV or something like that. So he sees it, he's got to go, how he's going to be a hero. There were a lot of heroes in 9/11 that did that, by the way. A lot of people that were off and weren't around. They came in from Brooklyn. This is where the tunnels and towers came from. There are many heroes in this country. What a great country we have. And there are so many heroes. Now you know who the heroes are? Right here, Andrea Young. Sarah Maccabee. These people are here right now. They're out of their house. They're traveling around. They're trying to bring the truth out for us, and they blessed me for coming here. So I'm really grateful that you are here. So with all of that time, the time that your husband is in now, does that go towards his time served?
Yeah, so his actual release date isn't until 6/19 of 2027, and he's been gone since April of 2021, and we went almost 2 years without seeing him in person. You know, my son was 15 months, our youngest son, and he is 3 now, and he has seen him 3 or 4 times, and thank God he remembered who he was, because I show him pictures every night. And, you know, let him kiss the phone, and my daughter, she needs her dad.
Every daughter needs their dad. Every son needs their dad. Every wife needs their husband. It is so sad, Andrea. Damn. God bless you. I love you. I want to help you. I want to help all of the J6s. I heard something a little earlier that kind of got me a little concerned, because I have such a tremendous love for Donald Trump. And I like to believe that he does no wrong. But I was talking to somebody, and I don't remember who it was. Might have been you, Gary. I spent a lot of time with you lately. And then why didn't Donald Trump pardon people between the 6th and the 20th? Were you telling me that?
You know, my opinion is, how can you pardon somebody who don't have their name yet? He didn't even probably know what the heck just happened. He was set up. It was...
I wish I would have had you next to me when they said that, because, you know, every time I hear that Trump is wrong, for some reason it comes out that he's right. So for a second that I thought he might have been wrong, I should have known better. Because you're right, it was a setup for everybody. I do have some friends out there. If anybody has a question for Andrea, or anything we can do to help Andrea and her family, right? I mean, is it a good so go, that kind of stuff? Okay. I would like to, Dan, on our website, make sure that we have a picture of Kyle on there and his little website underneath on where we can go for people on the America First Warehouse. And we're going to do that for everybody that comes through. I like the links. You can't communicate anymore. The state-run media is not going to explain anything to us. They would never go through this video and show us. So what we're doing, I mean, it's a small crowd here right now. We'll pick up some people tonight. There's no doubt in my mind the last 2 nights were phenomenal. So we're going to take these little 30-second, 45-second, minute, 2 minutes, whatever they are, and share them on the different social media sites. Some of us shut us down and shadow banned us, I believe. But even if it's a 15-minute hit and we go out on the internet and we share. So when you're sitting and watching, or you happen to turn your phone on and you see that, you know, here's a little clip from Andrea Young in the America First Warehouse, save it, share it, send it, you know, comment on it. And that's how we get the truth out for us. Because they will lie to us every day from here on in. I'm pretty guaranteed that one. What's your children's names?
We have 4 children. Our oldest son is Cole. We have another son, he's 15. His name is Kalen. We have a daughter named Paige, and she's 10. And our youngest is Jack, and he's 3.
My goodness gracious, my oldest is Cole, my youngest is Jack. Yeah. I got a Brett and they got Joseph in the middle. But, all right, so you are from, I passed you on the line. I was following her on the way out of the parking lot, and I'm from New York. I would have been home already in bed. I was stuck behind these Iowa plates. And as I came up to the traffic light, I knew who it was, and I said hello. And she said, I'm sorry, you're driving slow. So, does everybody drive slow in Iowa?
We're not ever in a hurry. It's not hustle and bustle there. We're farm town people, small town people. Yes, we have a city. Yeah, you know, it can be a little hustly there, but no, not really.
What is the Des Moines? What's the largest city in Iowa?
Well, the capital is Des Moines. I think it might be. It's close.
Albany's our capital, and Manhattan's got the most. That's for sure. Is Des Moines a red or a blue?
It's blue.
Blue means the other guys, right? I like boys blue, but I don't like the blue color in politics at all. So is it the same type of thing? Are they cheating and lying and cheating and everything else?
I don't think it's as bad as in Iowa. I mean, the rural counties and little towns really pull Iowa through. So I mean, in the end, we are a red state.
Did the Iowa carry Donald Trump?
We sure did. Yep.
Okay, well that's good. We didn't carry it here in New York. We got such a corrupt system in here. We got 338,000 more votes than registered voters. All right, but that doesn't seem to bother too many people. It bothers me a lot. All right, a couple more questions on Iowa. And if certainly anybody has a question, you can come up here and take my chair. Matt, I know you'd like to. America First Realtor, what a great job he does. All right, so Iowa, Field of Dreams.
It's a real thing.
Is it in Iowa?
It's in Iowa, yeah.
Is it all cornfields in Iowa?
There's a lot of cornfields and a lot of soybeans.
Are there any soybeans take over corn, right? Some people, if they don't do corn, they do soy?
Well, they swap every other year. They usually, or they plant corn, they'll do the soybeans, and vice versa. It helps things grow better.
Have you worked on a farm?
I lived on a farm, but no, I didn't do any work. We rented.
Have you ever milked a bull? You can't. All right, that's why that's kind of funny. You cannot milk a bull, and you cannot milk a male cat either, right? Now, I went to Slippery Rock University, that's in the Pennsylvania-Ohio borderline. I went there for 1 year, and we went out to the field, and we went cow tipping. Do they do that in Iowa?
They do.
Now, I think what happens with a cow, it sleeps and locks its legs, right?
They sure do.
And it's like running into a brick wall. I don't really recommend it when you're 128 pounds at the time.
Yeah, I've heard some stories. I've never been, no, but yeah.
So Iowa to me is farm country. It's the small town that Aldine sings the songs about. I can't imagine that there's one Democrat in the state. It upsets me that there is any at all. But these big cities is where it's at, and that's where they're lying and cheating. They're really, and they're brainwashing these crazy people.
Oh yeah.
Did you ever go to a Trump rally?
I tried to go to the last one in Iowa, and it got canceled because of weather.
Right, I remember that one. We always show them, we try and put every president rally up here on the big screen and share it with people. Will you come back?
Absolutely.
I gotta tell you, I fell in love with Andrea when I see her come in, and it just breaks my heart, the life that she's living, but she's gonna take God's advice and God's word, and she's gonna keep fighting for us. She's going to come out often. We're going to share any information we get with Kyle. And the only way I believe they're going to come out of there is if we take back the White House and Donald Trump does get in there. And it won't take him long to get a few names and start clearing out those jails. And when you get out, you have every right to civilly sue that government for what they've done so illegal to them. And I hope that it comes back and you get the most beautiful things that you want in life and get out of life, and your children have everything that they need. Because what they did to you is a sin and a shame, and they should be punished for it. God bless you, Andrea. I love you. Isn't she great? Anybody got a question? We're going to clock out. Thank you very much, Mr. Producer. Thank you, everybody. About 5 minutes, we're going to film another little segment. Can we get the sound on this?
Yeah,
These guys are rock and roll, man. I love his stuff. Kid Rock, you know him, right, Sarah? I'll bet. Mike Loftus is here. He is a funny guy from Ohio, another forgotten city by the Joe Biden family, right? They don't care about Ohio. Mike Loftus is a comedian. He does That Show Tonight here, which is a wonderful comedian not for communist people. No communists are allowed to watch. And they do these skits, and Friday night they're going to do one. It's Friday night, but they're going to be in it. They're rehearsing in another area. They do sketch comedy. It's like Saturday Night Live. with the band up there, and then they come back over here. It's pretty fun on this Friday night. Once a month they do it. We're going to try and produce a lot of truthful information out of the America First Warehouse with the Real America Voice and some other great things, the David Sear, the book signings. Tonight we got some great things happening. Mickey Whitoff is here with Nicole Reffett and Sarah Maccabee, and you already know my friend Andrea. Hamburgers outside. Anything you guys want up here, help yourself. Give us a couple minutes.
So you're going to want to set record well beforehand. So don't understand why they always do. You said better than ever, telling you it's not wrong. What is plugged in? It says something's currently on. Wait. I don't get that. It says school. But we need this public. Because you're not going to hear the audio of the videos.
Alright guys, so I was just over talking to Tom Ubeam from the Rumble channel. He's one of the viewers that has been on here. He's here to visit. So I wanted to go at least introduce myself and make him feel at home here. So he is here, and if we can get him to talk to us here in a little while, we will. He's a little nervous about the live stream. So we'll see what we can do here.
Right here, yeah, it would be just like how you just did.
Right, but you're still picking up the sound.
Yes. But I have fun with this. It's still a little piece. I just can't play it.
What, buddy?
Did you bring your shirt today?
Yes.
Okay. Sunday?
Is Frank here?
Yeah, Mama's Dick here. I don't listen.
This one's for Frank to sign, so this is...
Yeah, I don't like fingers.
You what?
I said, I don't know a lot of your, more than I do.
I just put it on the table over there.
Like, the second that you guys have done with that, I just started computer. Then I was able to make it. I have to go. I have to go. My sister's asking me to go.
Keep moving the furniture around everywhere. I was looking for that little round table with a glass on it.
Who is?
I was looking for it.
Yeah, I don't know what's in now.
I don't either. Sorry. It's okay. Good. How's it going, Freedom of Scooter? Hi, Dale. Billy. I did have a piece of pizza earlier. I'm starting to get a little hungry though. I'm not sure exactly what time the next little set is going to be.
There's two there.
When's the next set?
I don't know. I think it's 5 o'clock at least.
5 o'clock. What time is it?
It's not 5. There's one over there.
It's,
two there.
It's 4:30 now, so you might be right.
And there's two there, so one to eat.
Yes, I will go get something to eat. I don't see any reason to shut the stream down, so I'm not going to do that, but maybe we'll edit it down later.
Christian, can you hear me? Tony, can you hear me? Can you hear me? You can hear me now. Now it's pretty good. Yo, yo. Can you hear me now? Let's see. Oh, there we go.
I will have the Frank interview uploaded here shortly. I'm getting it finished up. I've got it edited. I'm exporting it so that I can upload it to the other channels.
At 5 o'clock, maybe I should shut them off. I'm going to bring losses in.
What time are we looking to be ready at? What time do you want to get?
About 5 o'clock. Okay. In about 20 minutes. Yeah.
Yep, about 5 o'clock, guys.
We're going to talk to each other a little bit about
What you got?
And then I'm going to give Mike
Donut.
myself stand up, and we might go to one video.
All right.
About that show tonight.
I'm going to step outside for just a moment. Thank you.
Are those mics?
that's what my team was doing. In this breaking point, I had Travis Williams in there. He was hilarious. That was a good one. He put a third goal.
Pretty much. One drive.
Yeah, that might be a good idea.
Yeah.
Just throw something extra. I could probably just.
I floated the balloon by Donnie, but yeah, no problem. Let me know. We'll talk about it tonight. But I think it'll help. I'm also wondering, he's going to get today is the liberation of hip hop. It's like, should it be that kind of music? Or should it be like classic music? I don't want to overthink it and make a bunch of extra work. It almost seems like it should be like Fellowship of the Ring.
Yeah, like Shining or something.
Yeah. Or a sound like not very free version.
Yeah.
And then it hits it good. So we'll discuss. We'll get the
But I think that's good enough to show.
oh yeah.
It's just more like
Yeah, I said it. Yeah, so tonight we get, there is going to be a thing where we do, like, Jason's going to be on a Senate committee here. He's going to be asking me questions. We get all this stuff at once. I'm going to get my stuff. And there's a train sequence. That's the thing.
Alright, I'm back. Did you guys miss me? Hi Dev. And I bought Priscilla Victor, Emmy Mundy, Dana. You guys haven't said a whole lot. Alright, well, we'll be getting back going again at 5 o'clock, so we still got about 20 minutes yet. See how my video's doing here. What? Is there? Where?
there.
Yes, I ate a little bit. Alright, there's the video is done. Saving. Alright, let's see. Now we will go put it. Video.
nice if we had a screen over by like where We the People was, you know, closer to the stage. So we would go, here's a clip. We can, you and me are on stage. Or, yeah, we play it here, yeah. I think so. I don't know if that had the clips on it, but that would be great. Yes.
Working on the computer here for a moment, guys. See this good in the body.
And then we have enough slice of life.
Undo. Cancel.
Yeah. Yeah. There's some
Basically what happened.
yeah. Yeah. We got it. Think about this. Yeah. That'd be a real yeah, you could. Someday. He's really good. Just give it a month. Like my ladies.
So is it a phone call or is it a business meeting?
It's a business meeting. And you can
Alright, I'm working on it, guys. I'll have your video downloaded here shortly for Frank Castino, which means justice. So I will let you know when those are uploaded. Just 1 second. Thumbnail, upload thumbnail.
This was another one of my crazy airlock ideas, and I call this the bomb burst in the air, because I said that's the big burst up. And we moved a bunch of shit out your ship. I had my tail. So there you go. So I have it.
this year. I got all the fighters and stuff. And this is 1776 again. It's the top that I made for this one. And you know, my wife made this. This right here was the first transgender woman Marine. She came in as a woman. Now she's a badass Marine. She's still a woman, because you can't change that.
Regardless if you want to.
But no matter what, you can't change that. But she did transgender. Why isn't this lit up? This lights up nice. What are you doing there, Sean? Come on, Sean.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna light this up so I can show Sarah. This table's my wife's. She
It is awesome.
She's into neat, clean, and classy, right? Yes. So this was a flag we found, 48 stars. It was donated from one of my friends, and underneath are the 3 founding documents that our country is based on. Many people don't know: the Constitution, Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence. So here's what we do: we set this up upstairs. I put
See it.
4 days after
Yep.
So upstairs has it, and closed off areas. All the closed off things.
No. Alright, that video is uploading to Rumble and YouTube. So when that is done, you guys can share that out. As you can see, Mickey and Nicole are both here, and Sarah. I'm sure we'll be seeing David Summerall and some others here sometime. Tom Ubeam is talking to Ryan Young, or is that Ryan Young? Ryan Young. Yeah, I think so. Ryan Young's mom. Videos are uploading, guys. Videos are uploading. So, we need to celebrate something. Looks like as of yesterday, we did finally get over that hump of the 2,000 subscribers on YouTube. So that's awesome.
Oh, you don't have to. Would you be able to take like only videos like that and cut 2 pieces out of it? I can't. Shit.
Your Rumble?
Yeah, on the Rumble page. One of the videos.
In 5 minutes?
Yeah. I have to go to Vegas. Everything else from.
Good. I've been working on breaking up some files.
Do we know how to use the podcast table to record?
Do we know how?
Those my glasses?
Those are mine.
Fucker.
I don't know, do we?
Let me see.
Joe, your live stream. Oh, is that you?
Yeah, no.
Oh, you go. These are good. Just a couple. Because these are my let's see.
I got the screen recorder right there.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Let's see. Oh, no, it's called the J6. It's right there. This one right here, so.
Harry.
Yes, ma'am?
He said it's fine. Can we switch the white couch out? I'm going to set up my cameras.
We
If you
can,
guys
yeah,
come up
we'll-
with one of the chairs.
We'll get it moving. I gotta get this real quick.
Okay.
Hey,
I just
which
wanna set the
one?
camera.
Just come in real quick. It's all good.
The one that we had the other night.
That white one right there?
Yeah, whatever the one was, it looked better.
Did you already talk to
it?
her?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's. I'll move it real quick.
We need to move a chair off there.
We'll get it, Karen. You got time. Yeah, this is it right here. I want to play.
Hey, Valentine.
Yes.
Can you set up the live stream over here? I'm going to interview you. Bring your live stream over.
Okay. 5,
4, 3, 2.
If we could get this going around, we could do a Loftus up there for a few minutes.
Let's do that.
You ready for that, Loftus?
I was born ready.
All right, well, I was trying to get this thing going.
He doesn't know what to click.
All right, we're going back up front.
All right.
We're going to get you, Valentine. Are you filming now?
Yeah.
We're going to get you. We're going to get you, Valentine. We're going to get you.
We're going to get me. I'm in New York, guys, just in case I disappear.
She wants to watch you.
Just in case I disappear. Long Island, New York. They're gonna get me. I don't know what that means. No, you didn't miss. You didn't miss me. She's here. She's just standing. She's standing right over there, talking to Sarah. I don't know what you're talking about, Eric. D. You guys hear me okay? There, how's that? You got that, Gary?
Back on.
We're back there now? One way or another. We're going to get this done one way or another. You just got me walking back and forth.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Thank you. We rocking and rolling over there?
Yeah, we're walking.
Showing, rocking and rolling? Yeah.
We're,
all right.
What am I looking at here?
They're live streaming while we're streaming. You want to record? Not yet. I'll tell you when. We got to test something?
We could. I really afterwards.
So it's going to record, right? You just said David, come on over here. You're talking to the side of the mic. You don't have to get on top of the mic. I want to see your beautiful face over there. Okay? And this is your microphone for me, and you got yours on as well.
Yep, we're good to go.
All right. And we're going to record in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hey, everybody. It's me, Joe the Box. I'm here at the America First Warehouse. We got a great event going on tonight for the J6ers, right? We want the truth, okay? And next to me is a gentleman. His name is David Valentine. David Valentine operates Freedom Express, which is a live stream. David has been, I met David in J6 Freedom Corner, right, David?
Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit about how did you get to J6 and what are you doing, man?
So basically, I was in DC already doing some live streaming, some events that were going on with, actually, we protested at the National Mall for 34 days, and I wasn't ready to leave DC.
You were protesting for what, though, David?
We want our constitutional republic back, to restore to the way it was intended to be when our founding fathers created the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. We just want it restored. So basically, I found out that Mickey was down by the jail doing a vigil.
Mickey Whitoff is his mom. Whitoff, I apologize.
You're good.
I call her Mickey Babbitt all the time. It's her daughter who's asking about it. So you saw her.
Yes, so I found out they were over there. I was at January 6th. So
you were at the Capitol on January 6th?
Yeah.
Were you in the Capitol?
No, I was never in the Capitol.
Did you push anybody around?
No, I didn't push anybody
Did you get
around.
arrested?
I have not been arrested.
Meaning that you might be arrested?
It's possible. You never know.
Were you on the steps? Were you on the grounds? Or were you just...
For the most part, I was actually underneath the tall media tower for a big part of the day.
That was a very center attraction for the J6ers. It seemed to be a symbol for Nancy Pelosi and the fakers to use that, right?
Yeah.
So you were recording the whole time?
I was recording some. I was live streaming on my way there. Actually, the wall that goes around the property there was actually a police officer standing on top of that wall. taking people by the hand, he actually took me by the hand and helped me over the wall and told me to keep moving. So
I helped
that's
you
what I
over
did.
the wall into the Capitol area. Is that what it was?
Yep.
So there was a wall that you climbed over. Was a wall that they took down? Or?
No, it's a concrete wall. It's about 24 to 30 inches tall that goes around the property.
That's nothing. I can hurdle that, no problem.
Right. Yeah, it wasn't a big deal. I really didn't need help, but the fact that he was there, you know, taking people by the hand and helping them over, I thought was
right.
kind of
Like,
strange.
come on in and help yourself.
Yeah.
Were you doing live streaming before this?
I was doing a little bit of live streaming before. I've been doing it a little over a year. I did live stream on my Facebook page that day. I was actually live streaming on the way there, but all that stuff got taken down and off my phone, so I don't have any of that.
Wow, unbelievable. Part of the suppression and the freedom of speech lying that they do to us on a regular basis. So you got involved basically in 2020, in January 6th, during that disastrous day, that setup, that Fedsurrection. So you were there, and then, you don't live in D.C., right?
No. I just felt like it was something that we needed to do. I've been looking at what's going on in our country since about 2012 and wondering when somebody was going to do something. The corruption that has just been taking over our country has just been ridiculous. So when I seen the opportunity to stand up for what I believe was going wrong, I felt that I needed to do that.
Well, I got to tell you, there's a lot of people like you, David, but you take it a step further than anything else. You're practically living on the road. You're running your podcast or your live stream, Freedom Express. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is that a website as well?
Yeah, freedomexpressmedia.com or YouTube stream. That's the name.
So every night, and I love this too because I've done this many times. David is usually down on the Freedom Corner with Mickey and Nicole and many. Who else is down there with us? Toy Soldier. I like her a lot. Sherry.
Yeah, Sherry.
Right. My friend Sean. He's always down there filming and working hard. Right, your buddy Sean.
Yep. Stormtrooper.
Stormtrooper's another one. Glory be.
Lots of Glory be.
Who is the woman? The woman. I think she's a pastor herself. She's always dancing and singing with the tambourine and stuff.
You're talking about Katie? Or no?
Who was the other one?
Katie is the one that dances a lot.
Okay.
But we also have. You're talking about maybe Rebecca. Rebecca's there.
The black lady.
Yeah, that's Katie.
That's Katie.
Yeah.
Well, I had saw Katie many times. I saw her on a live stream, so I felt like I kind of knew her and stuff, And Gary McBride followed me up. He was a castaway in the van a couple of weeks ago. We turned the lights on. There's Gary McBride hiding in the back.
Yeah.
He's got a mission in New York. He's got to make this happen. He's got to create this J6.
Yep.
And that's what we're here for. You came up for it, too. I want to thank you for that, too, because you must be making millions of dollars at what you're doing.
Oh, I don't know about that, but my viewers have been very supportive and have kept me on the ground, and so it has worked out well for the past year.
That's what it is. Is it a number of hits or is it contributions? How do people help you continue to show this? Because what David Valentine of Freedom Express is doing is they're showing footage and they're showing live streaming and live events of the truth. All right, because the mainstream media is lying to us on a regular basis. But people like him, like David Valentine and Freedom Express, is where we go to find the truth. That's what it is. So freedomexpress.com. Am I missing anything else on that, David?
That's freedomexpressmedia.com.
Yeah. Freedomexpressmedia.com. Now, David came up. He was kind enough to live stream the rest of this event, and I'm so happy to have him. I got a kick out of his mom, left me a little note to please take care of her boy.
Yeah,
your mom, Kimberly, right?
She worries a lot, yeah.
She worries a lot. Well, that makes her a good mom. And one of the things I just want to say in closing to you, David, I'll give you a couple of seconds to close out, is that I like David a lot. He's a man of God, a man of integrity. And this is what really attracted to me when I seen him out there. He means well, and I know this because God gave me the gift to see that. So I'm going to give you a couple of seconds to close it out, David. What's most important to you? What do you want to accomplish? And what can people do to help you get to what you want to do?
So basically, my main mission is to get the voices out of these J6ers, get this narrative turned that the media has painted to our nation, because it is completely false. We've got to get that turned around, get the truth shown, get these guys justice, do the best we can to get justice for the ones that lost their lives, and we need to get our country back and stop the corruption that's taking place. If you want to support me, you can go to freedomexpressmedia.com. There's a link page there where you can make a contribution. I greatly appreciate anything.
I love the Patriots so much that they do this. We're going to be tying Freedom Express Media to the America First warehouse website too. So in the next couple of days, Dave, we're going to put that in there to have a link to you, to go directly to you. We plan on sharing your live streams whenever we can. Of course, I'll give you the heads up when that happens.
Awesome.
And we're definitely going to see you back in D.C. again. God bless you, David Valentine, freedomexpressmedia.com.
Thank you, Joe the Box. We appreciate you guys and everything you do.
God bless you, brother.
God bless you.
All right. We're going to I want a little sizzle reel from you too, and we'll put that in as a commercial.
Okay.
You know, Freedom Express, bing, 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 bing.
Gotcha.
15 to 30 seconds
Right.
on what you're doing, okay?
All right. I can do that.
What's up? You ready to come on? You can if you want. All right, no problem, Sean. I just don't want to miss you. You're doing all of this hard work. I want to make sure that I appreciate you.
Well, it's going to talk clearly.
Okay.
I want to embarrass your company, sir.
It's okay because people see who you are, and that's why people love. That's why I found love with you.
I mean, I don't want you to feel like I don't embarrass your company. That's all.
You're never gonna embarrass me, brother love. Never.
I could try it.
Good. Give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 minutes with my friend here. Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, here.
Sean, what's your company that you're promoting? Which is your live stream?
Mine?
Yeah.
USA 76 for Ashley.
What? USA
76.
76.
Number 4, Ashley.
Wow, that's unbelievable. All right, you ready to start?
All right.
This is his mic too, or we're going to be on yours, David? Yeah. All right, talk over here because I'm going to film it.
Both of you could speak into the mics.
Sure, test. Test. Yeah, go test.
Test.
All right.
Yeah, you see her over there. You're perfect. I'm moving closer to him because I want to get in closer. What's your last name, Sean?
What?
What's your last name?
My name is USA. I don't want to go
USA. Okay.
Yep.
Action. Get me going. This is an amazing time. I'm so happy to have my friend Sean USA right next to me. And I met Sean a couple of weeks ago. I went down to the Freedom Corner in Washington, D.C., and Sean is running his live stream. There's a lot of great Patriots out there, but Sean has been right where he has to be. You're always on time, and I think you're one of the most honest guys I ever met. So what is the live stream that you like to run? What is it called? What's the name?
I run YouTube and Rumble, but I'm more for Rumble. I'm more a free speech guy.
He's a free speech guy for Rumble. And you can get his live account, right?
Yes.
When you show. How do we get notified that you're going to be doing something?
All I got to do is hit subscribe to my channel, USA 76 number 4 Ashley.
I got to tell you, I love that because you're there for Ashley Babbitt. You feel that you want to show the truth, right? Is that what you're trying to do,
That's
Sean?
correct. I think American people need to step up and stand for our freedom, and not give up. Now stop being scared.
Stop being scared.
Yeah.
All right. Listen, I love Sean. I think he's great. I'm going to tell you something else too. I was able to give him a little bit of shelter for a couple of days, and I caught him outside picking up the garbage and putting the garbage away. I saw him cleaning up where he's staying. I saw him washing where he was eating. I like this guy. I like you. You know what? Your mom and dad should be very proud of you.
Well, the sad thing is I'm more an orphan, but I believe your mom and daddy is not here to clean up after yourself. If you're a grown-up, you can clean your own self, your own mess.
Well, how did you learn that if you didn't have a mommy and daddy?
Because it's called respect. I have a basic step-grandmother that we always have the thing we clean up each other. Always yourself, clean up. We don't leave messes. Always do.
I'm going to tell you what, Sean, USA for Ashley. You're my friend, and I'm so glad you're here.
We have to believe in God.
Hey, what's better than that? This is the best message I'm going to give you this week, all right? Because he didn't have mom and dad to teach him, but he learned what respect was. He learned about the country, right?
Yes, and I believe I'm not a camera guy. I'm more a car guy. So I do this from my beginning to this stuff.
he is working on a lot of things with the car. He's always fixing things.
I love cars.
He loves cars. I wish you were here for my car show. We're going to do that again. And you're going to come back, right?
Yeah, if I have the funds, I can do it, yes.
Right. Well, without the funds, we can't do anything. But I want to thank David Valentine, too, because I think he's very helpful and he's taking you under his wing a little bit and kind of showing you. And I got a lot of respect for David Valentine on that. So you got Freedom Express Media, and you got your site, USA
76 for Ashley.
For Ashley. Come on. Send us some dough. We could use a couple of bucks.
It can be hard to forget. It's easy.
Yeah, it really is. Thank you, Sean.
You know, we live in America, and you remember Ashley, it's easy to remember.
America 76 for Ashley. Yep. Come on now.
It's very easy.
You got it.
If you need a link, go. We'll post it for you guys.
Yeah. All right. Have a great night, Sean. Get back to work, okay?
Yeah.
Look at him go. Thank you, brother. We're going to get that done up for you, Sean, and send that to you, and you can use it. And you did great. Thank you, sir. You said you as well. You did great. You know why you did great? Because you're honest. Truthful. All right. I think we're trying to find my...
Good job, Sean. You did a great job. Great job.
So you get those on Amazon?
Yeah.
I was trying to think, how do you put those things?
Yeah, they're pretty cheap.
Yeah. Me is like...
I had a great interview with him, too.
Everybody's like, well, this guy has no clue.
Alright, looks like we're done over here, so let's go back over that way. I think that's going to be the next place. Back over to here.
What's next? Who's going next? What time are you going on? Sarah, 6? All right, I just want to do a quick hit with my office before I can. Which microphones are we using? We're going to use.
Oh, you're welcome, G-Pat.
Daniel?
I got him over here. I want to do the last few tests on him, and then I'll throw him.
Give me a couple tests, but don't embarrass on me in my office. Don't be sandbagging me now. I don't want to be sandbagging and fall on my face.
You can put the table in the, it looks better because you can put the table first, like right in the middle, yeah. Then you can see the person's legs.
Testing.
Well, if they all had legs like you, Karen, I would understand. Oh, these legs. This is a very feminine chair, but it's all right.
What kind of color in your eyes?
Huh?
You ready to start?
I'm ready to Leslie. Can you post my link there? Everybody does the
Character.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah, shining right on that chair, but bring it down a little
Michael
bit.
Loftus, please come to the principal's office. Michael Loftus, come to the principal's office. So this is the one that's going to be cut.
And what, did you pick your,
You guys.
Yes. Okay, great.
If you wanted to comment on it.
There's me.
All right. What's the proper leg crossing? Is it this way?
2000.
Andrew, you try to cross my leg this way, or what do you think? Is that too much?
Do you want a particular order?
What's the rule on that?
how about this one? All right.
It's always hard. It's always hard to get comfy and look comfortable.
All right, Daniel, you're gonna ready to go, right?
One more minute.
Wait, don't take it, I'm gonna put the light on.
One more minute. Hold on.
You got lights happening.
Let me see if I can get you to put some microphones on here. One second.
Smells like a deer.
Is there a name for this whole event?
Yes, the J6.
Okay.
Can I get you to wear these?
I think we're just going to use these.
Yeah. Oh, he wants to film. This is good.
for-
All live.
Okay,
We're on a
great.
live stream too.
Fantastic.
Everybody.
These are
He's got a
great. Look at
couple
this.
thousand
This is
people.
some Star Trek
He's got a
shit.
couple thousand followers, which is good. What it's all about.
That's what it's all about. Check two. You got me? All right.
Check,
Thank you, man.
Check. My
That's a
friend,
lot
Mr.
of data.
Producer, Young Daniel, producer.
Oh, these shoes. Got the wrong shoes.
Young Daniel. Yeah. I see him moving. I see the computer moving. Well, I like that. I like American flags.
Who doesn't?
I'll tell you who doesn't. Those idiots across the street from me on Patriots Corner.
There you go.
Every Saturday morning, I go to this corner on North Country Road and 25A in Setauket or Stony Brook, where they'll be filling the university up with strong young men from China and other countries. They're going to be living in the university right around the corner.
Yeah.
So I go down there every week and I like to yell at them. They got a Ukraine flag, they got a BLM flag, they got a Pride flag, they got all kinds of flags. They got two little American flags too. Right, Gary? I wanted to kill them. I said, you take that flag and don't you dare lift that flag up. Every flag they have is higher than ours. Our side of the street, there's 20 or 30 American flags. Everybody waving flags. I know there's 20 or 30 because I bring them all.
Check two.
I
Oh,
hand them
I'm
out.
on. I'm live.
Check. We
I'm
going?
good.
You ready to go? I'm wasting all this good stuff. Young Daniel. These kids are so smart. I can't even turn my phone on without my son helping me. You know what I'm saying? Give me a reboot on that, son. No problem, Dad.
Give me a reboot.
Give me a reboot. Set me up. All right, ladies and gentlemen. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How you doing? That's me. I'm Joe the Box. I'm here at the America First Warehouse, and I'm sitting next to Michael Loftus. Michael Loftus is one of the funniest guys I have ever seen and I've ever met. And I met him many years ago, 4 years ago, maybe?
Yes, yeah.
All right, with an idea of creating a comedy show that was going to make Americans laugh, right?
Yeah, it's the constant thing. I mean, the left owns the media, legacy media, broadcast, and for years and years, like everybody loved Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, I used to love it.
70s, 80s, and then it morphed into this like political hit job machine. And so, writing on Hollywood shows and sitcoms, and then being an outspoken conservative, people would come to me like, oh, we should do a sketch show like Saturday Night Live, but tell the jokes that they won't tell. And so it was like right before the Rona hit when you and I met. I'm like, let's do it. Let's do a sketch show written by people who don't hate the country.
Well, the crazy thing about it is somebody introduced us and we wound up coming in here. And I love the idea because I'm sick of watching the garbage that's out there. So I love the idea. And we came out of the box pretty heavy. I think you've done a few shows before in Nashville, but Mike came up to me and we did our first show here in the warehouse, and he brings in his buddy, Jim Brewer.
Brewer's great too. Brewer's a gamer, right? He went from movies, Saturday Night Live, came in here, is like, yeah, I am down to clown. We did some silly stuff. He does a great Joe Biden. His Joe Biden impression is insane.
Better than Joe Biden himself.
And then I think we have a clip here, if we can show it, where this is a scene where I find out that he's a Democrat. He wakes up in the ER.
Oh my God, I remember this one. It's great.
Let's go to the clip.
Daniel, can you hook us up, Mr. Producer?
That's it. That old man. This is actually live action. That old man cannot walk.
He takes a while.
Yeah, we're gonna have to adjust the street lights to give him more time.
Here we go.
Looks like we froze.
You look like a real doctor.
I do.
You had a surgery, you've been under anesthesia, but you're okay. And get you out of here. you had an event, and you had that operate. You're going to be okay. We had to perform an emergency intracranial rectal laser. And the worst part is, this has been happening a lot. This is the second time you've been in the hospital because your head has been up your ass. You Democrats? Okay.
Of course I am.
We don't want to go back up there.
Your beliefs in the way you vote affects the way your head relates to the alcohol. And it'll just go right up there and block reality. Whoa, shush. It'll happen right as I'm sitting here. It's not pleasant to watch. You spend a lot of money, your insurance isn't covering you. Okay? So this is it. This can't happen again. So I want you to take a look at this. This is the Constitution.
The Constitution.
It's the cure.
Welcome aboard. I'm also going to write you a prescription for a couple of old Ronald Reagan speeches.
Beautiful.
And some patriotic films. Maybe 13 hours. We're going to watch those. We're going to send a nurse in with some jello and a pile of money. Think about that. No. Yeah. You got that thing out there. Sorry about this thing. Yeah. Before you get some cure up here.
You're alive, I'm dead.
It's the Constitution. It's that show tonight. It's thatshowtonight.com. Listen, having been in Hollywood for over 20 years, working on sitcoms, working on movies, I had a encounter with some studio executives. I was pitching a show, and conservatives are not going to be allowed to participate in that venue. It's just not going to happen. If you're a Kevin Sorbo and they know where you stand, you're just done. Nick Searcy, talented actor, great director, he's just done. So it's up to us to create our own platforms, create our own content, and share it. And just it's an exciting time because we get to make something out of nothing.
Yeah.
But it's so much fun to be here and do the show in front of a live audience. And these videos, like in the last 6 weeks, over 15 million views on social media. So that's incredible. People know it's that they're living in a horrible police state.
You know what I loved about it. I mean, not every skit is a political skit. I mean, listen, we're driven by truth and justice and all the other great things that come with the country. But there was, I mean, how about you made fun of the one I liked was the submarine. I mean, how can you make fun of a submarine? That was a bad incident, was that? But that was edgy.
That was. We're not going to show the submarine one here. But it was very funny. The premise was they're going down on the sub. They're all very rich. They're going to see the Titanic. And one guy's like, boy, I hope we get back in time. I got to catch a plane. I'm testifying against the Clintons. Game over.
Oh, yeah, man. That's never going to be allowed out. Well, we do that show tonight every month.
Yeah.
Okay. It's been lately out of the America First warehouse. It certainly can be filmed almost anywhere. This Friday night, though, here we're going to do it again, right?
Yes, we're doing a live taping. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm hoping we're working on some special effects. I'm hoping we get a little delay into some of the audio. It's a lot of fun. The audience comes in. They're the best crowds, and now they know what they're in for. And it's just an absolute good time. And then everybody can go to thatshowtonight.com, watch previous episodes. It's like it's a little tiny streaming platform.
Yeah, but it's taken off like really on fire because I know the interest in it. There's a lot of people that are looking for this. I know, and they'll shut us down. You can't really get it on the cable news stations anymore. You can't get anything. You got to go online. You subscribe to That Show Tonight. And we just feel that in time, that show tonight is going to be something that's going to be on a regular basis.
And that's what terrifies the left. Like the whole house of cards that they've built. They need the media to back up their lies. They need the entertainment. They need pop culture. They need all of that. And so I think it's wonderful when you create something in the world of pop culture. It's a comedy show. Oh, and then all of a sudden somebody watching it, they think about something in a different way. And they're like, wow, they kind of do make a good point there. So that's the exciting part.
Do you think that your friends, your comedians that and have met in Hollywood, are there any of them
Tons.
that are like you? I mean,
tons.
So
Hollywood,
why are they so shut down? I mean,
because they will lose everything.
Wow.
And that is the big challenge. I know tons of big movie stars, A-list movie stars, who think this administration and what's going on with this country is total and complete bullshit. If they pop up their head, that'll be the end of their career.
But there are many of them that are supporting this, Mike, I got to tell you. And I think that in the next couple of weeks, a lot of the truths are going to come out. Some of these people are bad people, evil.
Yes. Yeah, and that's why good people have to stand up and do something. I'm sorry?
Do you know any evil ones?
Do I know any evil movie stars?
Yeah.
No, dude.
How about Robert De Niro? That is a shocker. This guy hates the country so much. I remember listening to him badmouth Donald Trump. Remember, he was F you, F you.
Yeah.
And then, boy, isn't it somehow things come back and get you. I mean, I'm not saying that God is revengeful in any way and stuff, but these people are going to get their day. All right, every single one of them that tried to destroy and lie to us in this country are going to get their moment.
Yes.
I want to stay very positive. Okay, that show tonight is an hilarious thing. It's just starting. We got about maybe a dozen or so in the can already. We got Friday night coming out.
15 guys. 15 episodes of this wonderment.
There you go. And it just keeps growing. Mike Loftus is, you're going to see a lot more of him. We're developing shows like Up in the Loft. That's the one I like.
There's tons, but we're not going to tell you. We're not going to give away all the secrets now. But everybody needs to subscribe to thatshowtonight.com.
And you can find it here on the America First Warehouse. You got direct links to them.
Boom.
I love That Show Tonight. I love America. I love great comedy. And Mike, I love you, buddy.
I love you more. Thanks for having me, man. You hang up. No, you hang up.
See you, Daniel. Thank you, everybody.
I thought I was great.
I thought you were amazing. That Jim Brewer thing, I get a kick out of that one. But there's so many of them that you did. It's hilarious. It's hard to choose what's the best one is.
You know what's another one that's like hilarious is the him versus Trump on the game show.
I remember that. That was a good one, too.
What makes this sound?
Hey, what's up? He didn't know.
Moo.
It was
Rosie O'Donnell. It's Rosie O'Donnell.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Thank you.
All right. Good times. Hopefully Anarina will be here soon. We can jet over to 14 and get shattered. Ooh, don't forget your phone, guy. Don't forget your phone.
Let's chill these.
Oh, my gosh.
We have 5:30. You have a few minutes for Karen, and then she's going to do whoever she wants.
Bing,
Mickey
bang,
and Karen.
walla, ding, dang.
So Kara's going to go on about 6 o'clock, and then she's going to interview you guys, right? I don't know if you want to double team or one at a time.
Ask how she wants to do it.
Okay, Gary, you'll work it out with her, right? What? Andrea first? Andrea first?
Ooh, ee, ooh,
Andrea.
Dang. A walla, walla, bing, bang.
Gary.
Ooh, ee.
Well, his name's Gary.
Ooh, bing, bang, walla, walla, ding, dang.
Yeah, I did that a couple times already for you. Thanks, buddy.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Oh, my gosh, I walked right off with that. Thank you. I'm glad you tracked me down.
I just want everybody listening to you.
Oh, right?
You know.
I mean, I'm taking a giant dump.
All right. Be right back. I was in the middle of something. I had to get my mics off there.
Yeah, I get those, I thought for Laura, those.
I took the mics off. Oh, what did I do with it? Oh no. There it is. You're the guy who's suing stock. And now, listen, just look at 100,000 they have already. That's more than the Republican we have in Staten Island. They basically cancel out all my voters. I'm being a producer right now, guys. I sent you a couple.
Hey everybody, it's me, Joe the Box. I'm here at the American First Warehouse. We got a great event going on tonight for the J6ers, right? We want the truth, okay? And next to me is a gentleman. His name is David Valentine. David Valentine operates Freedom Express, which is a live stream. David has been, I met David on the J6 corner, right David? Can you tell me a little bit about how did you get the J6 and what are you doing, man?
So basically I was in DC already. Alright, brother. Lots of live streaming events that were going on.
forgotten about you.
Man.
Good, how you doing?
Testing. Testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2.
Good, how you doing? Yeah, I'm trying to clip and cut and put videos out while I'm going. video has been uploaded. So you guys, I will link that to you real quick. person you've been blocking over and over again. Yeah, and then they keep antagonizing you.
It did not allow common law rights to jury trials. A dead entity and property.
Now, one thing, last thing I need to say. Now, one thing, last thing I need to do.
Sure. So what is this to share with all the J6ers on?
Just the people here at the warehouse. Okay. Basically,
Justino means justice. So, saving to suitors clause. Article 3, Section 2 of the U.S. Constitution designates original jurisdiction to the federal courts in all maritime cases. However, because admiralty jurisdiction refers to cases in rem means property or against the vessel. It did not allow common law rights to jury trial of sailers who wished to pursue the claim of adverse.
Alright, so that is done. Sure what we're waiting on at the moment. I apologize for that, guys, but it should be something starting here soon. I see Kara getting a lot of stuff ready. We've got several people here, so. What's up, buddy?
Nothing.
You ready to do an interview?
Huh? For who? You know I don't like talking. And people are not gonna like what I have to say. I try to be nice.
Maybe we better not.
Because I don't hold back. I say how I feel. And a lot of people might get upset about that. Because a lot of people might get upset because I don't hold back. I say I really feel my heart. My kids, I come late. I don't tolerate no kids. That's just me. That's why up there late. I was trying to watch what I was saying because I would have said more. I was trying to let her lose it. She was trying to be here too. They got one of the kids here.
What's up, buddy?
Oh yeah, me now?
Hi, Sean. How you doing?
Doing pretty good. Are you trying to interview me? Do you really want me to tell them how I feel?
How do you feel?
About other things, sir? Like
Well,
I said, a lot of American people need to grow up and be adults and
Yes,
stop
they
being like
do.
little kids.
Yes, they do.
You know? Simple as that.
You're exactly right. You're exactly
You know?
right.
No one is your mommy and daddy. Clean up for yourself. Simple as that. That's how I
Got
feel.
it. That's how he feels. I agree.
You clean up your garbage. You know?
Clean it
You
up.
want to smoke? That's your choice. Let's pick up your trash. I'm OCD, so trust me.
So there's Sean.
So laziest don't work for me. Does not, laziest does not work for me.
Laziness does not work for him. He must think I'm lazy. Am I lazy?
No, I'm very. I think that a lot of American people depend on everybody else.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, you need to learn the basic skills. Just because you're not a mechanic, you need to learn it. Learn some things, the basics.
Don't you think they've been trying to get people to be lazy by offering them Medicaid?
Yeah, but the thing is that what the problem is, we have a lot of people these days are just simply they just want to depend on everybody else here to do the like mechanic works. My thing is like this: learn the basics. Okay? I'm more a mobile mechanic, but there's a lot of people that are not mechanical inclined. But still, there's still certain things that you need to learn. Okay, change the light bulb, you change the battery, common sense stuff. I mean, you have to rely on yourself. You can't rely on everybody else to take care of you.
We can't depend on our government.
Yeah, you can't not. The governor's basically using us. They're using us and control us.
They don't care about us.
They don't.
They don't care about us, guys.
But the problem is what the American may have to realize. You have to step up and really use common sense these days.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Use your common sense, people. What's wrong with you?
You know? Just because, you know, the fact that I grew up in a lifetime with no mom and dad, guess what? Look at me today. I mean, yeah, I'm not financially in the best place. Yes, I have a lot of things I don't have, but we all have to step up and try to do something better in life. Be something.
You're doing a great job.
That's all you can do.
That's all we can do. That's it. All right, thank you guys. There we go. There you have it.
The trolls out there that want to cry and complain about everything in life, guess what? I don't go for that. I will call you out on it.
You don't go
And I
for
will
that.
tell you Trump won and simple said FJB all the way. You don't like it? There's a door. You literally just walk
That's
out.
the door. Get them out.
If you don't like the American country, then you go to a different country. Don't go back. They'll buy you one-way ticket. Get the hell out of here.
Get out of here. You don't like the country? Get out of here.
I don't care. I agree with you, bro. It's a one-way ticket here.
All right, there you go. There you have it. Sean. Sean, let's see, it's USA 76 Ashley.
Oh, that's cool. USA 76 for Ashley. That easy.
Yeah.
That's easy.
76 is for the group, our group. 76 there. And that's USA, we're American. And Hampshire.
That's right. That order.
Where?
Please. You may sit in the other one?
Yeah.
You ready to rock and roll?
Yeah.
How's my man doing over there, Dan? Anything I need to know? Let's do that song. You good?
Kara, you got it?
What do you think, Matt? Looks pretty much the same to me. What do you think?
You good?
I'm gonna wear a jacket.
I understand where it comes from. Oh, yeah. They do is they say, and we had towards that. You don't hold back. And they were, so they tilted there.
Now, if you don't go back. For sure.
I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Southern. They want to connect together. Yeah. Yeah. We all want, if you all look at it, we all want the same thing. The roads and all that.
Yeah.
You got that right, bud.
Hey, girl, they're
Get ready, David Valentine.
You ready for what?
Hey, David. David.
What am I going? What am I? Am I?
How we doing? Test. How we doing? Test. So excited.
What's going?
That wasn't your fault. Can you hear me with this one over here? This seems to be a little better. This one seems to be.
One or two. This is a tape on.
One. This is number one. 111. 111. Number one. 4 Ashley. Number one. Yes. The second mic, and this sounds pretty good too. All right. Number one will be with Kara, and number two will be with the guest. Thank you, everybody, again for coming to the American First Warehouse. This is the third night of our J6 marathon, right? And what I'm trying to do is create as much film, as much B-roll, as much 15 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, I don't care. I want to get it out to all my friends. I want my friends to share it to them and to share it all around. Our first guest, Sarah Maccabee, is going to come and handle the next show. Okay, so we've got 45 minutes or an hour long. We're going to do 4 sections, about 10, 12 minutes each one. Then we'll be filling in with commercials that we create. You'll get it live, uncut, okay? Sarah Casanova, you want to come on up?
Here, I got a different one.
All right. Sarah Casanova is part of Newsmax, and Johnny, my friend Johnny Tobacco from Newsmax, okay? They have a great reach. They're really patriots. They tell you nothing but the truth. All right, that's what I love about Kara. So give them Kara the opportunity to stage. to help me with the words of our J6 friends, okay, what's going on there, right? David Valentine, come on up. David Valentine, you're gonna find out about him as a live streamer. Here you go, Karen, thank you.
Thank you. We're just gonna wait for John to finish recording and photo book here on both cameras. Oh, or am I using?
It's for my live stream.
Oh, okay. Oh, I have these. Do they work? I haven't tried them yet.
I need this.
Okay. Where's Dave Summerall? Is he here?
I thought I seen him a little bit ago.
So you were at January 6th, right? And you're nervous about possibly being arrested like everybody else?
They called me in December.
In December, did you go in?
They questioned me, and that was it.
You should. I hope you had a lawyer with you. Insane person. You don't have to talk to them.
I know. Oh, where'd that come from?
It's a tape.
So how should I, podcaster and David Valentine podcaster, and how should I announce you?
Freedom
Okay,
Express
ready to rock and
Media.
roll,
Freedom
Johnny?
Express Media. No, it's like more me, but I could punch in a little if you need space. Whatever you think. Okay. Is it record? Are both recording? Are both recording? Yeah. Okay.
We're all set to go, house. Do stuff. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey everybody, welcome to the America First Warehouse, which is the most patriotic place on the planet. And I'm here with David Valentine, who is a podcast of Freedom Express.
Yes.
Freedom Express, and that's where you can follow him. He's a patriot, and he's here today to talk about the January 6th vigils. He's part of Mickey Whitoff, who is Ashley Babbitt's mother's group, their advocacy group down there in Washington, D.C. They're doing vigils every night for the past year. And you were also at January 6th, so you're a witness to what really happened that day.
Yes, I am.
So tell me a little bit first about yourself and why you were at January 6th, what you saw there. And also, I know that you got a visit from the FBI and you were questioned by them without a lawyer, which I would have advised you not to do. But why don't you talk to us a little bit about that?
Okay, so basically I believe, what we've seen and the evidence of the fraudulent election of the 2020, I believe that it was stolen. So I couldn't just sit back and not go. I felt like it was something that I had to do. It felt I think that's the same story with many others. It was something that we could just not sit back. We had to be there. We had to stand up for what we believed. So some of the things that I seen there, well, like I said just a little while ago, I had actually an officer standing on the wall around the property that actually took me by the hand and helped me over the small wall around the boundary of the property, and told me to keep going. So that's what I did. I stood around. I was underneath the tall media tower for quite some time. Watched a lot of things that I never thought I would see there. I don't know exactly. I seen a lot of agitators and the officers kind of going back and forth, pulling some elderly and stuff out into the crowd. Seen one guy get dragged and beat by several officers. Things that we should never have to see.
Right, and so that you also mentioned that you had a visit from the FBI. I know a lot of people, are afraid right now, people that were just there on the lawn, because unfortunately, Merrick Garland has committed to arresting thousands of more people this year. So nobody knows who's going to be next.
Right.
And you spoke to the FBI. Tell me a little bit about your experience with that.
Well, basically, I got a call. They told me that they had went by my mom's house in Ohio. I'm from Ohio, but I was in DC at the time. They actually mentioned my website and the video I had where the cops actually drug a guy over, and there were 6 or 7 officers that were actually beating on him. So they'd already seen this video on my website and asked me about that. And I pretty much told them, I said, yeah, you need to investigate that. And I also told them they needed to investigate Ashley Babbitt's death, Roseanne Boylan's death, Kevin Greason's death, and Benjamin Phillips' death. And they didn't argue with that. They actually told me that they could not tell me what investigations were going on, but that there are investigations going on. I told them that if they kind of wanted me to tell them where I was staying, but I told them I wasn't going to do that, but that they could find me outside the DC jail every night from 7 to 9:30. I'm always on a live stream. They can always find me.
So for anybody who gets a visit from the FBI, obviously just know that you can always contact an attorney. You don't have to talk to the police or the FBI without an attorney present. And I would suggest anybody that does get a call from the FBI to obtain a lawyer. And there's a lot of advocacy groups and lawyers that will help you, and you don't have to pay them a lot at first. Unfortunately, a lot of the January 6 defendants, as you know, have been completely bankrupted by legal expenses. But just to get a lawyer, I think to talk to the FBI and to make sure that they are not breaking any rules is important. So you're down in Washington, D.C. now, and you're with Mickey and Nicole Reffitt and Tommy Tatum, and you guys do a vigil. Oh, also Tammy. I don't want to forget Tammy.
Yeah.
You do a vigil every single night for the past year. I think it was the 1-year anniversary recently. I remember when Mickey had the idea, and she told me about it, and she really wanted to go down there, and I can't believe it's been a year now. You guys have been there every single night. Praying for the guys, standing in solidarity with the guys inside the DC Gulag. Tell me about that experience.
It's been an experience that it's hard to describe. I just can't imagine. I did take a couple of months off here recently, but I was back home, and I knew I had to come back. I knew that that's where I was supposed to be. I had to continue to try to get their voices out and to get the message out about what's taking place in our country. If you've never been there, you should at least go experience it. They're great people that are always there, and just trying to advocate for the guys. That's important, and it needs to be done.
And are you ever in the courtrooms? I know that a lot of the times you guys are in the courtrooms down there. Do you ever spend any time in the courtrooms watching the January 6 trials?
I have spent a little bit of time, not nearly as much time as Mickey or Nicole or the other ones, but I have got to witness some of the biased nonsense that's taking place in those courtrooms. It's really hard to watch, and I don't know how some others are able to continue to do it on a daily basis. It's very difficult to watch.
So Donald Trump is now a J6er, which is crazy. Do you think he's going to get a fair trial in Washington, D.C. from what you've experienced witnessing those trials down there?
Oh, absolutely not. He'll never get a fair trial in one of those courtrooms, never.
So do you think they would actually throw him in jail, or what's your prediction?
I'm thinking that it'll probably end up having to go up to the Supreme Court, where they'll have to make a just and fair decision.
Okay, I hope that they can do that as well. And where can people follow you, David, and follow your live stream? Because David is outside the DC Gulag live streaming every single night, and you could watch everything going on down there. I know that there's a lot of Antifa antagonizers. They come and they go, I guess, depending on who's paying for them that night.
Right.
But there's a lot of agitators there, and they need all the support they could get. Where could people support the vigil, and how could people follow you?
You can support the vigil by going to For Ashley. That's forashley.com, or Ashley with an I.com. There, that helps keep the everything going. Everybody running. To support me, you can go to freedomexpressmedia.com. You can find all my links and stuff there.
Okay, thank you so much, David. David, thank you so much. And I really, really want to thank you for your live stream, because it's so valuable that there's somebody like you down there that's recording this and keeping a record of it. I hope that you save stuff to a computer, because you never know, it might get deleted one day.
Right.
But you're keeping a record of history, and I really thank you so much. And for everything you do for my friend, who I love, Ashley Babbitt's mom. I adore her.
Yes, well, thank you, and we appreciate everything you're doing to bring attention to all of it. That's what we got to do.
Please follow David.
Thank you.
Thank you, David Valentine. Very good. Are we going to just go to the next person? Wherever.
How we doing?
Good. Should we just go right into?
How about me?
Sure. Is Dave Summerall here?
Dave Summerall is at breaking point, and he'll be here soon. Dave Summerall and yeah, Mickey. You got Nicole.
Yeah. I didn't know if they were ready. Well, after you.
We also have Andrea Young.
We got Andrea Young too.
Andrea Young. Did you get her yet?
No, I haven't.
Andrea, where are you,
John?
Andrea, come out over here, Andrea. Come on up here.
Where's John? I want to make sure
Andrea
that.
Young. Her husband is in jail. And it makes me mad.
Where did John go?
Just let's put this on you too for the live streamers.
I want to make sure the cameras are clear, but
Good? Okay.
Hello, Andrea. I'm dead.
okay.
Thank you.
Hey, Andrea. Andrea is it or Andrea?
Andrea.
Adria?
Andrea.
Andrea.
Yeah.
Andrea is from 90210. Adria.
Andrea.
Okay. Hey, everyone. Welcome back to America's First Warehouse, where I'm sitting with Andrea Young, and she is the wife of Kyle Young, a January 6th prisoner who's in jail right now. And I believe he was sentenced to just a little bit over 7 years. So there's so many January 6th family members that I've spoken to, and a lot of people see, the January 6th guys in jail. They, people, I guess, have to realize that they have families, they have children, and that this affects way more than just them, that there's so many families and children that are involved. So why don't you start by telling us about who you are, your husband, what his charges were, and what his sentence was.
My name's Andrea Young. My husband is Kyle Young. He had a total of 13 charges. He was arrested on April 14th of 2021. He's been incarcerated ever since. He was held in the maximum security for over a year when he didn't have to be.
And that was pre-trial, just so everybody know, which is unconstitutional to hold people pre-trial. He was charged, I'm assuming, with 1512. They made sure to charge them with felonies so that, they could keep him in jail, but continue.
Yeah, he was held in maximum security until he took a plea deal. He was told that the feds wanted to keep him in maximum security, even though he had low points to be in the low side of the prison. But once he took a plea deal, he did get moved down to the medium, and then he was moved down to the low with the other J6ers, but he was held there with the murderers and just the really, really, really bad people for a really long time.
Right, and I know that for a lot of people who are familiar with Officer Fanoon, I don't know if anybody here is aware that that your husband was there when Fanoon, I guess, drew his gun. And a lot of people, if you watch the mainstream media especially, don't know that Officer Fanoon is actually the one that drew his gun on the crowd, according to video that I've seen and that I've been made aware of. And your husband was accused of saying,
kill him with his own gun.
Kill him with his own gun. And the prosecution said that, and they played a video, right, for the grand jury and for the jury, where there was no sound.
Yeah, there was no sound at first, and then there is sound, and he never said it.
Right. So conveniently, there was no sound when they first played that video for the grand jury, and the prosecution filled in the blanks and they said kill him with his own gun. And in reality, he never said such a thing.
No.
And there was actually somebody nearby that said he's pulling his gun or something along those lines, because Officer Fanoon from the January 6th, hearings, he was one of the witnesses, actually pulled his gun on the crowd and said, he's got a gun, everybody jumped back. And Fanoon was a witness at your husband's trial.
He made an impact statement.
And he said he hopes that he suffers in jail.
Yep.
So tell me how that made you feel and exactly what Officer Fanoon said.
His evil was so consuming. I couldn't even listen other than, I hope you suffer. And it was a completely acted out, I hope you suffer. I mean, he said it like that. It was not natural. It was not normal. He definitely rehearsed it. He lied about, Roseanne Boyland. He said that, the protesters had trampled her and weren't helping her and things of that nature. So he lied in court that day. It was just awful. It was an awful feeling. I was in tears.
And I've seen his body cam footage and none of the stuff that he said, thanks to Gary McBride from M5 News. I've seen the footage and there's nothing heroic that he did that day. He was terrified for no reason. And that's why he drew his gun on the crowd, hence why somebody said he's pulling a gun. And that was the audio they used because it's very difficult to hear to try to implicate January 6ers like your husband, unfortunately.
My husband wasn't right beside him when he came out into the crowd, but he heard he's going to shoot us. And my husband's like, where? And he pointed. He's like, okay, I see it. And my husband headed immediately in that direction. You know, he had just heard that a girl had been shot and killed. And in that moment, he thought it can't happen again. It can't happen again. And he went into action, and
Wow.
it was a big mistake. I mean, he said he would redo it again if it saved somebody's life.
Right. And I always put myself in that situation, saying if I was there, you know, when Ashley Babbitt was shot or Roseanne Boylan was beaten, like, it would be my natural inclination to stand up for them. But knowing what we know now, that you literally could be thrown in jail and the key get thrown away, and, you know, your death could be covered up. It's very scary. And you know, it's terrifying, actually. So you have children?
Yes, we have 4 children.
And how are they taking the arrest? I'm sorry, how are they taking the incarceration of your husband?
I mean, they're doing a lot better now. At first, you know, they have to go to school. They have to face their peers. We live in a really small town, so it's not like we can go hide in the city and pretend that we don't exist. You know, my children still had to attend school. You know, at first there was a kid that did mention it to my 15-year-old son, but, you know, he was 13 at the time. I know what your dad did. I know what he's in jail for. They consistently try to get my daughter to go to the counselor's office when, you know, that they never asked me if that was okay. They kept trying to get her to talk about it. And, you know, it's really hard on my daughter. Our youngest son was 15 months old when he was arrested, and he's now 3. He's missing out on all the bonding with him. My daughter is daddy's little girl. She had to go to a father-daughter dance with a friend and her daddy because her daddy's not here.
It's terrible.
My 15-year-old son is learning to shave, and I don't know how to help him. And he's going through things that he needs his father. There's just so many things that they're just trying to tear families apart because they don't want a family bond. But guess what? They made a mistake because we're so much stronger, and it's going to bring us together closer.
Thank you for sharing that. I've heard so many, you know, there's similar scenarios where the kids are really suffering. I spoke recently to 2 kids on a Zoom who belonged to a J6er, and they couldn't even open their mouths without crying because we were going to try to interview them because no kid has ever really been interviewed. Just try to show America there's little kids that their father is being taken away. And we tried to do a rehearsal to see if they could open up, and they just couldn't even open their mouths without just running off camera and crying. It's so sad, and I'm so sorry. I'm hoping that something good will come out of, hopefully Trump's arrest will expose this more. Hopefully the next president will pardon the January 6ers. I'm praying for that, and I'm hopeful. How do you stay hopeful?
I stay hopeful, knowing that there's so many people out there advocating for January 6th. That just makes it so much easier. Mickey and Nicole and, you know, all these other groups that are, you know, the American Gulag Chronicles book. There's so many people out there that support us.
It's like a big family, right?
Absolutely.
Would you say that's sort of like the silver lining, if anything, all the patriots you've met and all the families of the January 6ers? Tell us a little bit about that.
You know, it keeps us at peace, knowing that we're not alone in this. When we felt isolated in the beginning and finding each other, I think that's been amazing.
Tammy said the other night, Tammy Perryman said, they're my J6 cousins.
Yeah.
My J6 cousins.
Family on my J6
family. And I'm not a J6er, and thank God I don't have a family member in prison, but I've gotten to know so many of you guys that I feel like I'm sort of an extended cousin too.
Yes.
Which is cool because, you know, it's nice to have cousins everywhere, all across the country.
Yeah.
So many people have come together. And so if people want to help out, how could they help out your family?
I have a Give, Send, Go, and all you have to look up is Give, Send, Go, Free Kyle, and he's up there, Kyle Young. It's not hard to find.
Is he appealing?
He can appeal. It wasn't
because
part.
it's a plea.
Yep.
There has to be a way, though, because, you know, it was under duress and an extreme terror that they put these people under a year or 2 ago. So I think that there has to be a way, but I'm not an attorney, but you should look into that. Do you think that now that Trump has been arrested, that from your experience in sitting in on a trial, do you think that he'll get a fair trial in Washington, D.C.?
No, there's no way. No way.
Do you think that there's a way that he could bring that 1512 charge, which all the January 6ers were charged with for the most part, 1512, which is obstruction of justice, it carries a 20-year sentence. So some guys that were in there literally just drinking whiskey or taking selfies were charged with 1512. And I believe the reason that they charged all these guys was to set precedent. So when they charged Trump with it, which they did, that they've already found hundreds of guys guilty of 1512 or were pled out to 1512. Therefore, they're going to say, well, Trump, of course, should get found guilty of 1512, which has nothing to do whatsoever with the crimes that they committed. Literally, it has nothing to do with it. What 1512 it was a law that was created after Enron pertaining to shredding documents and threatening witnesses. So how does going to a protest have anything to do with that? So your husband, I'm assuming, pled out to 1512?
No, he pled out to one count of impeding, assaulting, and resisting certain officers, one count.
And just so people know what that charge means, which I discovered when they say impeding, so it sounds like a terrible charge. And a lot of people will say things like, we support the nonviolent January 6ers. I support all January 6ers, no matter what. Nobody belongs in prison for years pre-trial. And any guy that was slightly violent or that was violent has paid his time, has paid his dues. They've been in there for over 2.5 years now. So I don't like when people say that. And when people say we'll only donate to nonviolent offenders, a charge that you could see, like what was the charge? Obstructing, impeding, or attacking a police officer. So literally, I know guys who are standing in the doorways blocking a cop's. Maybe they were in a group of people and they were in the way of a cop. So they could get charged with obstructing, impeding, or assaulting a police officer. And in reality, they were just 10 feet away from a policeman standing in the way. And it looks like such a terrible charge. It really does. And they never even hit anyone. So it's very deceiving, these charges. Do you have any final words? Like, have you learned anything positive that you could take out of this experience and share with America?
It's not over, but it's going to be over soon. And I just feel it in my heart. And it's just going to make us stronger and wiser in the end.
Because God always wins in the end.
Yes, he does.
Thank you so much, Ms. Young. I really appreciate it. And thank you for your strength. And we're all praying for you. Everyone, please say a prayer for her husband tonight and her children, and that they're reunited soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So good. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea.
Sorry, I'm a crybaby. I'm such a crybaby.
Oh, look at this.
You got 4 beautiful children. I know Cole and Jack. I told you.
Thank you.
So we're going to continue going tonight. I think that we're going to bring up Cole. You cool? Nicole, you ready?
Okay.
Sarah, you okay with Nicole? Who's that next?
Yeah, I got anybody, whoever wants to come up.
Nicole Leffick, what a warrior you are. I don't know if you've always been a warrior. But you are now, I know that. In the short time that I have
Do you mind if
known you.
I'm going to use the bathroom quick, sorry.
Sure, no
I'll be 2
problem.
seconds. David, I have your thing. Keep this on, David? All right.
Actually, I'm going to start warming you up. Now,
Hey.
I love the J6ers nationally all over. I love the Freedom Corner friends that I made, you know? And you're one of my friends, and I have tremendous respect for you. I have a tremendous sorrow for you as well, because what you're going through, and I can only say that your husband is still alive, you know, and he's still there. And I had walked into the other room by mistake, and I
hope nobody could hear me pee.
blinking on your phone,
In the bathroom with this
and
thing
I
on.
was like panicking. Can he call you anytime I could?
Yes, well, Guy's not being held in the DC gulag anymore. He was sentenced and transferred out September of last year, and he's actually right now in Fannin County Jail. So the restrictions, he can call, but they're just 15 minutes at a time. And
So if you didn't answer, did you lose any of that time?
no.
Good, because I wasn't sure if I should answer it. No, I'm sure, I'm a friend.
Well, what it has a recording, and usually it says, you know, like the name of who it's from, say like from Guy. But he says, it's me, honey. So it's cute.
Well, what I just learned is that he's not in the gulag, yet you're there every day.
Oh, yes, I am.
You are a warrior. Here's another warrior right here, Karen Casanova.
Thank you. Tess, okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hold on. John, are they both on? Hold on. Sorry, guys.
That's all right, we're filming. We'll cut it out. Don't worry, Johnny.
Do you see the audio levels and the red button? Okay. Welcome back, everybody, to the America First Warehouse. I am here with Nicole Reffitt. Nicole has become a friend of mine, but she is also the wife of the first January 6th defendant to go to trial. His name is Guy Reffitt, and he is currently incarcerated in Texas.
That's correct.
And Nicole is a beautiful person, inside and out, and she is part of Mickey Whitoff's, who is Ashley Babbitt's mother's advocacy group, and we want to talk about how you came to find Mickey and come to Washington, D.C. But your husband's case is truly one of the most fascinating. I was there in the courtroom covering it. It was the first J6 trial, and there was a lot of liberal media there. They've since backed off, but there was a lot of liberal media, and I remember talking to you and then wanting to drive down in the middle of the night because I'm like, this poor family is not going to have anybody on their side there. They're not going to have any media that's willing to actually cover this trial fairly. So I drove down there in the middle of the night, and I got there just in time, I believe, for the opening.
You did.
And I watched everything. And your husband had a public defender at the time who did a terrible job. And you were so prideful. I remember thinking that to myself. That you kept yourself so well. You were very elegant. Even when the media tried to get you to crumple, you were so elegant. So why don't you tell us a little bit about your husband? What brought him to January 6th? And then we could talk about the trial.
Okay, so my husband is Guy Reffitt. He was picked up by the FBI on raid January 16th of 2021. They came into our home with flashbangs, the drones, AR-15s in my face. They took Guy away at that time, and I did not see his face again for 14 months. And it was in the federal courthouse in DC. And when I tell you, it's walking into a lion's den there. They are not your friends, and that it is the sheer might of the United States, of the government, right, against you, and you feel it.
I remember watching, and your husband, he was there and was forced to wear a mask, and he had the one public defender who was kind of like a sorry, sappy looking guy, no offense to you.
Well,
and then you look across right across, and you see the table of like 20 prosecutors.
Yeah.
And they're so phony down there. What they do is, and this is a tangent, and I don't want to take away from your story, but they wear their masks when the jury comes out. As soon as the jury leaves, they pop the masks right off. They're such phonies because they're trying to curry favor with the juries by wearing masks. It's ridiculous. But your husband was found guilty on all charges. I think it took about 3 hours. Am I right, for them to come back?
Yeah, it was less than 4 hours it took for the jury to deliberate. And I believe one of the jurors was quoted as saying that they were just waiting on their sandwich.
They said, I'll tell you what they said. They said, it was the sandwiches. They said the sandwiches they got for lunch were so good, let's just wait out and get those sandwiches. They already had decided they were guilty, so they tormented them and, stretched it out a couple more hours. The sandwiches were to die for. That's what they said.
Right.
I remember.
And that truly is the mentality of a DC jury pool also. And that is what every Jan 6er is walking into when, and no one is getting a change of venue.
Let's rewind a little bit to the story of your husband, which is, there's a lot to unpack, because one of the biggest parts of Nicole's story, and one of the most painful, I'm sure, to talk about, is that your son Jackson was, in my opinion, persuaded by the FBI to turn in his dad and to wiretap himself and to tape record at your house.
Correct. When they came in and they took Guy that day, at that time, we did not know that it was Jackson. It was there shortly after revealed that it was him. In fact, Jackson had turned his dad in before January 6th. And on January 6th, the FBI called Jackson. Jackson left our house, met with the FBI at a coffee shop down the road from our home. And then from that time forward, Jackson recorded us in our home, our private conversations between Guy and I, and the events of that day. And yes, we wholeheartedly believe that the FBI instigated that situation. And, and as I know now, after sitting through so many trials, they absolutely did instigate that situation.
And how old was he at the time?
He was only 18 at the time.
Right, so it's terrible. You hear about things like this in Russia or a communist country where kids are being persuaded to turn their parents in. And one of the most scary things I think about this story is how much accolades that Jackson, your son, got from the liberal media. So he was on the show on CNN with Chris Cuomo before he got fired from CNN.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. That is actually how, excuse me, Jackson being on CNN is how we officially found out that it was him that turned his father in. The girls had both gone to work. We were trying to have a normal day after, at this point, we knew they were going to detain Guy and send him to DC for arraignment. So we were really just trying to wrap our brains around everything at that time. And I get a phone call and someone said, Jackson's on CNN. And, you turn it on and all I could think about is I just have to get to the girls. It was already so much trauma going through the FBI coming into your home because, they spent over 8 hours in our home with us having to sit at the kitchen table, Guy sitting in the back of a car, and them going through every inch of our home. And, it was all so surreal. And then you just come off this roller coaster, and then there's your son on CNN and their brother. And, it was a whole other level of, here we go.
Right, and then I remember that Chris Cuomo was, applauding him and saying, you're an American hero for turning in your dad.
Yes.
And he pushed to Give Son Go, I believe, where Jackson raised a couple $100,000 or close to.
Oh, yeah, and it was GoFundMe because as we know, GoFundMe has deplatformed all J6ers,
right. But so he raised a lot of money, and I went and I read a lot of those comments, and it's like we almost live in two parallel universes. We think it's abhorrent that, if that was my son, I would probably beat him up or whatever. No offense, I'd be angry. But, then you have people, I'm reading the comments on his Twitter, literally grown men and women saying, you did the right thing, son. You're a hero, you're a patriot, you're so brave. So it's like these two different information zones. And to me. And you also shared with me today, I mean, I don't know if I'm kind of a little bit put off by the fact that the Will Smith family donated money to your son as well. And they're giving him accolades.
Correct. He's been rewarded for turning his father in, but in so many ways it was by design. Hindsight is, as they say, hard. It's hard. As when you look back, Jackson considered us his enemies during COVID. We were we didn't mask. We were not complying with any of the regulations. We were very vocal about it. And Jackson really viewed us as the enemy at that point. And, from then forward, but, that was happening across our country at that time too.
Yeah.
People were really pitted against each other at that time. And, if everyone recalls during COVID, people were calling in for people having too many people in a backyard.
Right.
So it really set the platform open for people to have this, yes, you can turn in your fellow citizen and your own father.
Right.
And it is by design. This has all been by design.
Well, the good thing is he's young, and I hope, I'm thinking he's growing into this, and you keep in touch with him. Does he talked to his dad in jail?
You know, he has spoken to his dad once. You know, Carrie, you did that recording with Guy right after his sentencing, where he absolutely has forgiven Jackson. And Guy forgave Jackson the minute that we knew for sure it was him. And because he is, and we knew that he was so liberal-minded, but the indoctrination of our youth is real. And, you know, unbeknownst to us, they've been invading and taking our children for a long time now. And, you know, they're just destroying families.
Right.
You know, my family, you hear the story of Andrea.
Right.
You know, there at this point, there's 1,115 Jan 6ers that have been arrested, and they are destroying those families also.
Right.
You know, and after all of this, and going through the trial, like you said, and then Guy's sentencing, and then that's when I met Miss Mickey Whitoff. And, you know, it was scary at Guy's trial. It was very polarizing. Guy was the very first one out of the chute. You know, there was media everywhere.
You guys were so hopeful. I remember that.
Well, you know, you have to be. And, you know, we were the first ones testing the waters, so there was a little bit of hope there. I'll get back to that. But after being in there and knowing how hard it was to sit there, and it is so polarizing, and they are out to get you. And then to go back, and I was so thankful that you came, and it really touched our hearts, because Kara Castronova here, came to Guy's trial, and she was the only media on our side. And she was in these faces of these prosecutors asking, how are you sleeping at night? Yes, absolutely. Kara's been a warrior for Jan 6ers from the get-go. And, you know, thank you from all of us. So just want to get that out there real quick. She was a warrior there for us. And but it was very intimidating, and being there during trial. And then that Mickey came to Guy's sentencing August 1st. And, you know, and I knew, okay, someone's coming also. You know, she was present for it. And you gather so much strength from, you know, your people being there. And, you know, and after I saw really what they did to Guy and my family in that courtroom, I really just felt like that we need to bear witness to what they're doing to our American citizens in that federal courthouse. And Mickey had said that she was going to start a vigil outside of the DC gulag and stand in solidarity with the men and women inside that jail. And so that night we went out there, me and her and my girls, and we sang the national anthem. There's a little ruckus, but you know, that was the first night. And after, my husband did receive 7.5 years at that sentencing, and I went home back to Texas and regrouped and wrapped my brain around, the government's coming after the American citizens, and I can't sit still. And what is happening is wrong. And I'm going to go stand with Ashley Babbitt's mother, because until there is justice for Ashley, there's not justice for any of us. And, you know, and I went the beginning of September, and we've been out there every day for over 365 days at this point, singing the national anthem at 9 p.m. with those guys and gals inside, which they've been doing even before we had gotten there. And, you know, we go and sit, and we are witness to what is happening to Jan 6ers in the federal courthouse. And what is happening in there is abhorrent. And if more people could see it, they would be in the streets. You know, but there are so many cases going through that courthouse that you can't get to all of them. You can't sit and be present for that. But, you know, when you look up there and the judges, when they demean these men and women for standing up for an election that they felt was lacked integrity and exercising their First Amendment rights that day, and they are told that they are the antithesis of patriot, that they are ignorant because of their views, that how dare they follow a man, so willingly. How ignorant are you? How dare they? How dare they? That was not an insurrection that day. American citizens had every right to have a redress of their grievances, and these judges are biased. And when you get a DC jury, what they're looking at when they see you as a Jan 6er, they see you as an insurrectionist and just an arm of Donald J. Trump. And they can't wait to convict you. They cannot wait.
And that's why a lot of the guys are now opting for bench trials, which is with a judge, but they're not doing much better with the judges because the judges, I believe, are very corrupt. I believe are taking orders from the Biden regime. And they're not, so it's like you can't win with the judge, you can't win with the jury. I don't know what the answer is. Do you think that Trump now being a J6er himself is going to help the cause or hurt the cause?
Well, any attention that is brought to Jan 6 and the plight of the American citizens, and if it takes indicting Trump, then yes, let's do it, because people need to realize, like you were saying earlier, the 1512C2 charge, which is an obstruction of an official proceeding charge, does hold a weight of 20 years. My husband, Guy, did not enter the building. He's not charged with an assault. And he received that 1512C2 charge, and that is where the weight of his time comes from. This charge is an umbrella charge. You can, there's a lot of argument with the judges that all you have to do is know that the electoral count was happening that day, and you knew, and you were there en masse to protest, and that can literally convict you of that charge.
That's a very flawed argument for those judges to make, because everybody really knows that the certification was not happening that day. It was probably not going to happen to the following day or even the day after that. According to Capitol Police officers I've seen testify, they were low-staffed, quote unquote, because they knew it was going to go into the night and into the next day, because there were objections to the certification. So what actually was stopped that day was not the certification, it was the objections to the certifications, which were never heard by the American people and never entered into the congressional record. So think about who really benefited from this quote unquote insurrection. I wonder who.
Well, they murdered Ashley Babbitt and they removed her body, and they went about the business of that day. So there was no obstruction.
Right.
Nothing was obstructed.
Right. And I'm so sorry, Mickey, and every time we talk about Ashley, it brings tears to my eyes, and we'll bring up Mickey next. In closing, I just wanted to say that I was really touched by your family, and I spent a lot of time talking to Guy on the phone during his trial, and what struck me the most is the forgiveness. Like, I could cry thinking about it. I just remember, I couldn't believe how forgiving he was of Jackson, and how gracious he was in general, and how positive he was just after he was sentenced, just after he was found guilty on all charges. And he said, and he hadn't seen his son Jackson until that day in court. And I remember him telling me he grew, it was bittersweet because he hadn't seen him in about a year and a half. So he was growing into a man. So he was taken aback, like his son was growing up, but at the same time he was there to testify against him. So it was this bittersweet feeling. And then there's a famous picture that one of the artists drew in the courtroom of him just breaking down and crying like this, and the court marshal's putting her hand on his back. And
Yes, yeah, it was extremely touching. And Guy, he knew exactly why he went to the Capitol on January 6th. We understood that it was a time for everybody to have their voices heard about the direction of our country. And, he went because he wanted a country for his children and his grandchildren. So, Jackson being as indoctrinated and hoodwinked as I feel like he is, Guy understands that, and of course he forgives him. He's a young man.
Right, and I think that's beautiful. So that's what I took out of that. That love transcends everything.
It absolutely does. It absolutely does. And, and that is how we're going to get through this, is together, and forgiveness and reaching across the aisle, because there are so many things that we share that they consider to divide us. But across the board, our wants and needs are the same. And, I'm so thankful for an opportunity for us to get the message out today. Thank you, Joe the Box and America First Warehouse for, hosting this event. Gary McBride. Thank you, brother, for this. You know, anytime that we have an opportunity to gather together, you know, we need it, and we need to get the message out, and we need to have this movement move forward. And the only way we can do that is by everyone being brave enough to have conversations.
Yes, thank you so much. And Nicole, tell us really briefly how everybody here could help out with the visuals and help Mickey and you. And just to put this out there, guys, I've been at the house. I know you've switched houses since, but it's magical because, like I said before, it's just people from all around the country. When I was staying there, Cressman's wife was there. It's like families just come, they bring their kids with the J6ers when their husband has a court date or when they want to visit their husband in jail, and the house is open to all. You know, it's just like a big family, a big supportive family. So if you want to help Mickey and her house, which is like a really, really a beautiful, peaceful place of solitude. I don't know if that's the right word. Is solitude the right word?
I don't
it's
know.
It's a place of
asylum? No, that's not it. That's not it.
Right, it's a
Asylum's
sanctuary.
not that.
Right. So Mickey's house is a sanctuary place for January 6ers to come when they're visiting their loved ones in prison or when they're going to court. So if you want to help out, please tell us how we can help out.
We have a really great website, 4ashly.com, the number 4ashli.com. There's a lot of great resources on there. There's a lot of sites, Gary McBride's sites on there, the Real J6, which you'll be hearing from Sarah Maccabee later. You know, so if you could just go to 4ashly.com and you'll find a lot of relevant information there.
Thank you so much, Nicole, for all the work that you do in keeping strong for all these J6ers. They need you so much.
We need each other.
Amen. Good job. I hope you're fine. All right. Thank you.
Great job. You're amazing.
Forgiveness. That's not easy.
It's a little scattered, though.
Okay, a couple more minutes here. Let's just take a 5-minute break. Everybody get something to drink, maybe like something to snack on. I want to plan the rest of the night because everything kind of changed so quickly. We had David Summerall and David Summerall, right? And Maccabee going to go. Sarah Maccabee's going to go, and we also have Mickey. So there's a couple things happening. Take 5 minutes, play a little music. All right, let's regroup. And we'll come back up and figure out the rest of the show is going to go. Thank you, everybody, for coming in. I love every one of you Patriots.
I took it out of I'm not sure. How's it going?
It's going good.
Good.
Everybody received the content.
What's it? Good.
Good.
Yeah. I just got done putting out a separate video. I kind of moved some stuff around, edited some stuff out, just where you were looking for papers and stuff. Cool. It's good.
Yeah, no, thanks for doing that. I appreciate that. I had fun talking about it. So.
Yeah, it was good.
It's good to get this information out there.
Yeah, they were they enjoyed it a lot. So.
Oh, that's live right now?
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, just email me whenever and I'll give you that.
All right. Yeah. That'd be great. I will do that. I'm going to go sneak out.
This is Craig.
Okay, bro. No problem. We'll talk. Okay. Shoot me a text. I saved your number, okay? I definitely will.
What do you do? Sax player. What I was trying to build a film industry within the consumer, which we need because you see they control everything. So it's slowly coming together. Like things like this, people still working, very distributed. It's coming together. We need to build strength. Once we build strength, you see the tide turn. fighting. That's what they do.
There's one that's going to be getting out September 5th. Open out where he gets out. Speaking of
Yes, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. I think you're gonna get a lot of people also.
He'll call out the men and all that stuff, so I'm sure he will. Once he gets out, it seems like after you get through your time, you get a little more braver. See, I don't know why they haven't really come for me. I think there's some stuff that videos and stuff that the men are showing some of the agitators, so maybe that, I really don't know. But it didn't arrest me. They went to my mom's house in Ohio.
You might enjoy that show too.
Yeah.
They're gonna be here on Friday. I don't know if I can stay. They've got some stuff in there too. It's a fun time. It's a much. This is very much relaxed and like it's business. But that's like a show. Like they have a band. The last time I was here for the show, they had a band. What I did, but they had a band here. They had the show going on here, and then dispersed between the skits and everything. They go to like the videos, kind of like what they do on Saturday Night Live, and they're trying to gain momentum. So what I do is I go around and I talk to
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Testing, Jan, man, where's my mic? Yes, sir. Working right now.
Okay, all right, good chat.
Yep, thank you.
Mic number two.
Where's someone?
You still got the mic?
Right back.
Huh?
You still got the mic?
Kara.
Okay, you might have to turn it back on.
He's gonna close out.
I'll read it.
Here, take that one.
All right, I'm gonna give Sarah and then Mickey. Test. What's going on?
I'm right here.
Where's my boy?
Are you going
Where's
back
my
on?
boy?
Yeah, can you do me a favor? Because I think
when it's not working, just make sure.
Mic number one. Test. You good with number one? Number one goes to now.
Test number two. Testing.
When I go up there, will you just to the camera, make sure it's focused, like by tapping it and hit record?
There's a green light. I don't know. I'm wondering if that's there was two separate lines for this microphone. Test. Setting on, yeah.
Hey, how are you?
All right. We are going to put the Freedom Corner on, please, on the TV behind us.
For Ashley, J6
Yesterday, the day before. What are we following, David Valentine? Who's live stream are we following?
Yeah, I would think that would be good.
Who is it? Well, there's my Great Awakening song. These guys performed this song last night. They were pretty good. You see it, Kara? I'm gonna tell you what, General Flynn and his company, the Great Awakening tour.
Oh yeah?
There it is.
Oh, cool.
Look at right there, Tammy! What? I bet you she slept over there. That's what I'm thinking. I think the commentators go, she gets back, and she snooze. Because she looks great. She did the roll call here last night as well. Okay, Sarah Maccabee, would you mind stepping up to the stage? We're gonna do an interview while the Freedom Corner playing in the background. Eventually, we're gonna sing the national anthem.
Where's
So
Gary?
make sure you get that at 9 o'clock.
I do not want to do.
So, what I understand about Sarah is that her husband is a true patriot. Her husband was there fighting for the life of Roseanne Boylan. So there's a quite interesting story behind her. I welcome you to the America First Warehouse, Sarah. Thank you for coming in. And Kara Katsanova, thank you very much for doing this interview.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
John, can you turn on the cameras wherever you are?
Nice. Are we ready for countdown?
David Valentine. Oh, John will turn it on. I just make sure. Okay. Is it recording?
About to start 5 seconds ago. That's the difference with Newsmax and the America First Warehouse. We are on time.
I'm getting paid. I'm on time.
Get paid with happiness.
That's right.
Is it
Well, that's fine.
is it red, John, and you can see the levels? Okay.
Test on your mic, too.
Test.
Test. Can you get on it?
Test.
Yeah. Get Sarah's mic up a little bit.
Test. Test. Testing. Testing. Test.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the America First Warehouse. I'm here today with Sarah Maccabee, who is the wife of Ronald Maccabee. And he is a very, very patriotic man. I followed his story very closely because I was so interested in the Roseanne Boylan story. I've seen so much video of your husband truly acting like a hero that day. So to give everybody a little bit of background on your husband, he is a sheriff in Tennessee, and he was there on January 6th, and he noticed that something was wrong, which was that cops were attacking people at the entrance where Roseanne Boylan was. And, to fast forward the story, Roseanne Boylan died. A lot of people here, I'm not sure if you know that there was another woman besides, unfortunately, Ashley Babbitt, who was killed that day. And a lot of people say it was because of police and police negligence. And her husband was the only police officer there that day, I feel, that was doing their job at the West Capitol steps. He was trying to save Roseanne Boylan's life. I've seen numerous videos of him trying to give her CPR, desperately trying to save her life. And he's still in jail to this day in pretrial detention, suffering literally for trying to save somebody's life. So, Sarah, thank you so much for being here and for what your husband has done. And could you tell us a little bit more about why he went there that day and about your experience so far?
Sure. Thanks for having me on. Thanks, Joe, for hosting this. Thank you, Gary, for putting it together. We need more events like this. We need the truth to be getting out and for people to be talking to their family members, their church members about what's going on. My husband, Ronald Cold Maccabee, as of 2 years tomorrow, sits in pretrial detention, was supposed to go to trial, a jury trial, at the end of September, but as of yesterday, it sounds like it's going to be pushed back to January. So it'll be 2.5 years without even a trial in front of a judge, trying to push a plea deal on him of 9 to 10 years. It's absolutely sickening what's going on and what's happening to these people. It's a miscarriage of justice across the board. He was a law enforcement officer for 7 years on January 6th, and he did. He saw an officer down and went to go help that officer. When he was trying to help that officer, he saw Lila Morris beating Roseanne Boylan to death, literally on video yelling, "Stop killing that girl," and that he is trying to help. He's pleading with the officers. Falls down the stairs with an officer, and the officer acknowledges that he's trying to help him, helps him back up to the line of duty with the other officers, goes to get Roseanne Boylan, bring her back to the line of officers to plead for help there, starts to give her chest compressions when they drag her away like a dead animal. Then he's standing there, his shoulder is broken, he's asking for assistance, and the officer again thanks him twice for his help that day, yet he sits behind bars for 2 years.
And the interesting part is during the grand jury, when they showed the video of your husband, again, they didn't play the audio. Am I right?
Yes.
So they didn't play the audio where you could actually hear the police officer that he was helping thanking him. And, you know, there's a thing that Gary McBride from M5 News said to me, which is that you see what people tell you to see. So, you know, if they're telling the grand jury, this is Ronald Maccabee attacking a police officer, that's what they're going to see because that's what they're told to see. But there was no audio on it. And that came out later, correct me if I'm wrong, and they still kept him in jail.
They did. It was at the bond hearing, and they said that they couldn't play the audio because of technical difficulties, so they narrated it to the judge, and the judge agreed on what he was seeing.
Right. So it's insane. And her husband, I remember when he got moved, he got tear gas while he was in his cell, and this is something I wrote about for not wearing a mask. If you want to tell that story.
Yeah, so he was a little over a year of being in there. It was Labor Day of 2022, and he was arrested August 17th of 21. He has been in DC since October, and they still made them wear COVID masks when they came outside of their cells. So he was in his cell that morning because they were locked down. He walked to the medication cart 25 feet from his cell, and the guard told him to put a mask on while he was taking oral medication, and he said, no, how can you wear a mask while you are taking oral medication? It's just stupid. And she said that he assaulted her. Mind you, that guard was not even supposed to be in there because of the issues that she had caused prior, but because it was a holiday, she was in there causing ruckus, sprayed him an entire can of OC spray in his eyes, and then they handcuffed him, threw him to the ground, and again sprayed another can of OC spray in his face, within an inch of his face, took him to medical, threw him in a shower, hot shower, said the only way I can explain it to you is you have a sunburn and you jump into a hot tub. And then they put him in the same clothes for 12 hours in a cell with no CCTV camera footage.
Yeah, it's a crazy story, what they're doing to these guys in jail. Where is he now? What jail is he in?
He's back in DC.
He's back in DC. So you're very familiar with the Roseanne Boylan story. Yes. And what I was talking about the other night was, interestingly, not one of the guys that was there on the steps that witnessed Roseanne Boylan being killed have gone to trial. I think that's by design because they don't want people.
For plea deals. My husband did nothing wrong that day, and they offered him a 9 to 10 year plea deal to sweep this under the rug so it would never go to trial. But they barked up the wrong tree. We're going to trial, and all of this is going on the record.
Good, I'm glad. And I would encourage everyone here, where's the best video that they could see of your husband helping Roseanne? Where does that video live?
It's on Rumble. You can just type his name in on Google, Ronald Colton Maccabee, and Rumble. It'll be one of the first things that pop up.
Right, you'll see. It's like he's just from the bottom of his heart, terrified, really trying to help this woman, and it's heartbreaking. It really is heartbreaking. He did nothing wrong that day. He is, I think all the January 6ers are for the most part innocent, but your husband goes to be the level of hero because of the extent he was putting his own life on the line to help somebody else, and he's in jail to this day. What have you learned in this experience, I guess, about the justice system?
It's broken beyond repair. I think something that we put together was Stand in the Gap Foundation, and ultimately it's for justice reform, not just prison reform, because from the time that they indict you in a grand jury, they can lie. It's all behind closed doors to the time that you get out. It's broken from A to Z. And for the judges to have the overreach that they do, the prosecutors to be able to lie in opening and closing statements, for them to not be able to play the audio and withhold exculpatory evidence, you have to break the system completely. There's no fixing a little part of it. You have to completely demolish it and build it from the ground up.
I agree. And what's so funny is what they're indicting Trump for now, which is everything that they do. You know, this RICO conspiracy saying that, him and his lawyers conspired, when the Department of Justice is, as far as I'm concerned, is conspiring with the judges. These judges are not acting in a fair way. I don't know if you have seen any of the trials or have been following them. Do you think that your husband's going to get a fair trial, and is he going to go for a jury or a judge trial?
He's going for a jury. He absolutely won't get a fair trial in DC. It's not a jury of his peers. And with what the government is allowing, we don't know what evidence they're going to allow in. Will they allow the audio? We don't know. So there's captions on the video so the jury can see what's going on. You look at the video and you have no idea what's going on. It is complete chaos. You flip on the audio and it's a whole different story.
Yeah, and I hope that they do bring Roseanne Boylan, the video of that, into the courtroom, because that's never happened before. So maybe your husband's case will be the one to finally, hopefully, bring her story to the light. Do you, I don't know, people in Tennessee, you live in Tennessee, are people aware of Roseanne Boylan and that there was another woman who died on January 6th?
Yes and no. It just depends. We're very close, within 3 hours of where she lived in Kennesaw. That's actually one of the areas that it was a county over from where my husband was a sheriff's deputy for 4 years. And so either they are very well versed in January 6th and they know, or they know nothing at all. And so that's why it's so important that as the general public to go out and say these people's names. You know, we had a hearing on June 13th in front, a congressional hearing where it's 18 USC section 4, that if you know of a crime, that you have to report it, to law enforcement, to the military, to some type of official. And on record that day, we put the 4 deaths of 4 unarmed Americans. And technically, if we follow the law, we don't seem to be playing by the rules right now with them. We do. I don't know why we play by the rules and they don't. But according to the Constitution, it's either you do this, it's a felony. If not, and you serve 3 years in jail. I think we need to clear out the entire Congress. Everybody knows about it. All 535 members, they should all go sit in jail for 3 years.
Right. How is your husband doing in jail? Like, how is he? Is his mental health well? What is his outlook in general? Is he hopeful about his trial?
As hopeful as you can be. It's one day at a time. There's things that happen that knock the wind out of you, where you're gonna just got to take a step back and say, you know what, we might lose the battle, but the war is far from over. And he has a great support system out here. He has a great support system in there. And that's just what we have to continue to do. The letters that they get through Patriot Mail Project, you know, they can't write every single person back. It's incredible. When I went and got his stuff after he was assaulted and moved out of the jail, I couldn't believe how many letters that he had gotten from the American public telling him that he wasn't forgotten. And it was overwhelming. And he said that was sometimes the only thing that would get him through the day when they were locked in solitary confinement, was the support from the general public. But it's not only that they need your love and prayers, they need action, because talk is cheap. So we can leave this week and we can go back and do nothing and feel bad for every person that's going through it, or we can put action behind it. There are leaders within the movement for Ashley, Stop Hate, M5 News, the Patriot Mail Project, that have paved the way for us, and we need to go behind them, and there needs to be Indians behind them actually working towards achieving justice, because we cannot do it on our own.
Right. Last question I have for you about is his judge. Does he have a fair judge? That's like an oxymoron in DC, but who is his judge? And what do you know about his judge?
So he originally had Emmett Sullivan, who presided over the General Flynn case, and he called him a terrorist on record within 5 minutes of his own bond hearing. And at the end, he was kind of backpedaling. I think he realized what he said, but it's on record. It's in his court documents. And he was actually recused from the case, actually from all January 6 cases. It's under seal as to why, but eventually at some point we hope to get that unsealed so people know the truth. But he now has Contreras, I don't know. It depends on what day they have. Seeing what they sentence. 1 day in jail is too long for these men, but seeing what happens, it could be 36 months, could be 80 months. It just depends.
I know that you actually were a witness before Congress, and I don't know if you have connections there in Congress, but if I were you, I would talk to whoever you know and who brought you there about getting some of these judges in a hearing, some of the J6 judges. I don't know if that's something they're talking about, and the attorneys to talk about how unfair how nobody in Washington, D.C. can get a fair trial, how the judges are corrupt, and the House needs to bring these judges in front of the American public at a hearing and expose this, so therefore Donald Trump can hopefully go to West Virginia for his trial, and all the J6ers could be hopefully moved to a different state.
They do. They need change of venues, but every week, every Monday at 8 a.m. from our organization, there's an email that goes out to all 535 congressional members, pleading for them to go and sit in these trials, either them or a staffer, to see with their own eyes what's going on, the miscarriage of justice.
All right, and hopefully, so everybody out there, please give your Congress people a call and encourage them to go sit in on those trials and to investigate those judges, which is so important for America. Thank you, Sarah, for being with us tonight. Extend our prayers and thanks to your husband for who he is and for trying to save Roseanne Boylan's life when no other police officer there that day would. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. God bless you. Be safe. Okay.
Thank you.
We have 2 more interviews right here, because we know what happens at 9 o'clock. We'll go and sing the anthem with our J6 prisoners, right? Mickey Whitoff. Ashley Babbitt's mom. Not that she is known by Ashley Babbitt's mom, but forever Ashley Babbitt is in our heart, in our soul, and this is what she lives with for the rest of her life. Kara Casanova will interview Mickey Whitoff And the reasons why she's here, what she know, and what she's doing about her daughter. You remember her. Come around this way, Nick. I know Nick's a warrior.
Okay. I got this right here. Isn't that right?
Yeah, you're good. That's for Valentine. For Freedom Express Media. Audio check, video check. We look good. All right, we're gonna try and stay on time.
One second. David, can you just make sure that one's recording?
Good, that's good right there. Excuse me, Summerall. We're trying to produce a show over here.
Okay, good.
Ready to rock and roll. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey everybody, welcome back to America First Warehouse, where I'm sitting with Mickey Whitoff, the mother of Ashley Babbitt. Could everybody please give her a round of applause? This is a beautiful patriot. She's beautiful inside and out, and I've gotten to know her pretty well over the past two years, I'd say.
Yeah,
it's been going on 2 years. And unfortunately, her daughter was killed that day by, I don't want to say his name because I don't like to say his name out loud, but by a Capitol Police officer. She was shot. And I've gotten to know Mickey. Last year, she started her vigils outside of DC. And I always will remember that she told me why she was doing it was because if Ashley, her daughter, knew what was going on and if she was alive, she would be sleeping outside of the jail and on the courthouse stairs every day, standing up for the people that are being incarcerated unconstitutionally for January 6th. And you're there because of your daughter, and it makes you feel closer to her. Do you still feel that way?
Well, I absolutely went to DC because I feel like Ashley would have been there if she was able to be. And because I had been at an event with Dave Summerall, who you guys talked to yesterday, and he told me about, to pray about my path forward. And it just, occurred to me that it was obvious that, I had said in my head 1,000 times out loud, 100 times that that's where Ashley would be. So we did come to DC. And since then, I feel like we've gathered momentum. When this government first killed Ashley, who was a United States veteran deployed to the Middle East 4 times, and then she was denied rendering of honors because she was there at the Capitol on January 6th, which is just abhorrent behavior. Ashley had an honorable discharge and absolutely has all the rights that American citizens should have. And, if there was footage of Ashley at the Capitol on January 6th, and she was so proud to be there that day. So it's comforting to know that it was one of the best days ever. I could see it on her. And, I wish that the government had arrested her and not murdered her. And then, we could ask her so many things about that day. But, listening to everybody talk and about, where we're at now and where we were then, I couldn't even find a place to hold services to bury my daughter. I had to, or to scatter her ashes or to commemorate her memory in any way. And so to see where we were then and where we are now, I think we've made leaps and bounds. And when we first came to DC for our vigil, the men had no visitation, not video visitation, not in-person visitation. And, through being there, even though you could see, we probably have about 20 people there a night, and we are making ground, but we have live streamers there, Stormtrooper, like Dave Valentine. Stormtrooper had over 1 million watched minutes last month. So, American citizens are starting to pay attention. We also have calls to action. When Sarah's husband was OC sprayed, people called and complained about Lieutenant Lancaster, who was the sprayer, and she was reprimanded. And, we just have, I feel, given these men a voice, and we're there to stand in solidarity. And as you know, they sing the national anthem every night. So we're there to do that with them. And, we have had our year milestone, and we have had, we deal with some Antifa counter-protesters on a regular basis. But for our 1-year anniversary, they actually, brought in some Antifa from other places. But, oddly enough, we're grateful to the Metropolitan Police Department for ensuring our safety every night. I think sometimes, we probably have too many police there on the corner, but they work to ensure our safety, and for the most part are rather pleasant to us. So we appreciate them.
So I know that you mentioned Antifa.
Yeah.
And I was at the vigil with you right when it started, really. And I was taken by how you were able to, and it's your energy, to make a corner of a cemetery and a jail magical, prayerful. I could feel God there. I could feel Jesus there. I really mean that. My brother felt it too when he came. And then you have these Antifa people that come with these noisemakers with their very, very demonic energy. I pray for them. I don't know how you do it though. Some of these Antifa people are very, very, I don't even know what else to say except they're under the influence of the devil. Was an Antifa person who dressed up as your daughter.
There was.
And who said, "Mommy, I'm alive." Like the sick stuff these people do, the demented. And I've been there and watched you sort of like trying not to punch somebody in the face. And you have a lot of self-control because I don't know if I could do it. How do you do it?
Well, sometimes I don't. I've been arrested, but it's I'm not as good as you because you say you pray for your enemies, and the only prayer I can get out for these people is I hope they trip and eat a curb. So that's my prayer for these people. But you just have to realize that they don't have a strong message, and when you want to go lay hands on somebody, you have to realize that would be them taking you off of your mission and defeating you. So you really just have to some degree, learn how to tune them out. But I'm looking around this room, and there are so many people in this room that have been to the Freedom Corner, and we love y'all, and thank you for being there. Like almost everybody, including Kara, Johnny Tobacco, Susie, Freedom Jeffrey, and Brooke, and we love all. And
Joe the Box with his flag.
Joe the Box been on Freedom Corner, mixing it up occasionally. Yeah. So and I've also through this gotten to meet so many powerful women. Yourself, Nicole Reppitt. I just am so blessed to have her in my life and in my corner. Sarah Maccabee is a young dynamo, and so we've met some strong, determined women and men too. But I just I'm always pleased to see the women rise to the occasion every time.
Definitely, and it was bringing comfort to these men in there. I wrote an article for the Newsmax magazine. I thought it was pretty good. I hope you saved the copy.
I do.
I said that, America is calling them terrorists, insurrectionists, white supremacists, racists. But there's somebody out there that's calling them sweetheart, hero, and they call her Mama Mickey, which is you. The guys in prison call her Mama Mickey. She's become like a mother figure to them. She's there on the corner every night. They could see her from the window. They could see the flags. They could see the lights. And it brings them such comfort because I've spoken to so many of them, and they really, really grab onto you as, like almost an angel. I know that's a lot of, and you are an angel. Is that a lot of pressure on you? Are you planning on much longer do you want to stay in DC? Are you going to stay there till the last guy is out?
Well, Kara, I've been asked that so many times, but I don't know how long we'll be there. I think that until it's time to go, we'll be there, and it's not time to go. So.
Right. Well, now Trump is a J6er. I don't know if he's going to call you Mama Mickey, but.
And you know what? I would just like to say to President Trump, welcome to the party. And I think that well, seriously, and I'm sorry for him, but I think that, indictments are one thing, but to be hauled into the courtroom and be arraigned and he will be charged and go through the adjudication process. And I think that, hopefully we'll have some righteous indignation in this country, because we do have people like Sarah Maccabee's husband in jail, like Nicole Reppitt's husband in jail. For Nicole's husband assaulted no one, and to have American citizens treated this way should anger everybody. The death of my daughter and 3 other unarmed American citizens should anger this country, and to be aware that we have an election that was stolen and at the very least questionable. The integrity of that election was questionable, and to have so many people go to Washington, D.C. that day, and now, you realize that if you question the government, they may kill you, they may beat you, they may lock you away.
They will definitely lock you away.
And throw the key away if you dare to challenge them. And so the American people, we know that they were there in numbers on January 6th. So I understand that American people are sad, but this is no time to be sad. It's not time to be sad for me. It's not time to be sad for Ashley. It's not time to be sad for yourself. It's time to be brave. It's time. It's time to take this country back in a meaningful way. You know, we do go to congressional hearings and we hear a lot of talk. And I do believe that some of these congressional members will take action and will investigate some things. And it's a slow process, but it's a lot of talk. We need to remind these people who they work for. You know, it's not a government that goes to DC and lives an elite lifestyle, shows up, raises a fuss in these congressional hearings, and then goes out to a brandy with the guy across the aisle. You know, it is seriously time for reform. And I know that, you know, it has been said of people in the January 6th community, me in particular being there on the corner, that we are the wrong messengers for prison reform. And I don't believe we are. I believe we may be late to the game. And I know that, you know, brown and black mothers in this country have been grieving over their children killed under color of authority for years. And so it is new to me to understand the powerless feeling you have when people in power kill your child. And to know that American citizens that day are still suffering for standing up and having a moral compass, because the government, the FBI, the Capitol Police, the Metropolitan Police absolutely waged war on American citizens that day. We didn't draw first blood. They did. And it's a moral obligation to prevent murder of United States citizens. And it doesn't matter if the perpetrator is wearing a uniform. And I know that, you know, the orders and the orchestration came from the highest place. Let's find out what Yochanan Pittman was doing. You know, let's find out what Nancy Pelosi's reason for denying the National Guard was. Let's find out. Let's find out why we haven't found the pipe bombers. Let's find out why Matthew Graves cannot, he fails, he's the district attorney in Washington, D.C. He fails to prosecute literally 67% of violent crimes in that city. That's your raping, your rapes, your murders, your carjackings, your kidnappings, and yet he still continues to hunt down mega grandmas and mega grandpas for merely being at the Capitol that day. And also, you know, Dave Summerall pointed out yesterday, because I was watching it, Dave, that, you know, when have you ever heard of criminals being the ones that want the evidence produced? You know, every single J6er is like, please, show us what happened. You know, and it's our officials, our police, our politicians that are so closely guarding this footage.
Yeah.
And they say it's for security reasons. Well, it is. It's for the security of their job and the security of the lies they told and the security of the crimes they perpetrated on the American people.
Well, it's exculpatory for the January 6ers. It's exculpatory for President Trump and everybody that was there that day.
And incriminating for the police on so many levels.
Right.
So, you know, let's don't forget as American citizens, that's our footage. It was recorded with our equipment. It was recorded by people paid for with your taxpayer dollars. And now it's being withheld from us, from people that you pay their salary. So it's time to start knocking on some doors again and making some phone calls. But also, that being said, you know, it's not just this guarded footage that they have, but there's enough crowdsourced video. Because y'all were on it that day. Everybody had out their cell phones and you got some stuff. And there is footage, you know, some stuff that we've seen all over the place, but we cannot, who do we have to get in front of for this to make a difference? Because we've shown it to them.
Well, you've spoken to a lot of senators and a lot of Congress people down there. I know that most people don't have much hope left in the Republican Party, definitely not the Democrats. Who are the few good ones?
Well, I don't either. I have hope in the American people. You know, we the people be the people, and let's don't forget that. And there is power in numbers. You know, we do have some of them on our side, but you know, mostly it's going to have to come from the people. It is absolutely, and I hope that, you know, everybody in this country that loves Donald Trump and sees what he's going through, know that that's your fellow American, your next door neighbor, maybe your son, maybe your daughter, maybe your husband, who is in you know, comparison to Donald Trump, powerless. You know, he's got all the money and all the power to fight this. So I hope he does a good job. I hope his lawyers do a good job. And I hope in doing so, it's good for the January 6th community, because we're all American citizens.
You fight for Ashley and you continue to fight for justice for Ashley, but I wanted to thank you for fighting for the other three that were killed that day. If you want to really briefly talk about the other three American citizens that were killed on January 6th, and the Biden regime did not mention them on the January 6th anniversary. They actually talked about the mysterious 6 cops that somehow died on January 6th, and they did a bell toll for the 6 cops that died on January 6th, which didn't happen. There were 3 others that died that day, and people know Ashley's name, but they don't know Kevin Greason, they don't know Roseanne Boylan, they don't know Philip Anderson, but you have been fighting for them.
Well, in all of them, you know, Roseanne Boylan absolutely has a right to have her story heard. You know, Ashley has a right to have her story heard. They tried to mop my daughter up and throw her away like a piece of trash while it was business of the day. And Roseanne Boylan, God bless her family. And just to see what she was put through that day and the disrespect that she was treated with and continues to be treated with. Kevin Greason, Benjamin Phillips, her official cause of death was heart attack. But we know that Kevin was hit with a flashbang grenade, and their deaths deserve an investigation. Brian Sicknick deserves an investigation because it's believed he had a stroke. And you know, you have that window where you can get help when you've had a stroke, but at a certain point you become irreparable. And you know, we actually had Patriots try to help him that day, and they were told, you know, well, actually they were arrested and taken away. But you know, it was his comrades, his fellow officers,
the Capitol Police,
that let him, you know, told him to go lay down and sleep it off, basically. And, you know, I believe his blood's on their hands. The Capitol Police that committed suicide, I often wonder if those were going to be the whistleblowers and they got suicided. Who knows what happens to them? Some of them died in mysterious ways. People that were going to testify in front of committees die the night before. That's some Clinton shit right there, you know? I mean, you just don't know what happened to these people, although you do. You know, although you do.
Right. So there's just so much to talk to you about, Mickey. I know that when I first came into contact with you, you were nervous speaking in public, and now you totally own the stage, and you've grown. You totally own the stage, and you're fearless.
Thank you. It probably has something to do with the fact that you people in this room are my friends, and I love you so much. Like all of you. It's become such a family.
Could you?
And also, Kara, just, you know, to be completely clear, you are one of the very first people from the January 6th community that ever reached out to me. So I love and appreciate you for that. And the fact that you continue to fight and just sitting in this room with people that are, you know, Joe the Box has done so much to help our house individually and our Eagle's Nest. And you fight for all the J6ers. And to sit in this room with you know, people like, I'm going to fangirl you for a second, Dave Summerall. To sit in this room with people like Dave Summerall who have been fighting since the beginning. And, you know, he's just been such a beacon and a guide. And, you know, I appreciate him and his wife, Cindy, who I know has to give so much of herself to give so much of him. So we love you, Summeralls.
I wanted to give you the last couple minutes an opportunity to talk about Ashley. You know, we all know Ashley Babbitt because she was murdered on January 6th. And, you know, we have that image in our head, but there was so much more to her, and you've shared some of it with me. If you want to tell us a little bit about Ashley, who she was.
Well, Ashley was an independent little girl who grew up into a powerful, independent woman with a determined spirit. Ashley embraced everything life brought to her. She worked hard for everything she ever had. So the white privilege narrative that comes with her, and that's absolutely not true. My daughter worked for everything. She was proud to be an American. She was definitely proud of herself. And I worked every day to try to make her half as proud of me as I am of her. And, you know, she was my oldest child, my only daughter. Very can-do spirit. She loved, we had horses, she rode horses. By the time she was 3, she had a pet chicken that would literally just sit on her lap for hours, little tea towel. She played water polo, she played roller hockey, she played soccer, whitewater rafting, just literally everything that you could want to embrace. Ashley was down to do it. So, you know, just a quintessential American female, and I'm proud to be a mom.
Do you think she would be proud of you?
At odd moments, I do feel like I channel her. Yes, I do. I think that Ashley would be proud of the team that surrounds me. And I do feel like there's, people give me more credit for being brave than I deserve, because really I'm just pissed off. But I have an amazing team of people around me that support me and make it possible for me to be where I am and what I'm doing. And so yes, I think Ashley would be proud of all of us, and thank you.
I think she would too. And to close, when we stood on the corner at the jail at Freedom Corner, you said, and I felt it too, and you said you felt her there with you. You feel her spirit's there. Do you still feel like she's there with you?
Yeah, I think Ashley gets around. I think that she is right now an angel on earth, and I'm really not sure if she does get to rest in peace right now. She might feel like she still has work to do, but I absolutely feel my daughter's presence always.
Yeah, and what would justice for Ashley mean to you?
Well, justice for Ashley means a lot of things to me. I feel like, I feel like Ashley is at the precipice of the crime of the century. I feel like this stolen election has absolutely changed history. I feel like it is our job as American citizens, and the people in this room are our hope. The people watching on live stream are our hope to regain this country. And I feel like justice for Ashley would be to regain this country, obviously to see Michael Byrd behind bars, and, fair and honest elections. And, as American citizens, we really have taken that for granted for so long. And the fact that American people are going, well, maybe it was a fair election, maybe it wasn't a fair election. Because I think at this point, even people who don't believe Donald Trump won know there's something up. You know what I mean? And to stand back as a country, the country that we are, the country that we used to be, the country that we should be. Because that's another thing, that I lost on January 6th is my faith in the goodness of this country, the faith in the rightness of this country. I was taught the FBI on our side, the government's on our side. I no longer believe that. I no longer trust the government. I too have sat in the courtrooms and watched these FBI agents lie. And I've seen, Officer Ganell, who is another one, they seem to have the same four witnesses always. And I've seen him stand in the courtroom and tell Kyle Fitzsimons, you're lucky I didn't shoot you. You're lucky I didn't shoot you. Well, people, I guess Kyle Fitzsimons is lucky that he didn't get shot. But Officer Ganell is a drama queen, he's a crier, and he's a liar.
Crybaby cop, I called him on the Gateway Pundit.
I know, I remember. I remember I was there. That's all. I don't know if I could say it because we kind of got in a little bit of trouble. Tommy did.
They get in a lot of trouble in the courtrooms. Are you guys doing better? Are you not getting in trouble as much going into the court?
Well, me and Nicole, look at Nicole's like, no, I would never. No, we have not. Members of our team have gotten in a little bit of trouble in the courtroom. I've never been asked to leave, but I have removed, and there's my baby right there.
Didn't they ask you to remove Ashley's shirt?
I did have to. I went to Kyle Fitzsimons' trial, and I had on a shirt that just had a picture of Ashley on the front. And I guess my murdered daughter gives them political guilt because I was not allowed to wear it in the courtroom. So, now we go in, and some, what, I don't make it through half as much as Nicole does, because I do have. Yesterday when we went to Judicial Watch's hearing against the Capitol Police for their FOIA request for all the communications, the Capitol Police amongst themselves that day, I did have to leave because the judge was so flippant and so dismissive. She's like, well, I can't believe anybody wants to watch that 14,000 hours. And I don't know if Judicial Watch is an actual organization. And, well, why would you want that 14,000 hours of footage? Y'all need something better to do with your Saturday nights.
It's crazy.
And that's when I couldn't take it because, this is such a flippant attitude to have with people's lives in your hands. You want to give them 7 years, you want to give them 15 years. For Stuart Rhodes, he would not bend a knee and they gave him 18 years. Because he would not go up there and say, yeah, I'm wrong about the election, I'm wrong about Trump, I'm wrong. And they threw the book at him.
Right. Well, I guess that do know that your daughter was on the right side of history. And I remember at the beginning, they were smearing her all over the media.
They still smear her all over the media. And, like when we talked about what justice would look like for Ashley, I think one important thing for me is to not Google my daughter's name and have it say
insurrectionist, terrorist, domestic terrorist, white supremacy, yeah.
The only insurrectionist to be shot and killed on January 6, 2021. That's intolerable, you know? And to murder your child and to not have anybody answer for it is horrible. But I refuse to stand by and let them discard her like a piece of trash.
Does it give you solace to know that she's very loved by a lot of people in this room?
Yes.
By me, and she's become a martyr of some sorts?
Well, it does lighten my heart to know people love Ashley. But people have very strong opinions of Ashley on both sides of the fence. So I do hear both of those things. But the noise is bothering me less and less because I know that American Patriots love my daughter and know the reason she was there. And, you know, Ashley, she did punch Zach along the window breaker. So Ashley literally went down swinging. And I could not be prouder to call her my daughter.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Mickey, for sharing that with us tonight. I know that Ashley is for sure proud of you. I'm proud of you in so many ways. I really mean that you're a gorgeous person and you've helped so many people. Just please keep fighting for the January 6ers. They need you. They need Mama Mickey. And how could people help out and how could people donate to keep your house alive and to keep you guys down there in DC doing your advocacy work?
Oh, well, we do have a forashley.com. You can support us there. You can support our live streamers because they absolutely do help us be there. They help get our message out. Like I said, when you see our vigil up on screen, you may see 20 people there. But what you don't know is like Dave Valentine reaches so many people. Stormtrooper, who has been a 1791 Stormtrooper, has been there with us. Rebecca with We the People MAGA. And now we stream from Ashley's site. And so you can support us by watching us. You can support us by donating to us. You can support us by showing up if you're in DC, just showing up on the corner. And also to write these men in jail because they may not be able to answer every letter, but they read every letter. They read every single letter, and to know that there's support from the American people. And I feel like we have helped. I mean, when we're on the corner every night and people watch us, it did give these men a voice. It did, when we showed up in DC and people stand out there on that corner every single night for them, rain and cold, they know that people have not forgotten them. And that is new hope for them because when we first got there, they did feel forgotten. So, write them, support them, call your congressional members, and some of y'all might have done that to death, but do it again. Knock on those doors, ring those phones until these people have no choice but to listen to you. Because politicians are always going to be politicians. They can yeah you. But if they know issues mean something to you, to their constituents, they're definitely more likely to take action because, make no mistake, it's all about getting reelected. So they want to do optically what you want them to do.
Where could we get those shirts that you're wearing? And people wear this to the grocery store and people will ask you what it means and you can tell them what it means. Where could people buy the shirt?
On forashley.com.
forashley.com. And I want to tell you, there's one good congressman that was wearing a For Ashley bracelet when I met him.
Gosar.
Yeah. Gosar was wearing a For Ashley bracelet when I met him. Yeah. He's like, look, and he rolled up his sleeve. So there's a good one out there.
I just want to say briefly too, is we work very closely with Sarah Maccabee. And she has launched a new foundation called Stand in the Gap, and that's going to do amazing things for J6ers as well as, justice reform. So we're proud to stand with Sarah Maccabee, and I think she's going to do amazing things. So.
Thank you so much. So please support Mickey, Sarah, and all of these wonderful groups that are fighting for January 6th. Please give Ashley Babbitt's mother, Mickey Whitoff, a round of applause for being here, for being a great patriot, a great American fighter.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, baby. Put this hot mic off because y'all know what I can do with one of those.
Yes, we do.
I was going away. I was going away first day.
I'll take it right there in that hand. Thank you, Mickey. First day I met Mickey, right? I met her at Cara Casanova's little gathering.
My fundraiser, it was the best.
Yeah, she really knew how to throw a party, I'll tell you, because I was sitting at the table and then Rudy Giuliani sat right at the same table with us. I was like, this is a party, Right, Matt, remember?
That was fun. And you were waving your flag and everybody, you had all the, were those your friends that were the bikers?
Well, I had the heads up he was going. I get the inside scoop, so I bought the big boy truck and a half a dozen motorcycles that we parked outside.
And I live in Elmont, which has never seen anything like this in their life. It was like a Trump parade coming through Elmont. And everybody knows Elmont's like a very Democrat area.
Yeah,
so everybody was like, what's going on?
We made a lot of friends because it was an Italian restaurant on the corner, and there was some people out for a
King
romantic
Umberto's.
night. They were out for a romantic night to see Make America Great Again out the window. I loved it. 2 more minutes, and we're going to bring Summerall, David Summerall up here. All right, we have to sing the national anthem at 9 o'clock. So we are going to put some time on you, David, to make sure you can get it in within this short time that we have.
Yeah, we have time. We have time.
Yeah, but we want to hang two people. Go ahead. We're going to take a break because they want to talk to people. We're not going to take a break, but I want to give you an opportunity to talk to everybody. If you want to talk to Mickey or Sarah or
we want to start
Andrea.
David right now?
Whatever you think.
Yeah, we can do it.
We got to get David over with. I mean, come on.
No, I'm fine.
You need a nap?
John, can you just make sure it's focused?
This is a pin for you, David. Yeah, you do.
All right.
We're going live on the Freedom Express Media.
Love it.
Right.
Just one more.
Every night. Except for this night, right here. Johnny's back. Sorry, Johnny.
John, this camera wasn't on. That whole the camera wasn't even on.
Camera check.
It didn't shut off. It wasn't recording. Okay, but it didn't record.
1992.
There's a song that goes with this.
Yeah, there was a riot in the
We missed
street.
all the
Tell me, where
years.
were you?
I know it.
Yeah.
You was home watching your TV.
I was.
And Los Angeles was participating in anarchy.
Yes.
Stop Hate started in
92. Yeah.
I hate to say 19s, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's a long time ago, man. That's a long time ago.
Oh, man.
I was young back then, though.
Yeah. Grab him, hold this. I grab
Give me that. Sit down, man. Make yourself at home. Make yourself at home.
Summerall's mic is a lot louder than mine. That's not fair.
You want to trade?
No, you can take that. Clean me up a little bit. There we go.
I'll just do it like this.
Mr. Producer.
Yeah, buddy. I'm telling you. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. He running the whole show
It
back there,
wasn't
too.
recording, right?
That's great.
Yeah, but why wasn't Mickey?
Big Travis.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah.
He's a good guy, man.
You never looked to check
Yeah,
to see
he
if
took
it
me
was
upstairs, showed me
recording?
the.
Okay.
Not every day I
just
do
wanted
it,
to
and
make
when
sure.
I can.
Okay.
You know, I
So we
travel a
have
lot.
Mickey.
It's been super busy. Discussion Island. Discussion. Yeah, right. Not even close. Not even. Yeah, it's a Discussion Island. It's at stopthing.com too. You can scroll down there. I've interviewed a ton of J6ers before it was popular.
I asked you to check it.
I would say probably, yeah. So I was there on January 6th, and I'm a carpenter, so I put some skills, took some skills. Who else was a carpenter? I know who you're talking. I know who else was a carpenter. I know, Harrison Ford. No.
Thank you, but this Mickey's camera was on. I want to break
You were
this
a
back.
carpenter? No.
I'm so fucking pissed. Where is you know where Mickey? I'm ready whenever you guys are. Yeah.
All right.
Take some over and have fun tomorrow. Tonight is you have fun.
Sounds fun.
Nothing but fun.
It's all fun. Just somebody gets an eye poked out, and it's funny.
Still a great country. Every time I open up, I always go, what a great country.
Well, yeah. Well, if you ever doubt it, you just come in here and look around.
Joe, Mickey's camera wasn't on that whole time. I'm so annoyed. Do you think I could, if we have some time at the end, could I just answer a couple more questions?
Absolutely. Nick, we might have to back up here again. Let's get rid of
Just,
David.
I want to get her. Yeah, nice to see you, David. I'm so annoyed right now.
I know you are. It's okay.
It's like you can.
Just check it. Just like
Is that difficult?
4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to America's First Warehouse. I'm sitting here with Dave Summerall, who is from StopHate.com, one of the first organizations that really started telling the truth about January 6th. Really started putting that information out there very early, and I read a lot of your early information. It was source material for a lot of journalists like me to further investigate and dig deeper. So what David does is he investigates, he watches videos, And he was one of the first people to start talking about the 4 people that died on January 6th, rather than the 5 people, because we'll include Sicknick,
That's
and you
right.
could talk a little bit about that and why you feel like his death was caused by police, by Capitol Police.
That's right.
But, you know, just maybe, were you there on January 6th, and what piqued your interest in exposing all of the truths about January 6th?
I was there on January 6th, and you know, we left Trump's speech early, like a lot of people did. You know, we're hearing more and more that it wasn't only agent provocateurs that left early. It was other people that couldn't see, couldn't hear. It was cold. I actually wanted to shoot the crowd as it came down because I knew there'd be a huge mass of people, and I thought that would look really neat to catch on video. But when I got down there, the gates were still up. Nothing had happened yet. And as we approached, literally, I'm filming Ray Epps, didn't know who he was at the time, but filming him as we walked in the circle. And I was telling my friends, we went to film. We literally went to film the day because we know what the media does or doesn't do, to give credit to especially Trump rallies, the size and scope and all that. But I told them, I said, guys, this is a setup. There's no way for this many people. They've got 5 cops on the sidewalk. There's 2 in the yard over here. There's 3 in the yard over here. See the guys on top of the building. I don't know if those are snipers or photographers. I said, guys, we're going to stay back. If anything happens here, do not run in. So literally my whole team stood there and watched as everybody pushed through the first and started walking in to the places where there were scheduled events, they thought. And that's the big confusion. I don't think a lot of people to this day understand there were permitted events on the grass. Now, maybe not on the west side, but that would have been up to the police to say, no, it's on the east side. You need to go around this way. But a couple of hours before it happened, they moved all those barricades that were directing traffic, and the rest is history. So when you put all the pieces together like that, and then you put in the murder, so you were speaking about that, that's been, I believe, my lane to be in is the deaths.
Right.
So I was there, but I was not charged. So the FBI's been to my house. They've asked a lot of questions. I have my attorney. They say I'm not a person of interest, and yet 3 guys that have worked for me have done their prison time already. Daniel's still in prison. He's got 14 more days. Trennis Evans goes in every weekend to serve his term. Sean Witzman, JD Rivera. Actually, shout out to JD because he is the one that did the artwork for the shirts that Mickey and them. He did so it's really great. And J6ers, you know, this is the community they're talking about. But anyway, the deaths, you know, we knew early on, one of the photographers that was with me captured Kevin Greason that day. And so we knew that things that happened that day weren't the way the media said in the first place. And with Stop Hate, my history goes to 92 of trying to kind of do the Mythbusters thing on what the media says anyway, because of the Rodney King situation. And we just thought, you know, if they're lying about one thing, they're going to lie about everything. And the more we dug into these deaths, and if you remember in the beginning, they said Benjamin Phillips was not part of the riot or the mob, whatever they call it. They said he was parking the bus somewhere and had a medical emergency, a stroke or a heart attack, and died. But then we found him in the government footage. You know, we had witness testimony. We had confusion about him and Kevin Greason because they were in the same basic location. But, you know, there's so many details about the deaths, like Roseanne. When we started talking in the beginning, you went so deep on that story, talking to the family and all the details from that side. But it's like Philip Anderson's story being right there next to him, or Tommy Tatum. And then in our position to be able to introduce people, you know, like introduce Tommy to Jake Lang, to Philip Anderson, to Jake's dad, and make those connections. It just builds the community more. It lets everyone know that there's that support.
They're not alone.
They're not alone, but there's people actively working for their freedom and for the evidence that's there. And you know it's there as much as I do. And then we get to the court, and as I work for attorneys and try to testify for these people, you know, the court censors that information away from the juries a lot of times. Anyway, example would be the Oath Keepers. And we submitted a perfect video for the Oath Keepers trial that showed them working with the police, saving people, doing all these hero things, not fighting cops. And the judge said, well, that's not exactly every same exact person in every scene, so we can't do that. And yet, they say about the Capitol Police that they all acted one way, that they were heroes, they did hero stuff. Well, we have video of them doing bad stuff, so were they all bad guys that day? It's not fair to paint anyone with a brush like that. But the Oath Keepers have a history of doing security and helping people and defending people and supporting Congress and senators that are doing speeches and things. So it's really sad to watch how the media has twisted the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers.
Right, of course,
Yes.
it is. It's very sad because we know a lot of these guys, and they're just nice, regular guys, just like everybody here.
That's right.
And I think it's really, I don't know if amusing is the right word, that it's like people like you and I and Gary McBride that are investigating this stuff and figuring out who these culprits are. Like we figured out who Lila Morris was, right? We figured out who killed Ashley Babbitt. Like I think Tyler Hansen figured out the name of the guy who killed Ashley.
Yes.
And you're figuring out all of this other stuff. Why did the January 6th committee do this?
Well, it's interesting that you say that. So there's no one else doing it. So our thing, like with Sarah Maccabee talking about putting the congressman on notice and saying, 18 U.S. Code subsection 4, if you know about a felony, you have to report it as soon as possible in a timely manner, or you go to jail for 3 years, pay a $2,500 fine. That's the law. If I knew about a financial crime and I didn't report it, I would go to jail for up to 3 years because I didn't report a crime that I knew. Well, this is murder. This is death. So Sarah did, in the field hearing, told them this is the law and this is the thing. Have they said anything? Here's the problem. Who do you report that to? The Capitol Police? The Metro Police? The FBI? The Rangers? The Marshals? No, they're all in on it.
Right.
So how do you have an investigative body? That's why you and me and Gary McBride are the investigators. We're the only ones that are after the actual truth and finding it, and that's what's giving them such a hard time censoring it, because of God. So here's the way it works, folks. God sends us witnesses. God sends people to us with the stories, with the videos. Early on, info@stophate.com, we were saying, send in your stuff. And everybody said, they're not going to do it. They're scared. Y'all come get them. They think you're a Fed, all these things. I said, let's find out. Video after story, after witness, after testimony. We found the guys. God brought them to us. Long story short, my wife is witness to these miracles, and that's just the way it is. We go to places because God says go, and he introduces us to people that we would have never met any other way, in the weirdest kind of places, in the weirdest kind of ways, just happenstance, and it's God. The witnesses to Officer Sicknick, the first guy around 3 o'clock, Sicknick was brought to him in the crowd, straight on, and he looked at him and he said, there's something wrong with this guy. He's having a medical event. So my friend Rod Taylor took him to the police, said, this man needs help. And the police said, we'll got him, we'll help him. 4 hours later, give or take, the second witness, which was a combat medic, Chris Alberts, sees Sicknick, hears his name, says, hey, I know their family. We live in the same town. We're all ex-military. We're brothers. That guy's having a stroke. His face is white. His lips are blue. Let me treat him. They said, we've got our own medics. We've got our own medics. He said, well, where are they? Well, they're on their way. He said, well, let me treat him until they get here. Uncuff me. Move my cuffs around to the front. Just let me treat him. And they told him, mind your own business. A couple hours later, Sicknick collapses. They're giving him CPR, but he's not in cardiac arrest. I don't think that's good for you. But he had a stroke, and the paramedics, when they got to him, they said, why is he collapsed? And everybody said, we don't know. He's just unconscious. We don't know why. Does anybody in the room understand that means there's not a head wound? If there's a head wound, it must be that big red spot on his head. That's why he's asleep. There was nothing. The paramedics corroborate that, the police. The whole thing was such a horrible setup to use Sicknick as a martyr to hide his body in the Capitol building for 3 days in public so people could walk by and say, oh, it's so terrible what these people did. So bad. And then Arlington National Cemetery as a hero. When the truth of the matter is, every J6er loves and honors Brian Sicknick because he's our hero. He's helping expose the lies of the left.
And I know that you've also exposed other deaths. I mean, not just were people killed on January 6th, but a lot of people committed suicide. And I'm not talking about cops. I'm talking about defendants that were so depressed at what they were facing and overwhelmed that they committed suicide, like Matt Perna
Yes.
and a few others, if you want to briefly hit on that.
Yeah, and folks, go to stophate.com. There is a death article, and we update it occasionally, unfortunately, because we have to. You know, at first there were 4 suicides that some people knew about, Matthew Perna being one of those. I think he was the 4th, if I'm 4th or 5th. But there's been 8 that people aren't aware of. And this is not the 4 deaths from that day plus 4. This is 8 people who have taken their own lives because of pressure from the FBI and the DOJ, these judges, these prosecutors, these threats of them trying to get people to bend the knee. You know, please just submit, say Trump's bad, say the election was to Biden, and we'll let you go home.
So 8 J6ers have committed
J6ers.
suicide?
8 that
Wow,
we
I
know
didn't-
of.
That we know of.
Now, example. Now, we have names and identifications on a lot of these people, but I got a phone call from social media follower of sorts and said, I want to let you know that my neighbor killed himself, and you'll never hear about it on the news. He was never charged, but as they talked one day, he told him, he said, I saw myself on the news. It's a matter of time. He knew what was coming. He knows what we're up against. He could feel the heat before it got to him. And I'm telling you, once you join this club, you can't unjoin. They have different plans. But I think there's one really important thing I want to play off from what Mickey said a little while ago. It's about the lies. Let me remind everybody. Who knows Martha Stewart went to jail? Okay, General Flynn went and got in trouble, right? Roger Stone got in trouble. All these guys got in trouble with the FBI. Does anybody remember what they got in trouble for? All of them got in trouble for the same thing, even Martha Stewart. Lying. They all got in trouble for lying to the FBI. Do you know how many thousands of J6ers have been interviewed by that same FBI? And you know how many charges for lying have been filed? 0. And I'm not doing that sign. 0. Rewind the tape. So here's the thing. If nobody's been charged with lying, so you mean a J6er can tell the FBI, dude, I witnessed people getting murdered by the police. They beat a lady to death. I saw it with my own eyes. Okay, whatever. No lying charges? If we're lying, where's the thousands of charges? FBI, notice to the FBI. Get your game on. Get your stories right. We're coming for you next. Do you understand? This is the way it works. There has to be accountability for your misconduct. Now, it's even punishment, equal application of the law. If I'm lying, take me to jail. People were murdered by the police that day. Here I am.
So everybody needs to go to Stop Hate and read some of David's work and see some of his videos. And your original documentary, like I said, was the first one that I watched. What are you working on now? Are you continuing to work with the lawyers and watch videos and view videos?
Yes, we still work with the lawyers. We're still doing the discovery. We're still testifying cases.
So you've seen a lot of video.
We've seen more video than everybody, but probably Gary. I mean, because he's got more time to sit and just, he gets 30-hour stretches. He's amazing. I still work full-time too. You know, it's the carpenter thing, and you know, we work in as much as we can, but thousands of hours of video of the government database. And like Mickey said, they don't want people to get that. And I realized that early on. That's why we did info@stophate.com, send your videos. We say, you know what's different about the public video? It has sound. And a lot of that CCTV doesn't have sound. And it's like Sarah said, sound makes a huge difference when you can hear what these people are saying. Oh yeah, their mouth's moving. Oh, they're saying they're going to eat the cops. No, they're saying, we love you. No, we're going to eat you, you know? And it matters when you turn the sound on.
What is the most things what stands out in your mind the most from all the videos that you've watched? Is there a trend in the videos?
Other than the peaceful nature of the majority of the protesters, I can't get over how that looks and how it's been contrasted with the actions of a few. And, you know, even the other day when Epoch put their news story out, I have to correct them because that's our job with the truth as well. And it's not to be mean. I don't want to be, you know, But there's a problem when you say the violence started from a couple of guys down on the front that got agitated. That's not the truth. The couple of guys that got agitated is because there was a policeman in a little tower that shot a young man in the face with a pepper ball gun. Basically, it was a yellow marking round. But they never used those munitions, so it got old, it expired and hardened. It was supposed to blow up and make yellow on him. And I really think he was shooting over him, but for whatever reason, he shot this kid in the cheek. It pierced his cheek. There's blood everywhere. Maybe some of the provocateurs saw that as an opportunity, along with some veterans that saw that as a travesty, and some other people that were really upset that you would just shoot somebody that was peaceful, because at the time, you can hear them on the megaphone saying, please don't shoot us. Please don't spray us. We mean you no harm. We're not Antifa. We're not BLM. This is where we make our stand. We're here to redress our grievances. These are all quotes from where the people are standing.
But you'll never see that on mainstream media.
You'll never see it on mainstream
So
media.
what they do is, and I noticed, and I'm sure you're aware because you've seen some of this
Yes.
video, is they show the reaction. They don't show what caused the reaction.
That's right.
Like, they see people going crazy where Ashley Babbitt was killed or where Roseanne Boylan was killed, and the guys are throwing stuff, people are screaming, cursing, and they're like, oh, these are unhinged Trump supporters.
That's right.
And they don't show what caused that reaction.
So what's the question? Do conservatives start fights all the time? No, we don't do that. But we defend people. We turn the other cheek when we can, but if it's defense of others, a little lady getting hit in the head with a stick, or a guy shot in the face with a grenade launcher, get his teeth knocked out, or dragging somebody over, and thousands of people watch this guy get beaten up by 6 cops, that's going to infuriate people intentionally. This is all part of the deal. And when you've got the Capitol Police that's under-equipped, undermanned, they didn't have the intel, they didn't get the information. And then you've got the National Guard out on traffic duty on purpose because they won't follow the beat you up orders. So they put National Guard out on traffic duty, and then they bring in the Metro PD. Because they're used to fighting BLM and Antifa, and they're the strong arm, they're the bully. They come in there to crack some heads and make a showing of it for several hours. Even when they put the warning about the curfew, they could have said, go home. Get off the property, leave now, or you're going to jail. But instead they said, hey, everybody, there's a curfew at 6. Y'all have a great time until then. Nobody knew the difference. You should have given us orders to vacate. But they didn't. And there's so many things that add up like
In
that.
all of the hours of footage that you've seen, are there agent provocateurs? Do you think that you could identify who are federal agents?
Absolutely. And it's not just me looking through the footage. Now, the government footage is just me. But there are guys like Gary and Tank Man and AJ Fisher and so many people that dig through the public video, and we have identified tons and tons of people on both sides, some by name, some we're still working on, some we're trying to get facial recognition on. So yeah, there's an exhaustive body of people that are working on it, and you know that as well as I do. It's the Twitter warriors, it's the people that are trying to make a difference for these people. And a lot of them are J6ers themselves, and the government kind of messed up on that. They got all these people in trouble, and they got them fired from their jobs, and now they're sitting at home with nothing to do but to crack over their computer for 12 to 14 to 16 to 18 to 20 hours a day and get sucked into this. And it's just like Jeff McKellop was saying last night. He said, I looked at the video and I was like, I look cool. I had a cool hat. I was like, but then I watched it again. I said, whoa. Who's that guy? Wait a minute. And then I watched it again and I start seeing all these people. And then they're looking the other way. It's like Copeland. In the very beginning, he's down there by Quagland after Black gets shot in the face. And Quagland gets up close to the police and he's like, what are y'all doing, John? And Copeland comes in behind him and shoves him into the cops. Come on, y'all. If you don't know what to look for, and you don't slow it down, and you don't understand, then you're going to say, I saw the MAGA guy act like an idiot and walk up there, put his finger in the face of the cops, and before you know it, they're going back and forth. I understand. You didn't study it. But if you just listen to somebody say that and don't look for yourself, you didn't show yourself well proven.
It must be very frustrating, I would assume, to be able to see all this video, but it's under protective order and you can't share it. That must be for me, that would be the most frustrating part, to get it out to the public.
It's not. The most frustrating part is seeing all the video, having all the knowledge, having the understanding, and none of our media friends want to talk about it. The big people. Because we put out, even Tom Fitton, going to his thing, you know, and say, oh, we want this. I've been messaging Tom Fitton saying, Tom, I can see the video. I have access to more than Julie Kelly or Joe Hanneman or the other guy, Solomon.
Are you allowed to put it out there?
I cannot publish it. See,
That's
I'm an
great.
investigator and they're journalists, but they don't have the access that I have. I can watch it from any laptop that I'm on anywhere in the country, anytime. I just log in. They have to go to a place and sit in a deal and do a thing and ask for this and that. I don't have to ask. And they can only see the CCTV cameras. I see the body cams. I see the interviews. I see the study material that nobody, the social media posts, the things that they're using to incriminate. I see everything. And even when I went on Tucker Carlson and said all the buzzwords, y'all check this out. I talked about the American Gulag Chronicles Letters from Prison book. I said, we have hostages in America. The government are terrorists. They're terrorizing women and children. These guys are in a gulag in America. I said all the buzzwords. You know how many media organizations were burning down my door to get that story? None. Tucker's the biggest thing on the planet, guys. No media called and said, what? Hostages? Children suffering? Gulag? America? Prison? Terrorists? You're calling our government terrorists? Come on, Mr. Summerall, back that claim up. Come on our show, because that's very bold for you to say. Aren't you scared for your health or your life? No. But the guys that are hiding all that material are.
Right. So how could people follow you? Tell us how we can follow you, how we can support you and continue to watch your work and the videos that you actually can release.
Yes, so stophate.com, of course, is our home base. Stophate.com/support if you want to help our team do more. You know, I don't charge these J6ers for the discovery work. They're already broke. They can't pay their bills. They can't pay their attorneys. They can't do anything. They're losing their homes. They're losing their cars. So who would I be to charge them to do this? So this is a labor of love for me. I could use the help. I mean,
God bless you. Please support David at stophate.com. Like I said, he's been an inspiration to so many journalists like me that used his information as my original source material when I started investigating the deaths into January 6th.
And
so thank you for everything that you do.
You're welcome, and be watching for our next movie. It's coming out real soon.
When is it coming out?
We're probably at a special undisclosed date we're still talking to the team about, but we're going to try to put a teaser out by 9/11 because it's been compared to 9/11 so many times. We're going to try to kind of do it justice to explain kind of why, but of course not the reasons that they say. So as y'all see these teasers and trailers and stuff, please help us share it. Go to stophate.com, keep an eye out on it. I'm sure all our other sisters and brother sites will have this posted as well, but it's going to be called J6, A True Timeline, and it's 2.5 years of do we have just a minute longer? How much longer do we have?
Plenty of time, 9 o'clock meeting.
You gotta go?
No, I don't. I just wanted to, if this isn't an issue, I wanted to, because I want to try to put it on the Newsmax show, get 5 more minutes with Mickey, if that's okay.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, at the end.
Absolutely.
If that's okay with you, Mickey, because certain people didn't put record on your camera.
I'm not going to say who it was.
I just want to explain to people how this process works. So this is an involved process that if I didn't tell you, you would never know. The video that the reporters cover that comes out of these court cases came from somewhere. In other words, there's an investigator that finds this video for these clients. So when a client calls and they say, this is my problem, I'm having, the government, I say, where were you at? What time? What location? I have a public vault. I have the private government vault. I compare the two. It depends on what I want to use for the case. If it's got sound, what angle it is, there's many different reasons. Once that piece of video is submitted into a court case, into a trial, then it's public. Then you all get to see what I've been able to see. So what we've done is collected a lot of these videos, and take, for instance, Trennis Evans. When he went through trial, he was able to say to the judge, She said that the only people did hero stuff were the cops. And Trina said, "Oh, Your Honor, wait, I beg to differ." She said, "What?" He said, No. I saw a lot of patriots do hero stuff." And she said, "Do you have it on video?" And he said, "Yes, I do." She said, "I'll give you 24 hours, get me a video." So we put all the Oath Keepers, helping people, saving people, had Tarek Johnson in there with his red MAGA hat, the black Capitol policeman, had that in there, had Roseanne getting CPR, had Kevin getting CPR, had Ashley getting support from everyone. It's the whole thing. And it went before this judge. That's how that gets into the public. And that's how other attorneys, even though it had nothing to do with Trinis's case, we were able to get into the court so that the public can see some of these hidden videos and that other attorneys can draw from that and say, this has already been presented in a case and nobody argued it. And that's part of the game. So when y'all see these videos, it's not just happenstance. And the reporters that put them out say, "Oh, look what I found." You were just watching court, dude. So it's kind of a long deal to think that you get it from the defendant. Where were you? What time? You go find everything. You get it to the attorney. They get it in the court case. The court case goes out. The journalist gets it. The journalist covers it. That's the only way anybody ever finds out about it, because I can't publish what I find or I'll go to jail 3 years. And even Matthew Graves sent me a nice little letter one time and said, "I will send you to jail if you release all that stuff." And I said, "I have not released anything. I do not plan to release anything. Do not bother me again unless I break the law."
That guy, so that's a prosecutor, Matthew Grayson. He's going to go to jail one day for framing American
Yes, he
citizens.
is.
He's a real piece of you-know-what.
Yes, he
Trash.
is. Yes, under my shoe kind.
Yeah. So again, David, thank you so much for everything you do. Are you going to be back tomorrow night at the round table?
I am going to be here tomorrow. I have so enjoyed the America First Warehouse. This has been just a great experience.
Thank you so much. He's truly one of the greatest. Please follow him, stophate.com, and on Twitter, where your following is getting bigger and bigger.
Yes.
Thank you for all the work that you do and for inspiring
Thank you for everything
me.
you do, Kara. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're awesome.
Let me check.
You have the national anthem coming up.
Can we just, if we don't mind, Mickey, I'm so sorry.
It's up to Mickey.
Mickey, I love you. I'm sorry.
You are getting so much better too, Nick. I remember you.
I know. So I'm going to do like 5 minutes. I'll just cut right in.
Like you.
So like the, are you sure? I'm sorry. Was all right? John ran out the door. He's afraid because he didn't turn on your camera. Such an idiot. Where'd he go then?
Oops.
Yeah. We're just gonna, it's on. Let me, here, go ahead. Let me just, sorry guys. I wanted to try to use this for the show but Mickey's camera was on. So I'm gonna repeat a few of the questions if that's okay.
That's fine
just
by
to
me.
get, I know it's not the same as the first time you answer, but I'm gonna just like redo it as if it's just live or whatever. And I'll ask, or we could cut straight to the questions. Like, I think mostly, did you get to have a cigarette? Test. Is it on?
No. Okay. Hello? Yeah, mine's on.
1 2 1 2.
Yeah, I got it.
So we'll just go to right before we sing the national anthem, which I know means so much to you. Test 1 2.
That's our vigil, loud and clear. Test. Yeah.
We would jump into the
Test.
national anthem.
When are you guys staying till tomorrow?
Nicole will be here tomorrow. I have to leave in the morning.
Oh, you're going back to San Diego? Tomorrow. Are you flying from here or from DC? Oh, okay. Oh yeah, you're going to Mexico? Oh really? Test 1 2 test. Guys, pardon me if we repeat some questions. I just want to get some of her answers on that camera. So welcome back everybody to America's First Warehouse, where I'm here with Mickey Whitoff, who is Ashley Babbitt's beautiful mother. And I've gotten to know Mickey quite well over the past 2 years in our advocacy work together for January 6th. Mickey has an organization that fights for the January 6ers, and she's now living in Washington, D.C., where she does a vigil every single night. You just had your 1-year anniversary. Could you just tell us a little bit about the vigil and why it means so much to you?
Well, the vigil means a lot to us because it means a lot to the January 6ers that are in jail right now, and because I know that it would mean a lot to Ashley. I know that if she had survived that day, she would definitely be supporting the constitutional rights of American citizens, which are being trounced on as they sit in pretrial detention in the D.C. jail. And then perhaps even worse, as they go to court and begin their adjudication process, from the very questioning of the jury to the seating of the jury to the judges and the way they decide which evidence can come in and which evidence can't come in. And it's really a crooked process that, we need to bear witness to.
Yeah, and I know that you've mentioned to me before that one of the reasons that you do your work, I know that you've mentioned to me that one of the reasons that you are down there in DC is because it makes you feel closer to Ashley, and because you know that she would be there doing exactly what you're doing right now if she was alive. I think you would be nervous for Ashley if she was down dealing with Antifa and doing all the stuff you're doing. Do you think that if she was alive, she'd be afraid for you and say, Mom, come on, what are you doing? You're fighting these Antifa people. You're out in front of the courthouse.
No, she would be standing beside me. And, that's the bitter irony of everything is, as I navigate life in Washington, D.C., I have just a tremendous desire to share things with her, because she was very politically aware, whereas I until, the government murdered my child, I was very apolitical. I mean, I voted and I lived my happy little housewife life, and I was very unaffected. And so, and that also goes to, how you can't be too mad at American citizens for living their everyday life and not wanting them to bring the full weight of the federal government on their heads. But as we see what's going on, it's going to get the rest of us anyway. And I think I didn't answer your question. What was your question?
It's okay. Well, I wanted to know, you're doing so much great work for the January 6ers. You're in the courtrooms. You're in the Congress fighting for justice for January 6th. Do you think that Ashley would be proud of you?
Oh, I do. And I think that, if she wasn't murdered by this government, she'd be there with me. And I think she would be proud of American citizens taking action. And I know that if she thought her death would expose the corruption that is this United States government, that she would make that sacrifice. So I do believe that. But, when we think about the ground we've made and stuff, it's also discouraging. If you think about in March, McCarthy was asked if he thought, the Capitol Police were just doing their job that day, or if Ashley was murdered. And I did have an opportunity to meet with McCarthy and ask him if he had even watched it, because, he came off so flippant with his opinion and his attitude. And I could tell by looking at him, he hadn't watched it. So I was able to look him in the eye and ask him if he had watched it. And he told me no. And so that surprised me that he was even that truthful with me. But it's discouraging, because here we are 2 years later, and the only American citizen to ever be shot in the Capitol was my daughter, and he's not even so much as given that the time of day. And also in talking with some of these other congressional representatives, they're so unaware and so uninformed of the way things happen that day, or even the events of that day. And David Summerall was talking about the way it becomes public record after it gets into a court case. Well, the federal judge that heard the case for Judicial Watch FOIA requesting the Capitol Police for all their communications was very unaware of the way that system works. When Dave was talking, I told Sarah, I go, well, the judge in yesterday's hearing really could have used his information, because she's actually said, oh, I don't know how that thingamajig works. Maybe you could tell me after this is over. It was really quite unprofessional and flippant, and actually I did get up and leave. It was over right after that anyway, because, we know that Judicial Watch will not prevail in that case, but there has been rescheduled for 30 days. So it'll be heard again. It's not the end of it, but we know how these things will go.
Well, we only have a few minutes left, so I wanted to give you the opportunity, like before, so I'll say it again. So we only have a few minutes left, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to talk about Ashley and the memories that you have of her that are good, and tell people out here who she was, what she stood for, and why you loved her so much.
Well, as we were talking, Ashley was an independent child and turned into an independent woman. She served this country bravely and honorably, 4 tours of duty in the Middle East. She was security forces in the United States Air Force, well-versed in the use of force continuum, and if Michael Byrd had given her anything to comply to, she would have. It's my belief she never saw him. He popped out and just murdered her. But, beyond that, Ashley was a life-embracing, independent American patriot, and I'm proud to be her mom.
And do you think she would be proud of you for all the work that you're doing?
I hope so, but like we talked about before, this is such a community of work. It's like I don't feel like I get up every day and I show up, and really that's the extent of what I do. And for American people,
That's not the extent of what you do. You do a lot. I've been with you. You're fighting every day, tooth and nail. It doesn't stop from the minute you wake up to the time you go to sleep. So I just want everybody to be aware of that.
Thank you, Kara. But part of that is showing up. It is the actual action of getting up and getting dressed and being present in front of them. When we're in the Rayburn, the congressional halls, these people know who we are, and even like the people that love us or the people that don't hate us know who we are. But even people that do hate us know who we are. We are starting like Jamie Raskin, who is the ranking member in some of the Democratic hearings. He very much knows who we are. He sends his staff members out into the hall to harass us, Jamie Raskin.
Yeah, he's not a great guy.
And we also have, had people get so frustrated. Miss Plaskett, she throws paperwork. So, they are very aware of us there. And so that's all part of it. So.
Oh, okay. How could people help out?
They can go to forashley.com and support us either financially or with some of the calls to action that we ask for. Right now we have a petition on our website to help support Florida get the Capitol Police out of their city. Because another thing I would just like to say really quickly is until they murdered my child, I was unaware that the Capitol Police operate with impunity, not just immunity. Like every other police force in this country has an external review system. If something happens, they have an external investigation, but not the Capitol Police. They strictly keep it in-house, and they do not have to tell you if there was an issue unless they choose to.
Last question. What would justice for Ashley look like?
It would be the unfolding of the corruption in this country, an actual investigation into a fraudulent and at least flawed election, and Michael Byrd behind bars because he absolutely murdered my daughter.
God always wins in the end, I say. And, the power tables turn. And I think it's completely possible. And your daughter will go down in history on the right side of history. So you'll always know that, I'm sure. And thank you so much for all the work that you do, Mickey. And I know we're about to sing the national anthem.
Thank you,
with
Kara.
the January 6ers on Freedom Corner. So let's everybody rise for the national anthem.
Are you talking to them down there, anybody?
Who's got sound, David?
Yeah, put the sound on. Put it up here. We're going to use this microphone.
I'm going to come down off of the stage, I think. Uh-oh.
Okay then?
Technical difficulties.
Like Jericho's buffering.
Too bad. We do like this.
Yeah.
Me.
2 minutes.
They are usually very punctual. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, there's a frozen video up there. I really don't know what the issue is.
Jericho. Come on now.
Lights.
How many men are here, Nick? How many men are singing?
Probably about 36, I think.
36 prisoners in here. You see, what's your proudly me there, and the twilight's last.
Feedback, but that's another prisoner I'm talking to. Anybody know who it is? Jeff Sable. He speaks well.
see what showing up. It's creative. The shittiest laptop, like a laptop in the 2000s, the shittiest speakers. You barely hear what the fuck I'm saying on the speaker. And I turned to one of the dudes in the room because we were all like friendly, joking all day, like they didn't want to be there. And I turned to one of the tech guys and I you guys don't have better speakers and computers. His response, it's the government. But he said it in such like it's the government. Like, what do you expect? Like they don't even spend money on this. They'll spend money everywhere else, but they don't spend this. It's like, it's the government. Touche. I just thought it was very hysterical that he said that. Because even these people that work for the government know it's the government. Which is part of the problem. I should actually get the transcript of that hearing too. They were reading whatever the charges that we're trying to get on this. If I didn't catch it, they actually asked me if I accepted it. Before the defendant actually went over it. So when they showed me, like, what the hell is this? I don't know what this is. And they were like, you didn't see this? I said, no. And they turned to the defender was over Zoom. And they're like, you didn't show it? And I just go, oh, oops, my mistake. I take mistakes like that very literally. So I just use this, I believe it's a purpose usually. So that's just one of the, I think it treats me because that was not provided to me. I'm here tomorrow too. But I told her that's not January 6th. They can't reverse the past and get over it, move forward. Maybe an extreme comparison, but still. It's true. Yeah.
Alright, so it's been a good night, guys. It's been a good night. Thank you, Kay, Eros, Lloyd Hayden, Dale Bailey, Lee Bart, Priscilla Victor, Nina Blogs, Darth Trader, Eric, Gouge, Naomi, Debbie Robinson, Tammy Green, Sleep for Freedom, Half Full, Dale Bailey. We're going to go have a little conversation with Tom Ubeam here. Just one moment. I think he may be waiting on me. You guys want to go do that? You ready? Where do you want to sit at? You want to sit down somewhere? Wherever? Let's see. I don't want to be in anybody's way. And probably away from all the noise. A little bit, anyway. Yeah, let's just. Somebody sitting there. Yeah, let's just do this. Here, I'll put it over here and we'll just. Let's do this though. I'm going to give us both a mic. That way it cuts most of the noise out. And we'll just sit in those two chairs right there. Sorry. Am I going to be in the way here? No, I'm just. We're going to do a little. Sure. Am I saying your last name right?
It's Huberto.
Huberta. Why is it? It's just that's what you have on.
Because they canceled my Facebook account.
Oh, okay. So it's
so
Huberta.
You can't use the same name. Plus, my dad has the same name.
Right. All right. This thing's don't slide very well. That's all right. I think you guys can see us. Here, let me see. We'll see what it looks like here. Maybe. Well. Finish this real quick. Upload. Yep, I think we're good. Does everything look good, everybody? You guys good? We need complete. Can you guys hear us? Test, test, test.
Test.
Good, good. Okay. So we have here sitting with us Tom Uberta, who is actually a J6er. And we're just going to have a little conversation and we'll let him tell you guys a little bit about his story.
So I'm from New York. I went to Washington on the 6th because it was obvious the election was not fair.
Right.
Trump was winning when I went to bed, and when I woke up in the morning, he lost somehow. So I went to the Ellipse to hear him speak. I watched his whole speech. He told us to go to the Capitol to peacefully protest, to have our voices heard. That's what I did. But I went with a group of people I met at the hotel. We left the hotel 5 o'clock in the morning, stood in line till 10, 11 o'clock to get into the Ellipse. And his speech was over and I hadn't sat down the whole time. So I went to walk towards the Capitol. I found a set of steps to sit down and rest for a half hour, 45 minutes before I went to the Capitol. When I got there, all the barricades were gone, all the fighting. I didn't see any fighting with any police. I walked to the left, up the lawn, and turned right, and I'm right in front of the Capitol building with a lot of other people. I watched them break into the Senate wing door, and watched a lot of people go in, come back out. And I was there for a long time. And finally, people started to leave. Nobody else went into the door. I watched the door for about 10 minutes. Nobody went in there. And the curiosity just got to me that maybe they were inside talking to Congress. Maybe they were reasoning with them, saying, hey, can't we look at this before you make a decision for our country for the next 4 years? And maybe it was, not the right thought to have, but that's what went through my mind. And I was curious, where did all those people go? So I walked up to the door and went inside, and there was nobody in that doorway, in that room. I looked to the left, there was nobody. And so I started going to the right, and I passed a few people, and I was in the Capitol for a total of 8 minutes. I went in the Senate wing door, and I exited through the Hall of Columns and went out that way to see the ambulance pull away with Ashley, and people screaming and yelling, they killed her, they killed her. So later that year in July, they went to my job and interviewed a secretary, and she ID'd me, and they told her, the FBI interviewed her and said, do you know this person? So she ID'd me, and they told her, don't tell him. So of course they told me, so I knew in July that, they were looking for me. Hired a lawyer right away. He contacted somebody in the FBI, found out who was looking for me, gave him my contact information, which made it a lot easier for them to come ask me to turn myself in.
Right.
When my lawyer showed me the evidence, the first 3 pictures he showed me, I said, yeah, that's me. And the 4th one, I said, no, that's not me, because it showed me going in a door with hundreds of people in that room. And that was not the truth. And I told my lawyer, that can't be me, because I walked into an empty room.
I think I remember hearing about that in the courtroom. I was probably with Mickey and Nicole when you had court. I just didn't go into court that day, but I remember hearing that story about how somebody had went into this room where there was nobody, but they had actually made it look like you had went into a room where there was full of people. Is that right?
Yeah, I think I told you that.
Yeah, I think you had mentioned that to me too. Yeah.
Because I had pleaded guilty, so there was no trial, so that wasn't brought up in court.
Right.
But till this day, I still don't know why they would do that. The only thing I could think of is that they couldn't have me coming into an unguarded door,
right,
and walking right in, and then walking down a hallway lined with police, probably 30 or 40 police on both sides of the hallway.
Right.
And so it cost me a lot of money. I spent $30,000 on a lawyer, most of my retirement fund. And, there's other things. I can never own a firearm.
Wow. Yeah.
I can't have any contact with anybody that's in prison. Luckily I got my passport back, and luckily I was released for pretrial sentencing.
Right.
But I couldn't leave my state without permission. I had to report to my probation officer once a week. Luckily, because of COVID, I could do it by phone. I only had to report in person once a month, and that was an hour and a half drive away.
Wow.
Each way.
Wow.
So it did cost me a lot, and including the strain with my marriage and my wife, who voted for Trump the first time, and then the second time she voted for Biden because she looks at all the news that pops up on her phone, and they brainwashed her into thinking that he is just a horrible person.
That's a horrible thing that the media has done. When you hear the same thing over and over again, you begin to believe it, and they know that, and that's what they've done. So if they can get somebody watching the same thing over and over again, and then eventually that kind of implants into your mind that that's what's going on, and it's just sad that it's causing so much division. It's destroying families apart. It's destroying, and that's what they're trying to do, is destroy families. Once they destroy the nuclear family, these kids without fathers and stuff, it's just so detrimental, and that's how they're able to get to them to do what they're, this critical race theory and everything they're doing in the schools is just disgusting. So that's what if they can destroy a family, then they're succeeding in what they're attempting to do, and it's unfortunate.
Yeah.
So have you been able to?
Yeah, actually, today's our 9th year anniversary.
That's awesome.
And I told her I was coming here, and she let me go. And she told me that if anybody tells you to march anywhere and to fight like hell, just don't do it.
Yeah.
But she still sticks with me, even though she can't even stand to hear Trump's voice. And to me, it's just, and we just don't talk about it.
Right. It's best that way, probably.
Yeah, but she's a great woman that, I married, and I spend the rest of my life with her,
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So is there a way that anybody can help you? I mean, are you doing okay with your finances and everything?
Yeah. We're still making ends meet. I kept my job through this. My boss told me, when you get out of jail, you'll still have a job. I did get 10 days. I think I said that.
Yeah. Have you done that yet, or is it?
Yes, I did the 10 days, which was in Devens in Massachusetts.
Okay.
And I'm from New York. That was a 4-hour drive, but I was told that was better than going to the federal jail in Brooklyn, because that's a real bad place. The other thing, it seemed like every other court appointment got canceled, and we had to reschedule. So my final sentencing was supposed to be in January, and the day before, the judge canceled. I was not happy. I had train tickets to DC and hotel booked, and so we rescheduled. But it was a blessing in disguise, because in that time to the next date, we were able to find out where everybody in New York was going. Most of the people were going to Brooklyn, and we were able to ask the judge to not send me to Brooklyn to a maximum security prison.
Right.
And when I was at Devon's, everybody I talked to said that that was the best place they have been. Some of them were moved around.
Oh, wow.
There were a few J6 people before me. I was told one guy served 18 hours there because he did some time pre-trial or pre-sentencing. So I was blessed. I mean, I had 2 different churches praying for me while I went through this, and also I got in touch with Freedom Quarter, and Nicole came to my sentencing, which I believe really helped in reducing my sentence.
Right. Very possibly. I know that they noticed when Nicole's in there and Mickey's in there, and it very possibly could affect the decision making.
Yeah, I remember when Nicole walked in, the judge looked at her and just swallowed hard, and visibly was nervous.
Right.
And I was just so thankful to have somebody come and be in my corner.
Right.
And I think it really made a difference. And I'm glad I came tonight to meet her and thank her, meet you and Mickey and everybody.
Well, I know you're on my Rumble channel quite a bit, I believe.
Yeah, so I'm UB on the chat room.
Right.
And there's a lot of great people on there, very supportive. And it's great with what all you guys are doing. This is going on 3 years, or
yes, it is.
It's past 3 years, right?
Well, it'll be going on 3 years in January.
And this needs to be kept alive. I mean,
I believe once all this is done, we're all going to have a big old party together, you know. So one big old get together where we don't have to worry about feds getting in the way and agitators getting in the way and causing problems, where we can all just have a good, wonderful,
and we could get our country back,
right?
Our freedom of speech.
Absolutely.
I mean,
do you think that this Trump case, since he's now officially a J6er, that this might help? You know, if he's able to bring forth the evidence of the voter fraud and all that. Now, I heard on Monday morning at 11 o'clock he's going to be doing a press statement where he's going to be revealing a lot of the election fraud that took place in Georgia. And he says he truthed out that a lot of these people that are being indicted may be exonerated for the Georgia anyway. And maybe this is just a start for the rest of the America, but do you think that might have an impact on the other J6 cases?
Well, all I know is the man is an absolute genius. I believe on January 6th, he did that whole speech without a teleprompter, all these numbers and stuff off the top of his head. And I remember standing there listening to it and looking around, and everybody's eyes were just like glazed over because they couldn't follow the numbers, the places, and it's just, and anybody that doesn't like Trump, I just tell them, I say, you just got to listen to one of his speeches from the beginning to the end, then you decide. Don't let anybody else decide who the man is.
He never has a teleprompter. He always knows exactly what he has to say. He gets his point across. He's brilliant. I mean, I don't know, at his age, I can't do nothing like that at my age, and he's able to get his message across, and I think that as long as they don't lock him up and silence him, I think that he'll do great things for our country.
Amen. I mean, if there's anybody that could pull this off, it's him. I still pray for him. I pray for all the other people that are being indicted with him.
Right.
I mean, he's up against a powerful government, but I believe there's a lot of good people on his side.
I do too.
And I'm just hoping for the best.
I mean, we can't depend on him alone, but as long as we keep our trusting in God and that God will use him in the way that needs to be done, and we all, it's like the Bible says, we need to repent and, get our nation to return back to where it used to be, which is what we've got to do. Yeah, Tammy, this is Tom. Oh, no, she's asking if you have a Give, Send, Go to help.
I don't. I feel that there's people that need it more. The guys that are doing the real time, 10 days, even though I ended up doing it in solitary confinement, which was difficult.
Yeah.
I've never served time in jail, so it was quite difficult, but there was people next to me that would talk to me and encourage me. And watching the vigil before I went in, every night except one, I sung the national anthem at 9 o'clock, which was difficult because there's no clocks in solitary confinement. There's no TV, radio. I had to keep track of time by watching the guards go by, knowing that they go by every half hour.
Right.
And count was every so often and stuff.
Yeah, you almost have to do that just to keep your sanity. I've been in jail. I wasn't in solitary, but I know how difficult that was in itself. But to be in solitary, it's got to be very, very, very strenuous.
It was the most difficult thing I ever did, but it also allowed an opportunity for me to look inside myself at my whole life.
Right.
And all the bad things I did to other people, and my brothers and sisters, even when I was little, 10 years old.
Yeah.
It seemed like I relived all that. And I was able to ask God for forgiveness.
Amen.
So it was cleansing at the same time as being a terrible experience. And I was able to encourage a young man next to me to get off drugs, because I shared with him I had 25 years sober.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, that's when I got my DWAI in 1997, and they turned my life around because I was going to end up in jail eventually. So God gave me a second chance. I became a born-again Christian on July 3rd, 1997. And the next day was Independence Day. We went and seen the fireworks, and my brother, who led me to Christ, he whispered in my ear, he says, "See, they're celebrating. There's a celebration in heaven for you, these fireworks. You're washed clean as snow." You'll be.
Amen.
And
it's powerful.
And a lot of things happened to me after that miraculous, and yeah, I can't get into all that right now.
I don't think that they realize by coming at so many people the way they are, how that actually is bringing us closer, making us stronger, and it's making us better individually as people because we are seeking the one that matters.
Well, it seemed like almost everybody I met there had a belief in God to certain points, and people sharing with me different things. The schools were closed because of COVID.
Right.
I've been praying for that all my life, so my kids don't have to get indoctrinated, and I can homeschool them. And just different things people shared, and hearing the national anthem, all those people at the Ellipse that day. I know there was over 1 million people there.
Yeah.
To hear them sing national anthem and God Bless America and the chants.
Do you remember singing Amazing Grace? I think we all sang Amazing Grace out there, and I was up closer to the memorial. I was kind of up the hill there, kind of looking over everybody.
Okay.
And it was just like a sea of people.
It was so moving to see everybody we were all there for the same reason, and we all locked arms, and it's something I'll never forget, that experience. And I wish they would show more of that footage,
right,
of actually how many people were there. Yeah. It was just
it was an amazing
unbelievable.
day.
Yeah.
Until the other nonsense started. It was one of the best days I'd ever had. I've never experienced that many people, so much love, the beautiful singing together, everybody together. It was an amazing day.
It was. And I went inside and I had to plead guilty because how can you fight that when they have
Right.
pictures of you inside? And I paid somebody to look at the video. I paid them $1,800 and they said, well, we can't see anything. It's possible in Hollywood with endless amounts of money they can do this.
Right.
And he said for $2,500 I could look at it more in depth, but there's no guarantee. I'm like, I don't have that kind of. I didn't have the $1,800.
Right. They done got 30,000 out of you plus the 1,800 and
yeah, $100 fine, which was nothing. But just the time I had to miss from work, with probation and court appearances.
Right.
So it was even more, cost
Right.
even more. But my employer was great. I actually was able to use my vacation time during the time I was in prison.
Right.
I'm just so blessed. These guys sitting in there for 2 years and haven't even gone to trial. I mean, those are the people that I really feel sorry for, and they need their help.
We have to keep praying for them. We have to keep lifting them up. We have to keep encouraging them because I can't possibly imagine what it would be like to be in there all this time. And then a lot of them, they've got years and years already added to their sentences. Like they don't know when they're going to get out. They're just day in and day out and day in and day out, and they don't know what their future holds. And they've got families at home that they're losing their family. They've had babies. Some of them had babies while they've been in jail. They've never seen their kids. Yeah. There's no video visits. They don't get video visits. So unless somebody can actually travel all the way across the country to come spend an hour or two with them a week, I mean, it's just horrible what is going on.
And that was the worst thing. I mean, I was facing 2 years. They could have gave me 2 years, and the not knowing part, not knowing how it was going to turn out, was probably the worst. Because in your mind just goes to the worst possible scenario.
Yeah.
And
you have to prepare yourself for the worst and hope for the best.
Yeah. But it took a whole year for me to go through the process, and I was on a plea deal. So if I took it to trial, it would have been a lot longer.
Right. Well, anything else you want to let them know? I appreciate you talking with us.
I'm just so thankful for the Freedom Corner. They're there every night. I've seen rain, cold weather, probably snow, and thankful for you and Mickey and everybody. And Nicole, I mean, her husband's in jail, and she took time out to come to my sentencing and to be there on the corner.
It would be difficult to do that.
And Mickey too, what she's been through, and she keeps fighting. It gives me inspiration because what they want to do is silence us. They want everybody to forget about what happened and be scared and not speak up about what actually happened.
Exactly right.
So it gives me inspiration to tell my story and let people know some weird stuff happened that day.
Right. Well, we appreciate you taking the time to talk with us. It means a lot. Honestly, I've never really been good at interviewing people, so this has given me a little practice, and I think it's went rather well. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it's great.
So I appreciate it, and I know that they appreciate it too.
Well, hopefully we can have a group of people that have been through this and form a community so that we're not alone. I'm not, just dealing with this because it still affects me.
Right. Oh, I'm sure.
And needing to talk about it. I can't talk about it with my wife, and there's nowhere near me. So the vigil, when I go on the chat room, that fills a big void.
I don't know if you've got my number, but feel free to call me anytime. I'll be happy to talk with you.
Thank you.
Anything I can do like that would help. I don't have a...
Well, you've messaged me, and that was very touching that you actually got back to me,
Oh, no.
on your busy schedule.
Yeah, I mean, I have to make time for the ones that I have to make time. And it's just what has to be done. I know I haven't always been great at that, but I want to be better at it.
Well, I thank you and everybody for what you do, and the people in the chat room who support me. It's really made a big difference.
Well, we're growing a big family, and you are part of it now, so you can't escape us.
And Joe here, this is
Joe the box is great.
This
it's
is unbelievable. I'm sure I'll be back here.
Oh yeah, this is an amazing place. I mean, I'm sure I will be too. He's got a lot of ideas going on, and I think we're going to start to see the narrative change. And I think as that happens, I believe the fake media is going to start to crumble, and all these guys that are out here doing this are going to start to become bigger. That's just my thoughts. I don't know, but that's what I feel.
I'm seeing the trend. Nobody watches the news on TV anymore. They get all their news off the internet.
Absolutely. Well, we appreciate you, Tom. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, David.
Anybody have any questions before he takes off? What is his name in the chat? It was Tom.
You be me.
You be me. UBEME, right? Yes, Tom Ubeam. And that's on the Rumble channel.
On the Rumble channel.
Right.
Mostly in Stormtrooper, but that was because you were away.
Oh, yeah.
I switched over.
Right.
And you're filling in for him now. So.
Stormtrooper's a great guy. I love him for being down there, and he loves being down there. So, we're all good. We're all working together, so.
We need to. We all need to work together.
Absolutely.
Try and save what's left of our country.
Absolutely. That's what we have to do.
And in the end, God wins.
You got that right. We already know the winner, don't we?
Yeah.
We just have to live it out.
Read the end of the book.
Right. All right. Thank you, guys. All right. I want to take your...
Oh, yeah. Don't let me walk
mic.
out with the...
Nope. Oops. Got it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David.
You be careful going home.
Yeah.
Got about 3-hour drive.
Yeah. But Washington was 8 hours. Yeah. 8.5.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a drive. From here, I think it took almost 6 hours from here for me to get to DC. So you.
Well, I'm your Middletown. So it's like halfway between here and Albany.
That's all. Sorry guys, I had to, my bad. I disconnected the mics, but I forgot to disconnect the doggle thing that goes into the phone. So you guys probably didn't hear anything I was talking about, which is okay. I'm gonna go ahead and shut this down, guys. That is the end of the night. I'm ready to get some rest. It's been a long day. Don't forget to get your honey at makehoneygreatagain.com. Use promo code FreeJ6ers. David, another great interview at the end of the very productive day. God bless you all. Hey, thank you, James McLean. I appreciate that. We've got another tomorrow. We will be having an interview with Kyle Young's family, wife and mother, tomorrow. So I do have an interview planned with them tomorrow. I don't know exactly what time we'll do that. I'll let you know as soon as I know. But I do have another interview scheduled for tomorrow. So thank you guys. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your prayers. Thank you for your love. And thank you for being active and a active Freedom Warrior member. Thank you all. You all have a great night. Freedom Warriors out.